Kia ora, good evening. Welcome to Newshub Decision 2020 election night. If this election campaign is anything to go by, we are in for the night of our lives. A wild, wild ride.
Yeah, good evening, folks. Great to see you. Welcome to the programme. Of course, we are in 18 locations right around the country tonight. There they all are in their finery. Can't go through all of them because there are so many of them. But crucially, Paddy Gower, you want to spend the night with Paddy? Tonight's the night.
Yes, good evening, Kiwis. I hope you're fired up and ready to go because I certainly am, and I've got a countdown and it's counting down quick. 3 seconds to go. There are 2 seconds to go. There is 1 second to go. There are no seconds to go. The polls are closed. The election is on. Let's get it on. Let's go.
Let's keep moving.
I would be very happy being Prime Minister.
You name it, every party's sending us votes.
Trust me, we're going to make it home.
Labour cannot govern alone.
Good evening, folks. It's election night and let the party begin and let the parties dance to the music, while some, of course, will face it. We are with you throughout the evening and we appreciate your company, of course. The early votes has been absolutely massive. Almost 2 million of us voted before election day and we will have those results for you very, very shortly. You can't afford to go anywhere. Get someone to bring a drink to you, not the other way around. Now, I've covered 9 elections and I can tell you Newshub has thrown everything at this. Big time, and they've come up with something new. I could never bend the boss's arm on this or get the chequebook off him, but Tova, you've done something right, and boy, this is really impressive.
That's right, and that's because this has never, ever been done before, Duncan. We've taken over Parliament's debating chamber, something all political parties can only dream of, and we have groundbreaking graphics where it really matters, the seats in the House, so you can see exactly what your next Parliament will look like. Ryan Bridge is live in the House, the actual House of Representatives, and Ryan, you've plugged our latest poll info into your fancy graphics.
Indeed I have, and this is exactly why you need to give your vote tonight to Newshub, because we have incredible graphics to show you from the House of Representatives. I'm coming to you live from there tonight. Let's take a look at those Newshub Reid Research poll results, and Labour is flying high. The National Party has fallen again slightly, but still only 31%. And for Winston Peters and New Zealand First, it is close but no cigar on these poll numbers. Come down to the floor of the debating chamber now and I'll show you how that works out in terms of seats. We have 4 parties represented here in the Parliament tonight based on our poll numbers, and these 4 parties will help determine who is going to govern. So Jacinda Ardern and the Labour Party, if they are to form a government based on these numbers, it's pretty simple really. Have a look at this. Let's bring in our coalition builder. You can see that with 61 seats on their own, the Labour Party has a majority, 61 the magic number of course. Add to that the Greens 8 and you've got yourself a coalition, you've got yourself a government. No show for ACT and National. Let's have a look at how that plays out in terms of seats in the House now. And it's pretty clear, one thing is clear from this poll, and that is Labour's dominance. Look at that. The line down the middle that you need to think about, this is called the winning line. We've made it simple in a House of 120 MPs with 60 on each side. Jump across that line and you have a majority. Labour does it with 61. Add to that the 8 seats from the Greens and you comfortably govern. Let's look at the ACT Party now. A great showing from the ACT Party. Started with 1 MP in David Seymour and now 10 for the National Party, just 41 seats. Not a great showing from them, boxed into a corner by the dominance of Labour and Jacinda Ardern based on this poll, and I'm very much looking forward to showing you what else we can do here in the debating chamber throughout the night with the real results.
Good stuff, Ryan. Appreciate that. So that is Ryan Bridge live in Parliament, and that was based on last night's Newshub Reid Research poll. So that was the numbers. We haven't got the election result, don't you worry. That hasn't come that soon, but she will be early. But that is based on last night. We've got the best commentators in the business with us tonight, lucky us. The first 3 joining us now. Matthew Hooton, to my right, a political operative, until recently a National Party strategist and basically already troublemaker. Nice to see you. Well, I think it's nice to see you.
And former political editor and lawyer Linda Clark is with us again this year, and a familiar face as well. Paul Henry, you made it out of quarantine. Your predictions tonight, starting with you.
All right, starting with me. I'm going to be very optimistic for National. They don't deserve this. Best case scenario, 33%. Labour, I would put them at 45, which some people might think is a little bit low. New Zealand First, odd that I should mention them next. I think they're going to end up very, very close to 5%. The best thing they had going for them was that poll showing they were just over 3. I think they will probably end up with around 4.5, maybe 4.6, 4.8, something like that, but I don't think they're going to quite make it. ACT, 7 to 8%, and the Greens, I think they'll be lucky to get 6%.
Linda, what about you? Is Labor on track for a landslide?
Well, landslide, MMP, it's a hard word to use. I mean, if ever Labor can govern alone, it will be after this election. I mean, you've seen it, particularly on the campaign trail, the malls. The Ardern effect has just been absolutely unbelievable. I think that they will get about 47 to 48%. That's an extraordinary result. Considering that 2 elections ago, what were they? In the low 20s. And that's all down to Jacinda Ardern. National, I think they're going to go under 30, possibly. So they might get about 29%, which will be a horrific kick in the guts for them.
That's toast for Collins, isn't it?
Yeah, and I guess we'll talk about that later. I think it is toast for Collins, sooner or later. ACT, I think, I'm with Paul. I think they're going to get probably 7 to 8%, probably 8. They will have got a real bounce up. That national vote's got to go somewhere. And the Greens, I think you're too pessimistic. I think they've had a great week this week, actually, while everybody talked about them. And while Labor voters feel so confident, then some of those will tip over to the Greens, and I think they could get 7%. New Zealand first.
Where do you put Winston? Do you put him as high as Paul?
No, probably not. Although, God, don't we don't we?
Don't say it. Don't say what you were about to say.
I almost wore black and white. I almost wore black and white because I remembered this week that I was at the launch of that party in 1993, or was it 1893? I was wearing a hoop skirt. He looked just the same. I mean, it just...
Where's the hoop skirt?
Well, yeah, don't fit it anymore, Duncan. But, I mean, that was an amazing time. He's had an incredible career, but during the course of this campaign, he's looked tired, he's looked jaded, and he's looked out of touch.
He's campaigned well.
Has he?
I think he's campaigned well. I think he is hitting the right note.
In the final week, perhaps.
In the final week. I mean, what he's saying is, I'm not frightening you. You know, he's not going to... And there are a lot of parties out there frightening us.
I'm going to have to introduce you because we're starting to get some numbers. We're starting to get some numbers in. Look at this. Labor, I'm looking at the party vote.
This is the party vote. This is the crucial party vote down the bottom of the screen.
This is showing us the seats. Yes. So 65 seats to Labor. They have got a majority on this early count of advance votes, which are coming in 50.5%. National on 26.6% on this first early count. And remember, record numbers of advance votes.
So this is the crucial thing to look at tonight, folks. There's this black bar down the bottom of the screen. You'll see this. It's party vote. It will mix in with seats in the House as well. Party vote's crucial. 50% Labor. That's outright majority there. No, easily. You see that? 63 seats. You've got National on 36 seats, which is a terrible night. ACT 10, they'll be happy. Greens 10. Māori Party 1 there. New Zealand First, Zippo gone. It's oblivion.
So does this change your predictions, Matthew Hooton?
No. I think we'll see the Labor get about, tonight, 46, 47. John Key's 2 big wins were 47%. And I'd expect Jacinda Ardern, she has that same star power that we saw with Key, to get about that. We will want to look for the votes from overseas. If you're a young backpacker or somebody on your OE in England or in Europe, in the past you voted Green, and the Greens would get sort of an extra seat, an extra point from those overseas votes. I think they're going to go to Jacinda Ardern tonight. So whatever Labor gets tonight, I'd say look for them to get a point higher when it's all over.
We also need to be aware that all these special votes are going to come in. They don't get counted for 2 weeks, OK? So you won't get those results in. Right. And also, if you've voted early outside your electorate, so 2 million votes, we can say that, yes, but a whole chunk of those votes won't get counted for another 2 weeks. So, yeah.
So there's always some in the back pocket, and that's always the pattern. But what I expect to see tonight is that, unlike other years, and particularly like the last election, for instance, I think at the end of the evening, when everyone is putting on the pyjamas and going back to bed, we will have a result.
Yes. And we've got 18 reporter spots to get to tonight, so let's start cracking on with them. Let's go to Jenna Marie Lynch, who is at the Auckland Town Hall for the Labor Party. Jenna, you were there last election as well. How does it compare this year?
This is a much bigger stage than last election, and it feels a lot more stage managed, but that doesn't mean it's going to be any less fun down here. I've had a scout around the room. There's a DJ lined up. They've got Oscar Kitely for some comedy. They've got Calvin Davis has done some poetry to entertain us, and there's even a photo booth out the back, which I caught some Labor staffers running into just before. They all seem very excited. A much different vibe from last time around, when those same staffers were were pacing the hallways so nervously. They seem so much more confident. They've painted the town hall red and they're hoping to paint Parliament red as well.
And Jenna, I understand you've been doing a little bit of tactical eavesdropping tonight. What have you been hearing from one Calvin Davis?
One Calvin Davis has a very, very special limerick prepared, taking pot shots at Judith Collins for calling Jacinda Ardern Miss. He didn't like that too much at all. I believe there's a blue taniwha involved in this poetry at some stage, so that is going to be a treat for later in the evening.
Good stuff, Jenna. That is Jenna, of course, live at the Labor headquarters. Let's head to Mike McRoberts, who is at the National. No, we're going to go to up country. We're going to go to Anna Bracewell-Worrell.
This could be one of the stories of the evening. Anna Bracewell-Worrell is at the Duke of Marlborough, Winston Peters HQ for the evening. Anna, are you able to get in there?
Oh, no, we're not. These are the supporters of New Zealand First here. Unfortunately, all we can do is watch the party from outside. New Zealand First has put up the defensive barricades. They've pulled up the drawbridge. We are not allowed in. I'll show you where we are allowed. This is the media room. We're allowed in here. This is where we have to hang out until Winston Peters arrives for his speech later in the evening. From here, we can watch the party through the window. We can observe them from afar. We can't actually go in there. I can't even go in there without a camera. The only time we can go in there is to film Winston Peters' speech at about 8:30. This is very, very unusual. One has to wonder just how confident New Zealand First is feeling, just how confident Winston Peters is feeling if they're not letting the media inside that room.
Your challenge tonight, Anna, is to knock on that window and at least get a drink past you or something. You get some sausage rolls or something past you from inside, from the other side. Anna Bracewell-Worrell.
Someone. Thank you.
Okay.
Someone did pop out with a little bit of pork belly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a little bit of pork belly. Oh, my goodness. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. You never know what could happen. Anna Bracewell-Worrell, live at the Duke of Marlborough. Let's head to Mike McRoberts, the National Party headquarters. Mike, kia ora, good evening.
Kia ora, good evening from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, and it's very quiet here. Still a few of the party faithful coming in, but at this stage, deathly quiet, and we just saw some of those first numbers coming through. So I don't think we're going to be expecting any noise soon because, boy, that wasn't good, was it?
Who wants to go to a party where there's a losing feeling, I suppose? I mean, maybe people, as the night goes on, just decide to vacate and not go there at all?
And also, this is, remember, a really scaled-down National Party as well. They were planning on having it at a much bigger venue. They were scouting much bigger venues. This is far smaller, so that the writing perhaps was already on the wall.
How many people there, Mike? Are there many people there at all?
That's right, Tova. Yes, I mean, I was at the last National Party. That was at Sky City, I think 1,200 people. The max they can do here is, I think, 300 at the moment, would have 30, maybe 50 people. There are more media here at the moment. So, yeah, perhaps the signs are on the wall. I mentioned during the news hour that we'll find out, because such a fantastic nautical place, this, of course, whether we're on the Love Boat or the Titanic. But at this stage, it's feeling like the deck chairs of the Titanic.
Yeah, no, I think you did right about that. Mike, appreciate that. We'll be back throughout the evening too, of course. Let's go back to Paddy Gower. And Paddy, all yours.
Yes, we've got some numbers already. Remember, 2 million of you early voted, and they started counting those at 9 a.m, and 1%, actually 2% of the vote has just come in. 49.8% Labor already striking out, but of course it is early, but it could be that the red mist is settling over the Rohi. National on 26.4%. That would be a disaster if this trend does continue. But remember, a very small amount of the vote in. 8.8% for the Greens. They'll be cheering at Green HQ already for that. And ACT New Zealand on 7.4%, looking like a real political movement with just a small amount of the vote counted. New Zealand First on 2.2%. Winston Peters won't like that up in the Bay of Islands, and the New Conservatives still finding votes out there on 1.3%, and the Opportunities Party, or TOP as many people know it, on 1.3%. So a small amount of votes coming in. We're expecting a big dump of them soon. Much more to come, many more numbers, but an early trend already starting to be seen.
All right, good stuff, Paddy. Appreciate that. Only four parties will go back into Parliament based on those numbers. Four parties only.
Yeah, and that's what we expect, I think. I mean, I'm interested, and you can see, viewers, at the bottom of your screen, you're getting these electorate competitions coming through, and the party votes in those various electorates are really interesting to watch. Here we've got the Nelson one, 52% for the Labor Party, 23%.
And we know that's one of the seats that the Labor Party is targeting. That's one of
right.
They consider it battleground.
Matthew Hooton, a National Party insider, 26.7% National on the party vote tonight. If it ends up like this on the night, the left bloc, or the centre-left bloc, is at 60%. of the vote?
Yes, if it does, I think we will know more very soon, the way the numbers are coming in so quickly. But I feel that if you look at some of those electorates, you've got in Elam, the numbers are coming in that it's 60% Labor. Well, that's not correct. That's not going to be correct in Fendleton and so forth in Christchurch.
So National should come. Where do you think National ends up?
Well, I think it's going to be about 30. The average of the loser under MMP is about 31, 32%. National tends to do a little bit better than Labor. If Judith Collins comes in at 32, under the circumstances, she will have done extremely well. She has run an extraordinary person.
Having said that, it won't be enough to save her.
Well, there is talk of the numbers already being done, and the talk is a leadership attempt.
Well, you would know, Matthew.
In the first week of November.
You would know.
But that's one of the things she's had to put up with. And whatever we think of her...
That's politics, Matthew.
Whatever she has...
This was next level,
She has had
wasn't it?
people, as you know, better than anyone, Tova, who in her caucus who have been behaving disgracefully all the way through this campaign, and she's done a magnificent job under the circumstances.
What did you think about that, Paul? The leaks against the National Party leader during an election campaign, that felt unprecedented.
And this is one of the reasons why at the beginning I said if they're very lucky and they don't deserve it 33, it doesn't. It looks like that's just a dream, but they don't deserve it. It's been a terrible campaign from their part.
Woeful.
Very, very ill-disciplined. The one thing I wanted to say is when you say it looks like there'll only be 4 parties there, I think the Maori Party are going to get probably a couple of seats. Certainly, I think they'll get one. I think John Tamahiri is going to win his seat.
That's the seat to watch.
He has been campaigning. I mean, he's a great campaigner.
And objectively speaking, again, whatever you think of JT, he would be a better local MP for those people than Hina.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
Not for the Māori Party, though. He's in the wrong...
No, I agree with all that.
I mean, I hope the Māori Party survive. I think that Parliament is better for them.
So do I.
I think one of the stories going forward is how do we actually cater for Māori voters. But he's not in the right party.
Let's make it... We'll just head to ACT as well, because we want to show where we are.
This could be one of the great
This is one of the big stories of the night, isn't it? Let's head to the ACT headquarters now. Tom McRae, Newshub reporter, is there. Tom, good evening. Is David Seymour going to arrive early? It looks like he might be.
This is not David Seymour, this is all his candidates. It's a busload, as we can see, and as we've been expecting for the last couple of weeks at least. They're about to disembark. David Seymour coming in slightly more style, arriving via boat here into the Auckland Viaduct.
Yes.
The coronation of King David is this evening. We've got the Deputy Leader. Brooke, how are you this evening?
No one knows.
Oh, this is a wonderful, wonderful day for democracy and the ACT Party.
She looks so different when she's not...
What's a good result for you guys tonight?
I think any vote that's going to start an honest conversation about debt, housing, all of the policies that people have put us in power for has got to be a good time and a good night.
How many MPs are you going to bring with you this evening, do you think?
Oh, it's far too early in the night to talk about that.
It's never too early. It's never too early. Have a lovely evening. Thanks very much, Brooke. We'll talk to you soon.
Tom, we're going to have to cut out from the ACT party because there's another party going on. Clark Gayford, the first man of New Zealand, is delivering some food outside Jacinda Ardern's house. Kanoa?
I wasn't actually going to do anything, but then there was so many...
I am at Jacinda Ardern's house. Let me point you in the direction of some snapper bites, which Clark has apparently been fishing for recently, and some venison bites, which are also on this plate. What you can't see here is a big group of neighbours that have gathered around here. It's very much a deep red electorate, and there are a lot of red barbecues that are happening around the place. But to be honest, I'm really hoping that I can get my hands on a bit of this. I did joke earlier that I knew that this was on the menu. I did joke earlier that a little glass of wine wouldn't go astray, and I could do with one of those too, and it arrived.
Kano, I'm just bringing an Uber right now. Could you please grab a couple of those for us and send them back in an Uber Eats? How we do something like that, shall we? So you grab a couple of those, put them aside. Yep.
I promise you I'll put them aside for you, just for you, Duncan.
He does know the polls have closed, right? He can't win over any last-minute votes.
I know. I'm thinking about saying that I would quite like $1 million and seeing if a Labor staffer sends it out.
Grab him, Kano. Just grab him. He's right there. He's almost had enough of them. Here we go. Hello.
Clark, what sort of day have you guys had inside?
Just in the kitchen, sweating away. Help yourself, please, everyone. Now put some plates over there. And there's some...
Now, is it true that you caught this deer yourself?
I did. catch the deer, yes.
With a gun.
Remove the pest.
We don't need to go into those details.
Forget it when you try.
And the fish is a family affair as well. Where did this come from?
I took the brother-in-law and my dad and a nephew out fishing yesterday. It was a great excuse, actually. The wind dropped out and I thought, all right, yeah, I'll sneak out.
Yeah, I'm sure Jacinda Ardern wasn't concerned about you leaving the house and taking off the day before Election Day.
I kind of blame you guys because you kept saying, are you going to serve fish? And then I felt this huge amount of pressure to bring some out.
Oh, well, you really have delivered. Hey, what are you most proud of about the campaign that Jacinda has run? It's been a long road.
I just think the positive nature of the whole thing. You know, it's been a really, really good demonstration to everyone else that you don't have to get down in the gutter on everything, and you can just get your message out there and people can make up their own minds based on what you're trying to deliver.
Absolutely. Is Neve having a late night tonight? Is she staying up in her jammies?
It's not supposed to be, but she is. She's pretty excited. She's got both sets of grandparents in there. It's all go.
Hey, well, there's a lot of reporters, a lot of neighbours to share this amongst, so I feel like I should sort of let you do that.
Grab a plate and get stuck in.
Awesome.
All right.
OK, good stuff. We will leave you there, and good luck getting that Uber. So let's head now to Jesse Mulligan. He has gone to the hotel where Judith Collins will be turning up to tonight. She's not there yet, I don't think. Jesse, you're in the middle of what is the best part of Auckland Central, which is footpath closed, road closed, and you go nowhere. Good morning, good evening, hello you.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it is really, really bleak. When you said you were sending me to the Sky City Grand Hotel, I thought it would be great, but Judith Collins has elected to come via the back entrance, and as you look around, what do you see? Scaffolding and road cones and dirt and diggers, and then the ultimate indignity, the security barrier of a managed isolation hotel. So if you're being unkind, you could say this was a bit of a metaphor for the national campaign this year. Judith Collins is currently with supporters. Of course, she's been an MP for Clevedon and Papakura for about 18 years. So she's saying thanks to them at the moment, and then she's heading here. In about 10 minutes or so, we're expecting to see her drive through this, maybe less than glamorous entrance to the Sky City Grand. She's not planning on talking to media. We'll give it a good shot, but at the moment she's keeping mum, and she'll watch the results like everyone else from her room and then plan what to do next. OK, just keep our borders shut and don't send that to Tourism New Zealand. Thank you very much, Jesse. Good stuff, mate. We'll come to you a bit later on.
She cannot catch a break, can she? This election, there are so many really key battleground states, and especially with battleground electorates, and especially with Labor doing so well, we could see some of them swing to Labor. So let's go to Paddy Gower at the wall to talk us through one of them. Paddy.
Yeah, thank you, Tova. It's not a state, but people in Auckland Central would certainly say it is, but it is a battleground electorate, Auckland Central. Now, have a look at the people that we've got here, because we've got an interesting result starting to come with early votes in. Emma Mello is standing for National in Auckland Central. She has taken over from Nikki Kay. She's up against Helen White, who has been polling well and leading, but Chloe Swarbrick for the Greens has been in there trying to get tactical voting, trying to get a seat for the Greens. Now, look at what happened last time around. Nikki Kay held that seat, but Helen White was chasing very hard, and actually, if you put the Green vote on the Labor vote last time around, they would have got there. Things are very different now with Nikki Kay out of the scene, and we've got our first numbers. It's very early on, but this will bring some cheers in Green HQ as well. Chloe Swarbrick on 684 votes, leading in Auckland Central. Not much vote in, but quite a bit. And we actually have now Sam Hayes at Green HQ. Sam, please come in if you can, Sam Hayes, and we will see what the vibe is like down there. Sam, is that you? It certainly looks like something that doesn't cause climate change.
Well, Paddy, the crowd here at Greens HQ are watching Newshub. And as soon as you brought Chloe Swarbrick up, they all went crazy. They are very excited. Of course, if the Greens don't make it across the 5% threshold, then Chloe Swarbrick is their ticket back into Parliament and potentially back into power if they form a coalition or confidence in supply deal with Labor. But look, it's can you hear them? They're having a great night down here at Greens HQ. We're not expecting the leaders to get here for about another hour. But look, if this is anything to go by, it's going to be a big celebration tonight, Paddy.
And are they expecting to see Chloe Swarbrick there? What's the vibe in terms of that? Do they think they can take out Auckland Central? Do they believe they can do it, Sam?
Oh, Oh, there's a lot of positivity around that here at the Generator at Greens HQ. Look, it was an interesting decision that the Greens made and that Labor made. Our latest polling showed that Helen White was in fact ahead, that the vote on the left was split between her and Chloe Swarbrick, and that may have allowed Emma Mello to storm right through the middle. But, you know, they're very positive here and the night is young, so we'll see what happens, Paddy.
All right, back to you, Duncan and Tova. Thank you, Sam.
All right, good stuff, Petty. Thank you so much, and thank you to Sam. They won't need to win Auckland Central. At the moment, you've got the Greens above even 8% on the party vote. The story of the night so far, with only 7% counted, and we need to be careful because it is only 7%, so it's a tiny number. But, boy, these numbers do not lie. And, Matthew, who did I bring you in here? This is an absolute thumping for the National Party.
If these numbers are correct, it is far worse for National than they expected.
Yep.
It is a total disaster for National if these numbers are correct. Now, we go back 3 years, and after 3% of the vote was counted, those numbers, because it's a big sample, were roughly the final numbers on the night. We've now got 8% counted across the country. That is coming up, that'll be about 170,000, 180,000 votes. That's a very large poll. And it's suggesting that National is at 25, which was the level which you polled, Tova, or Reed Research polled, which was a rogue.
Yeah. And that is a complete disaster.
And it's a complete disaster. And probably at that time, you know, 1 in 20 polls are out. You know, that's not a big deal. That's no disgrace. That was probably a bit low. National's polling had them high. But 25 is an absolute disaster because that would be the number where they felt they were going to play, that the party's going to do it in 1 in 20 polls, to say it's a rogue.
So it's much lower than Ginny Shipley at 99, who got 31, I think, and there was also Bill English 20.93%, which was low. That's a bit high.
And you look at places like Tauranga, Simon Bridges' seat, how badly Nationals are doing in the party vote in Tauranga.
Well, in all of these seats, the pattern is pretty much the same. There is a real red wave on the party vote. I mean, you mentioned Judith Collins' campaigning. Let's be honest, she did as good as she could do up until the last week.
She worked as hard as she could.
She worked as hard as she could, and credit to her for that. I mean, I particularly thought on the day of the press debate, when that was the day when the emails were coming out and it was toing and froing on Twitter and so forth, and undermining of her. And I mean, she put on her smile, she put on her blue jacket, and she fought that debate hard, and credit to her for that.
She was let down.
But the party has let her down. When she took over, there was clearly no strategy. There was clearly no campaign plan. They don't have any money. That's been quite obvious all the way through.
They always have money. Where's the money?
This time, no money. The president...
Labor has been charging people $1,500 a head to have lunch with Jacinda Ardern. I don't think National's been able to charge people $1,500 to have lunch with their leader.
But National has always had money, right?
I think one of the issues... The Nelson seat. This is Nick Smith, long-time MP, been there for decades. He is losing. National MP Nick Smith is losing, and losing in Nelson badly. If anything tells the story of the night, Nick Smith could buy. Look at this.
This is not unpredicted, though.
To this extent, it was.
To this extent,
National thought they might hold this.
You'd be very lucky to hold this.
Labor was definitely targeting this one. They have about 6 electorates that they thought were marginal seats, and Nelson was one of them. I thought this was one of the longer shots because the margin was more significant.
It's not even close.
But he is a good local MP, right? I mean, whatever you think about him as a cabinet minister formerly, he has always been a hard-working local MP.
Correct.
But when you see that, I mean, that tells a big story.
I want to pick up on your... I want to pick up on
all of the people all of the time.
That's right.
I mean, and the tide was going out for them. I didn't think he'd hold the seat, but you're right, that is a huge
I want to pick up on your earlier point, Linda, about Judith Collins working hard through this campaign. She said she's not going to stand down if National loses, but do you think... Will she use that as an excuse, Paul? The fact that she did everything she could, she was dealt...
Well, it's the only thing she can say.
But should she stand down on these numbers? Should she stand down?
She won't need to stand down.
As Matthew Hooden says, the numbers are already being...
Well, name the National...
Should she show a bit of grace and actually step down?
No, she should not step down.
She won't stand down.
It is absolutely essential because there's been so much silly buggers in the National Party this year, some of which I've been involved in, and some that I have not been involved in, some which has been occurring as recently as this week. The last thing they need is to now go into a leadership change in the next few weeks.
Mark Mitchell wants it, doesn't he?
Mark Mitchell is believed to want it and is believed to have been taking soundings. I can't confirm that, but that's what's believed. But National needs to take a deep breath till about March.
With respect, they are not going to take advice from you tonight.
No, they're not.
And the reality for the Nats is,
or to be fair, from anyone.
Well, if they have a historic defeat, Jacinda Ardern's comment, albeit was a little bit of a push on the last. It was a setup.
Yeah.
But her comment is right. If you take a party like the National Party, which is a winning party, in our lives covering politics, National wins more than it loses. If they have a loss of this dimension, the leader has to go. She won't stand down. She will be forced out, but she will go.
Doesn't it risk further destabilising the party?
And as we're saying, she should not stand down.
No.
And there is no way they should change leader within 2 years. But
they will.
They will.
No, they will.
Will Christopher Luxon be ready?
No, he won't be ready. No.
There's no sign that he has political skills.
But Luxon is not key.
People think John Key was a great businessman, head of foreign exchange for Merrill Lynch, and that made him a good politician. He was a good politician independently from the fact that he was a good businessman.
Has anyone told Christopher Luxon this yet?
No. And he has very high expectations, I'm told.
He will be canvassing beliefs, though. He will be polling. He's
just having to be the member for Botany tonight, and then that's the first step towards the Prime
What's very
Ministership.
interesting is on these electorates. If a lot of electorates are lost for National, which when we see Nelson it looks like it, that means some of the Liberals will get back in the list. People like Paul Goldsmith, Chris Bishop, Nicola Willis. But the shape of the National caucus is going to be absolutely essential. If all those Liberals miss out, then you're going to have a very, very evangelical, conservative...
Right. But even if they don't miss out, after this election, National will be at a fork in the roads, and it will either try and regain its Liberal centre-right persona and fight for those votes against Jacinda Ardern, or it will go down the more evangelical path.
The God Squad.
I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to jump in here, and the opposition parties have gone through this. Labor went through this as well. You've got to rebuild and rework it, and it's normal. This is the Rangitata electorate, so these are the candidate votes here, and even there. Now, this is a... How would you describe that electorate?
That is one of the National's safest seats.
Should have been.
That's unbelievable.
This is Megan Hands. This is the candidate who recently liked a Facebook post calling National appalling and all sorts of other things.
There's your punishment for that.
Well, that's exactly right.
There's your reward.
But
Goodbye.
that's why the party hierarchy is responsible, and not just Judith Collins, right? Because the party hierarchy have sat on top of a whole range of candidate selections where you've got these candidates who are shiny, bright, not particularly sophisticated politically. They've made a lot of mistakes. They are more evangelical than National's traditional constituency, and they're not going to be easy to elect. That's the problem with these people.
And that's a hammering. Let's see if the good ship Seymour has arrived at the ex-party headquarters.
Is the skipper feeling good?
And let's play, who are these potentially MPs?
That's right. We hope he has arrived, because we won't recognise any of the others.
No, that's true. and also, she's not going to be in power as well, Tom. You may need to tell the... Tom McRae, you may need to tell the Deputy Leader, whatever, that they haven't been given power tonight. They've been given a strong vote. Tom, yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Well, tonight is all about King David, the coronation of King David. Any moment now, he is set to sail in, because why would you arrive any other way? He might not be the kingmaker tonight, he might just be the crown prince, but I'm sure he will take that on track, looking like to have 10 MPs in Parliament. Remember, this time 3 years ago, this time last election, he only got 0.5% of the vote. More people voted for him in the Epsom electorate than they did for the entire ACT party. So a remarkable turnaround, and they are certainly celebrating here tonight. Headquarters down here in the Viaduct has been absolutely packed all afternoon. The champagne has been flowing. Shots have been downed very early in the evening, and they are really in celebratory mood. Had a quick look at the menu tonight. $90 for a beautiful leg of lamb, or if a $200 seafood platter is more your style, then I'm sure there'll be plenty of people digging into that. So we'll let you know when David Seymour comes round that corner, but it should be any minute now. Back to you guys.
I think, Tom, adding insult to injury, I did hear at one point that National was actually, when it was downsizing its election night party, it was actually planning to go to HQ Bar. So a bit of a slap in the face again, not only that ACT is stealing a large chunk of its vote, but also stole its election night venue.
And user pays, of course. They're not free. None of that's free. You have to pay your way. You're in the ACT party. Linda, let's have a quick contest here. Name an ACT list MP.
No, honestly, no one
Anyone
can.
know anyone?
But no,
Funny enough, I looked them up, and I still can't name them.
But And
I don't think David Seymour can either.
I think it was, Toba, it was one of your crew that asked the other day for him to name them, and he took 3 goes, he still never got it right. The thing about David, I mean, I love the fact that his supporters are calling him King David. I mean, he's about to come down to earth with a great thud, right? He's had a fantastic campaign. He's going to come in with a whole heap of fellow MPs. And then the fun stops, because all of those individual people that he's lined up on his list, they've all got 1 or 2 issues. Guns,
we end up with a gun lobby
denying,
and
a lot of them
all
have
of that
got
stuff.
the weapon issue.
But they all think they're going to come into Parliament and actually do something. When you're a small party in opposition, here, lesson of life.
One of the keys, though, is they didn't think they were going to get into Parliament at all. When they put their names forward, I mean, did they really think they were going to have to give up 3 years?
Some of them have 1,000 jobs apiece.
1,000 jobs each.
So this is the high tide, Mark. Enjoy tonight, because it won't get much better than...
Oh, yeah, tonight's the night to celebrate.
Let's head to Christchurch. Let's head to Christchurch to the National Party headquarters in Christchurch. Juliet Speedy is with us in Christchurch. Juliet, is it a big party? Oh, more people there than in Auckland. Hello, good evening to you.
Good evening, Duncan. Yes, the atmosphere is rather buoyant here right at this moment. The room is full. They've got 5 of the candidates here from Christchurch, from Canterbury. We've got Wigram, Banks Peninsula, Christchurch Central, Christchurch East, and of course Ilam. This is Jerry Brownlee's party, the deputy leader of the National Party. Now, he was set to arrive 10 or so minutes ago. He hasn't arrived yet. Now, of course, his position, Ilam here, is a National Party stronghold. He's held that seat for, I think it's 24 years, since 1996. So the numbers there aren't looking quite so great for Brownlee at the moment. If that seat went down, that would be a huge thing for the National Party. So we are waiting for Brownlee's arrival. He isn't here yet, but the party is here and waiting for him to arrive.
OK, thank you, Juliet. I wonder how much responsibility Jerry Brownlee takes for tonight, because he is the deputy leader. He was in charge of the campaign.
Where was
he? I think until recently. He was on the billboards.
And then they took him
off the billboards.
He won't take any responsibility.
Who put him on the billboard in the first place? That was a disaster.
Well, he was the deputy leader.
Well, he was also the campaign chair.
And he's the campaign chair.
Was his decision.
The thing about Ireland, I mean...
There's a bad decision. I mean, they were appalling billboards. It's just part of what was an appalling campaign.
But it was all
I think also that Paula Bennett probably, as she tootled out the door, just did a bit of this with the old campaign diary, and this is what we were planning to do.
But how much they've missed Paula. How much they've missed Paula. Because one of the things that Paula Bennett brought to any party was a lot of energy, and they didn't have that energy. They didn't have that sense of fun. I mean, Judith can tell you 100 times an hour that she's got a great sense of humour and she's really funny, but she's not as funny as Paula.
Speaking of funny, I want to just cut out here and go back to Jenna Lynch, because we want to learn more about this limerick from Calvin Davis. Jenna Lynch, you have the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party with you.
I do have the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party with me, possible Deputy Prime Minister of the country with me.
Does he want it?
It's too early to start talking things about things like that. We've just got to wait and see how the results fall, and we'll have those discussions in the coming days.
3 more years, though?
Well, it's looking positive, but again, you know, there's a long way to go in the evening, so we'll just have to see how things stand.
Come on, look at the results. You must be buoying.
Look, we won't count our chickens before they hatch. There's, I think, still 90% of the votes to come in. I mean, it's looking positive at the moment, but we just keep our feet on the ground.
What do you think of how the Greens have done?
I haven't really been following what's been going on the screen there, but you know.
What are you willing to give up to them? Are you going to bring in a wealth tax?
Look, well, no, we've ruled that out. Definitely ruled that out, but it's too early to talk about what we're going to do post-election. We still don't know who's going to be standing at about 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay. When can we expect Jacinda Ardern down here?
Down here? Look, I'm not sure. I mean, she's going to obviously be the big show of the night.
You've got a big poem prepared, though. I heard you rehearsing it. Can you give us a little sneak peek?
Look, it's a continuation of the speech I gave at our conference last year in Whanganui. Hopefully it gets a few lols, but we'll have to see how it goes. It's all in the delivery, I guess.
I'll wait for the lols.
Good stuff, Jenna. Can't wait to hear that from Calvin Davis. And what else has he done in the last few years?
It will be his greatest contribution.
I was going to say, name something else. I don't know.
It was one of his finest speeches. He actually ended up overshadowing the Prime Minister.
Would you look at this party vote, the crucial party vote, folks? This is the one to look at down the very bottom of the screen here. So, and that's the party seats one, as you see it there right now. If you combine ACT with National, you're looking at about 33% as a block. That is so low. 33% as a block, two parties. So there's 67% of the votes gone elsewhere.
We're talking an awful lot about
collapse.
National, obviously, because this is a disaster for them. But, I mean, we should be talking about Labor, which I think had the mirror opposite campaign to Nationals. I thought that Jacinda Ardern campaigned amazingly. She was let down multiple times by her party, nowhere near as much as, of course, National were, but I thought she campaigned amazingly.
Can she now lead a transformational government that perhaps, arguably, she didn't achieve this last term?
Well, there's going to be a lot more pressure on her, actually, because, I mean, there's no doubt that under trying to juggle a three-party coalition was very, very difficult, and Labor found itself time and time again handbraked from one side or the other. There's not going to be any excuse this time. I mean, either they'll be governing alone. I don't think they will, even if they have the numbers. I think that Jacinda Ardern...
They wouldn't choose to.
They won't choose to. They'll bring the Greens on, and if the Māori Party are there, and it's too early to say, they'll probably potentially bring one of them on.
Looking at the pattern
but there's
also,
no excuse
looking at the
this time.
pattern of where the votes are being counted, I think this is probably going to get better for Labor and worse for National marginally through the night.
That's because of the special votes. We did head to Paddy.
And also,
what we do head to Paddy now, I appreciate that point. They will probably get stronger too because of the specials. Paddy Gower is going to look at a seat, Upper Harbour. Paddy?
Yeah, well, this is another battleground electorate, and there is a war going on in all of these. And I can tell you one thing, Labor is winning it out there in some extraordinary results that are coming through. Let's look at one of them, Upper Harbour here in Auckland. Now, Venushi Walters is a new Labor candidate. She is a bit of a star candidate. She is up against Jake Bezant there. Now, this should be a National Party seat. And remember, it was held by Paula Bennett, but Paula Bennett has retired from politics. Look at that massive majority that she had last time, safe national seat. You'll see this all around the country tonight. I'll show you a whole lot more, but this is the first one to have a really good look at, and Labor is ahead on it with quite a lot of the vote coming in. They are getting ahead in many, many of these seats around the country. We'll show you more. Rangitata, Nelson, it is all happening out there. There is a war on, and Labor is winning it in the battlegrounds.
OK, good stuff, Paddy. Appreciate that. Stay with us. This is Newshub's Decision 2020 election night. We'll be back in a tick. Lovely to have you along this evening.
Welcome back to Newshub Decision 2020 election night. Auckland Central, which was one of the ultimate battlegrounds of this election campaign, and where Chloe Swarbrick, the Green Party candidate, is doing better than the polls anticipated. She is with Sam Hayes now at the Green Party party. Sam, take it away.
Kia ora Tova. Well, I've tracked down Chloe and she's fizzing. You are so excited. These numbers are making you happy.
I'm so excited because we ran a campaign where we went all out. We grew a community along the way. We made so many friends.
You've gone and toned it down. She's toning it down.
We are constantly oscillating. So right now, we're 26% of the vote counted. We're 400 odd votes ahead, but we also had a moment where, 2% less of the vote was counted, where Helen White was about 100 votes ahead. So it's constantly oscillating at this point. No one can take anything for granted, and to be perfectly honest with you, it's exactly the outcome that we predicted, where this will come down to turnout. So you've got what will be counted tonight, but on top of that, the special votes.
So you're not concerned that Helen White is going to pull ahead again and that you two will split the vote on the left and Emma Mello will storm through the middle?
At this point, that's looking highly implausible.
OK, what about the Green Party vote, 8.7? Are you happy with that?
Oh, we're very happy with that. We've never been in a position where, as the Green Party, or as actually any minor party, has gone into government and come out the other side with a stronger party vote and more MPs around that negotiating table. But again, I want to make it really clear that it's far too early to tell.
OK, well, it is very early
OK,
days.
we will leave the Greens and we'll head to Auckland Harbour. We're heading to the Waitemata Harbour, and David Seymour has got himself a 14'6". I don't know, that's not a seat in it, but it's something a little bit more fancy, but not much more fancy than about 15 foot. David Seymour, no life jacket, water safety. The water safety won't be impressed with that because look out, this is an overloaded boat, isn't it? Seymour is coming to town. It is listing. Wait till he meets the listing MPs coming in. He doesn't know them yet. He's waving to them. Here he is. The King's arrived. It's sink or swim. He's got... Where's your life jacket, David? The others have got them on. Impressive. And there he is. David Seymour's arriving.
Polystyrene cup.
Cup of coffee. On the Rafferty boat, he is. It would be probably 16 foot, actually. I do apologise. And David Seymour's arriving at his headquarters in downtown Auckland, which is the Viaduct. 2 fingers up in the air for peace.
I mean, I heard that he wasn't going to do any more photo stunts after that jumping out of an aeroplane debacle, which led to all sorts of political puns in campaign season from political reporters desperate for visual puns. But here we go.
Yeah, got the fishing rods on there as well. No fish, maybe. OK, are we going to head to Tom McRae? Okay, not Tom Gray. What I'm interested in Auckland Central, and if we could just, I don't know if we can bring up the Auckland Central electorate again, but Chloe Swarbrick, it seems to me that the Auckland Central voters voted strategically. I'll introduce the panel with me. We've had a change of panel. Dream team. Russell Norman, I don't think you've been described as that ever, but anyway, good evening to you. Russell Norman, Greenpeace and former Greens co-leader. Let's go back to Tom. I'll get to you, gentlemen. Sure. Tom McRae is with David Seymour. Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Here is Mr. Seymour. David, what's your reaction to how things have gone so far for you this evening?
Oh, look, we're very pleased and we'll have a lot more to say in just a second. Hey.
It looks like you're going to get 10 MPs in.
But we got to get up there. We'll talk in a second.
What's your message?
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll stop for a hug.
What's your message to David? What's your message to all your supporters this evening?
Hey, you go, mate. Thank you.
Parliamentary staff are doing well to block the shot there. It was a very impressive shot. So they're coming on through.
David Seymour, the pop rocket, all that Dancing with the Stars training has paid off. He hurtled through the crowd.
I would expect him to dance right up to the stage actually and give a speech straight away. He'd probably stay with David Seymour. He's walking through the crowd now. Obviously, there's quite a few numbers there.
Look at that. I mean, compare that to the National Party.
I was going to say, it looks like there's more there than National.
That's the voice of former Labour leader David Cunliffe that you're hearing there. We've also got Chris Finlayson, former National Party MP and Minister with us as well. We'll do a proper introduction soon, but if you hear their voices piping up...
This should be the National Party headquarters on any other sort of election night. It would be full and bustling.
I'm making no comment.
Chris Finlayson, you will not be quiet for long, I'm sure, but we'll get to you shortly. There's David Seymour on the stage. The King's arrival.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man who...
And then the DJ came.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my neighbours in the Epsom electorate for returning me again, and I look forward to working for you from Monday morning. 27 Gillies Ave is my office, 522746 MP Epsom at parliament.gov.nz. I want to thank the people of New Zealand, around 200,000 New Zealanders who have put their trust in ACT and would like this genuinely independent team of fabulous ACT MPs to work for you. For the ACT Party, this is just a stepping stone to better policy for all New Zealanders, because as the world has changed, our small island nation must change with it. We must adapt to our new reality, get on top of the debt and rebuild a country that we can all be proud of. And these people will be in Parliament asking the hard questions, but not only opposing, also proposing ideas for a better tomorrow. I want to thank, in addition to my Epsom neighbours and those New Zealanders who party voted ACT from Cape Reinga to the Bluff, I want to also thank our 55 candidates up and down New Zealand. I want to thank all of those people who make our democracy real. How good was Andy Parkin driving the bus 16,000 kilometres to hear New Zealanders? I want to thank all those people that came to our public meetings and participated in our democracy so that we could think about a better future and put those ideas into action in our Parliament. I want to thank those thousands of New Zealanders who gave up their hard-earned money before the IRD got it and gave donations to make our campaign a success. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank one volunteer in particular. There are so many. And that is John Windsor. John Windsor is the quintessential volunteer, putting up our hoardings, organising our mail delivery. That is what democracy is about. Make no mistake that the policy settings New Zealand has today are not sustainable. We can't lock ourselves down and keep borrowing to paper over the cracks. We must confront our new reality that this virus is going nowhere and get smarter in how we adapt. We must have an honest conversation about the debt.
OK, that is ex-David Seymour live from his headquarters in Auckland. You'd think that they won the election, wouldn't you? What he hasn't been realistic about is the fact that the right has collapsed tonight in the polls. David Cunliffe, good evening to you. Chris Finlayson, former National Party Minister.
Good to see you.
We won't talk national at the moment because we've spoken about national. Great night. Winston Peters voters have walked away and they've gone there, haven't they?
And some of Nationals voters as well. So this is a pretty sad night for the centre.
Guys, sorry, we've got to cut to Jerry Brownlee in Ilam.
The numbers in Ilam aren't looking so great for you at this stage. How are you feeling about that?
No, they're not, and that's probably the problem with being campaign chair. You're away quite a bit, so we'll just see how the night progresses.
How are you feeling about your chances tonight, though, looking at the numbers now?
Well, I wouldn't speculate at this stage, about 20% in, so let's see what the rest of it does.
And how is the party feeling at this stage?
Oh, look, the party's in good spirits, and I think we've had a very good ground campaign. We've always known that it was going to be a tough haul. And of course we've had our own disruptions along the way. So look, I think everyone's will be in good shape after this, regardless of the result.
And what will your plans be after this, regardless of the result?
Well, they'll be the plans that I make after this. Thank you.
OK, that would be one of the incredible numbers there. Brownlee is second to Sarah Pallett in the Ilam electorate. This is true National Party territory.
4,000.
He's in trouble. He's gone. If you look at some of these numbers, and Brownlee's second place. Chris Finlayson, I'll bring you in here, former National Party Minister. You've sat alongside Jerry for a number of years. This would be the National Party boil-over of the night.
Oh, I think so.
Was it ever picked that he was going to go?
I know that there was a by-election in 1967 when Fendleton just about went Labour, but this is the sort of epic struggle we're talking about tonight. It's a disaster.
That's indicative of the swing. That might be more indicative than the swing itself. That there would tell you that Labour's in for a great night, Greens are in for a great night, New Zealand First is looking terrible, and it looks like a massive result for the left. David?
It looks like a landslide. Currently, with about 16% of the votes counted, we're on about 50.3%. National down to about 25.9%. The Greens on about 8%, ACT on about 8%. New Zealand First, it's not going to get above the line.
Russell, Norman, do you think that even if Labour can govern alone, do you think they're going to bring the Greens in some kind of confidence and supply or coalition arrangement?
I think it's pretty likely that they would want to. Normally in this situation, the parties go for a supermajority. There's a danger, of course, for the Greens in that. I mean, this government that we've just had has been hardly transformational. And when you look at these numbers we've got now, with Labour in a very strong position and Labour plus Greens in an even stronger one, 60% of the vote almost between them, there's just no more excuses not to actually have a transformational government.
No, but the thing about it is that the Greens' power is taken away. But if Labour doesn't need them, it invites them in, it's Labour's call. I mean, Labour makes the call. The Greens don't have a backbone on this.
That's true, but Jacinda herself has said she wants to lead a transformational government. Climate change is apparently our nuclear-free moment, and yet we still haven't seen the kind of transformation on climate change and biodiversity that was promised. So now there's no more excuses when you've got more than half the seats in Parliament.
So your challenge to the Green Party is not to be so timid like they were for the last 3 years?
Well, I think that they need to be as strong as they possibly can. Obviously, their position is a bit weakened in that Labor don't need their numbers, right? So that does weaken their position. But nonetheless, if Labor want them in, they should demand that there be true action on climate change.
David Cunliffe, you know a thing or two about leaking MPs in a caucus and agitating against leaders. How damaging do you think it was to the National Party that there was leaking during the campaign?
It's not so much what is leaked, but the fact that leaking is going on. Because the public's not stupid. They know if a party's own MPs are leaking against their own leader, that they're not confident in victory and they're trying for some bizarre reason thinking that that will save their own skin, and it never does. It always backfires. But I think you've touched on some crucial points here. Is this going to be a government where it's Labor and Greens locked into an arrangement where Labor needs the Greens on every vote? Does Labor have the votes? Will it have the votes to govern alone? And will it choose to do so?
It could be a weaker... They may not need a competence supply agreement. You have a different sort of agreement.
They may not, and the Greens... But then you're only one banana skin away from a problem.
But Winston's not there, so the problems don't always arise.
That particular banana may not be there. But
now, you've got FOMO tonight? You want to be back with the Labor team?
No, I'm having a great time after politics, and I had a great time in politics.
I would like to throw that same question to Chris Finlayson. Do you have FOMO tonight?
No, I moved on, but you know,
Did you ever? You were pretty
I'm pretty schizophrenic tonight because my joy that Winston has gone is matched by the fact that
would you like to dance? Would you like to dance for this? Would you?
It'll be a slow waltz, but the National Party in caucus needs to have a good hard think about its behaviour. They've really let down the party outside Parliament that does all the fundraising for them. And you raise the question of leaks. Well, I just hope Denise Lee has a good hard think about the corrosive effect of her memorandum that she should have known would be leaked.
Inexperience.
It's cost about
There's
3 or 4
goosebumps there. You don't want to be told off by Chris Finlayson.
No, it really has. Let's head back to Auckland Central to David Seymour and Tom McRae. David Seymour, good evening to you. Duncan Garner here on the program tonight. David, well done. Congratulations.
Good evening, Duncan.
Yeah, nice to have you on the program. Congratulations.
Well,
You've done well.
Well, thank you. Look, we're very proud of ACT's result. I'm very pleased that my neighbours in Epsom have re-elected me. And I'm looking forward to seeing this ACT team in Parliament not only holding the government to account, but also proposing ideas for a better tomorrow.
So it's obviously you're accepting that you're not going to be in government. National hasn't done well enough tonight, and just looking at the numbers right now, no, they haven't got the numbers, haven't got the seats for it, so you're going to be in opposition. What can you achieve from opposition? I mean, it's a great night tonight, the high tide's there, but for the next 3 years, what do you do?
Well, if you look at what I've been able to do as a party of one, charter schools, end-of-life choice, making principled stands that have actually widened the agenda for the whole country on things like free speech, fair firearm laws, I think that we can do a lot. And it's going to be for the next 3 years about ACT showing a better agenda. I think our friends in National have failed to do that. We do have ideas around reviewing Pharmac and doing a mental health review and allowing the next generation to build like the boomers. You're going to hear a lot more of us setting out what a better future looks like, because while I want to congratulate Jacinda Ardern for this election, you know, there's a difference between being able to market and being able to deliver, and our criticism has never been personal, it's always been about delivery.
And David Seymour, it's Tova O'Brien here. Congratulations. Just wondering, do you now know what's your prediction for how many MPs you're going to be bringing in tonight, and do you now know all of their names?
Yes, you're very funny, Tova, but I'll do the jokes.
David.
We can't
take it away. Take it away.
What's that, sorry?
How many MPs are you predicting you'll bring in tonight?
Look, as far as I've seen from the updates that have come through so far, we'll bring through 10 MPs. If you look at, Brooke Van Velden, Nicole McKee, Chris Bailey, Simon Court, James McDowell, Karen Chur, Mark Cameron, Tony Severin and Damien Smith. They're going to be excellent people, and we've spent a lot of time with them
sweet road to redemption, David.
And we actually... Well, as you know, Tova, we started recruiting our team 18 months ago, so we're going to be bringing in a really high-quality team, and I think people are going to be impressed with what they see from ACT as parliamentarians over the next 3 years.
OK, hey, good stuff, David. Appreciate your time on the program tonight, and probably will come to you at another stage throughout the evening. Well done to you and to your team. Let's head to Paddy Gower. This is looking like a majority Labor only, if they choose to. Government, the numbers are so big. Paddy, take it away.
Yeah, these numbers are actually extraordinary, with 26% of the vote in, over a quarter, time to start really seeing some trends out there. The vote has settled. We've just been talking to David Seymour. Suddenly Seymour, 7.7%, our first historic result, the highest that the ACT Party has ever got in the time that it has been formed. Now, looking at the National Party, 25.8%, blue murder on National's dance floor. It is the worst result in its 84-year history, aside from the time that it slipped to 20%. This is shocking for National, and they are losing MPs all over the country. Judith Collins has been crushed by COVID and crushed by this. And what we're now looking at is a landslide, a modern-day MMP landslide. Actually, results like this shouldn't happen in this current system. In fact, we have to go back to 1946 before there were results like this. Winston Peters is out of Parliament on these numbers. He is history. That is the end of a kingmaker, queenmaker. And look at this extraordinary 8.1%. Put that on top of the left-wing vote, and they are absolutely creaming this election. Now, we have our friend Ryan Bridge down in Parliament to show us how this would actually lay down and use these whiz-bang graphics, if we can bring them up. But if we can't, we can just come in, Ryan.
Paddy, you want to control this house. You want to control this house, Paddy, and Jacinda Ardern is doing that tonight. She's doing that easily. Remember, the lucky number is 61 seats here in the Parliament. That is what you need. Let's bring in the coalition builders. She doesn't even need it. Jacinda Ardern, so dominant here. You know, I'm a pretty tall guy, and this is an incredible result for the left in politics tonight. Have a look at this. Along with the Greens, assuming they decide to go along with the Greens, 76 seats here in the Parliament. National and ACT barely get up to my knee when it comes to seats here in the Parliament tonight. Let's have a look at what that means. And this is unprecedented. Remember, John Key couldn't do it. Helen Clark couldn't do it. Based on these numbers, if the trend continues, Jacinda Ardern is doing it, and it's a sea of red. Have a look. They jump across that winning line with ease. Add to that the Green Party seats, if you want to get them to 76. And then we've got David Seymour already celebrating, already off the boat with 10 MPs. And the National Party, the only thing the National Party crushed during this election was itself. 34 seats in this Parliament. That is only 7 more seats than they had after a trouncing in 2002 under Bill English. This is incredible stuff, and it gives Jacinda Ardern and Labor complete control of this Parliament.
Good stuff, Ryan. We will leave you there. We'll come back to you a bit later on in the evening as well. Thank you for joining us this evening. It is looking like a majority Labor government at this stage, although things can change. The first time in MMP history that you would have had one party control the New Zealand Parliament. Stay with us. We're back after the break. Welcome back to Decision 2020 on Newshub. Great to have you along this evening. I hope you're having a fantastic night, because it is a huge night for the Labor Party as they march on for a second term, historic second term, in what could be a majority standalone one-party government, if that's the way they choose to go. Joining us on the panel this evening, we've just changed it over again. Shane DePoe. Kia ora. Kia ora, good evening. Welcome to you. Josie Pagani, lovely to see you. Kia ora. As always. And Trish Sherson, AM show, political commentator.
I'm confused. It's the wrong end of the day.
And I remember, what are the hours anyway? What do you make of it so far?
Oh, it's a landslide. It's 72, it's 84. This is all about Labor. King Governor on its own, not done in any other time under MMP, losing seats like possibly Rangitata, you know, and in 87 I remember Labor almost won Remurewa. Who would have thought in 2020 they're going to win Rangitata?
They're doing well in Epsom on the paper.
They are.
Too. Trish Sherson, bring you in here.
It is unbelievable, and I think, you know, politics is all about symbolism. If you're the National Party, you have to downgrade your party venue because no one wants to turn up, and you don't have the foresight to think you're having it at the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron where the jokes are going to be made about the sinking ship being moored out the back. It is just all wrong for them.
Sorry to cut you off there, Trish. We're going to go to Wellington now, Wellington Central, where Grant Robertson is the Labor Party finance spokesperson.
Labor has led the country through COVID and the plan that we've got for the future, and so I'm optimistic about hanging on to Wellington Central.
Have you spoken to your leader, Jacinda Ardern, tonight? How's she feeling?
I haven't spoken to her since the results started coming in, but I spoke to her earlier today, and she was tired like we all are, but I think she was happy that we'd run a positive campaign, that we'd put out there our plan for the future, and you know, hopefully these results will keep coming through.
And it has been a long campaign. What did you do today, your first day off in a while?
Oh, Yep, look, I caught up with some family and a couple of times. I actually had a massage, which was fantastic, and I cut myself shaving too. So they were my highlights of the day.
And Aisha Verrall is here tonight. Would you like to see her be the next health minister?
Oh, look, those decisions are ones that are taken by the Prime Minister. It'll be fantastic to have Aisha in our caucus. She's a person with amazing background as an infectious disease specialist. Obviously, a lot of knowledge of the health system, but those sorts of decisions are well into the future.
How do you think the Greens are going tonight?
They seem to be going relatively well. Well above the 5% at the moment, but as I say, it's early days for everyone.
And we've noticed as well that there's a cash bar tonight. Does that have anything to do with your budgeting?
That's right. I'm sure people have acknowledged that this is a time for everybody to make a contribution, but no, I didn't have a say in that.
We'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Rosie, just keep him there. Rosie, if you
at the Wharewa.
I was going to say, Rosie, if you can grab him back and ask him another couple of questions for us, but it doesn't matter. He's gone to the cash bar. He's got 14 billion at his disposal.
He's having a massage.
He's got a $14 billion tab.
Yes,
it's very Labour, isn't it? Pay for your own drinks.
Yeah, what, and have the massage?
And have a massage while paying for your own drinks.
Josie Pagani, I want to quickly bring you in here. Welcome to the show. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Your take on this evening?
Extraordinary. This is an absolute landslide for Labour. And you'd have to say now, if not now, when will they do the transformation stuff?
But can they do transformational after COVID, after the country's gone into this huge debt? We now have to work our way out of it. Can they be transformational? Will they?
Oh, well, I think this is now the chance to do this. They have over half the population saying, we trust you, you stopped us getting sick. Now they've got to do and we will get you back to work.
They couldn't build houses, they couldn't build a railway line to Auckland Airport, they couldn't do anything. COVID came along.
And don't forget, they're now addicted to the sweet, sticky sugar hit of the big, soft middle centre voter of New Zealand. They're not going to want to do anything to upset this. And don't forget, Jacinda Ardern has shown she's very cautious. She doesn't really have the depth in the cabinet to do big transformational stuff. And if you look at 1984, when the Labour government was transformational, that was because they absolutely had to be. You had guys at the top who were really tough, and that's not this government.
Shane, she boxed herself into a corner as well with some of those bigger ideological pushes from the Labour Party, things like the capital gains tax, and even this week ruling out to Jenna Lynch saying that she would resign as Prime Minister, basically, instead of implementing any kind of wealth tax.
No, I think that the wealth tax issue and tax structures is a mistake, and I think that they will have to revisit it. And I think they've got a mandate. I think she's got a mandate to do that.
She's told the country. She's told the country she won't do this.
But she could have said what she could have said, Shane, and you and I have spoken about this. That she could have ruled out the Greens' version of the wealth tax and said, "But I make no apology as a Labour leader that we will do something about an unfair tax."
I will tell you what their big bold policy will be this term. It'll be social insurance. And capturing that, building more housing New Zealand homes, doing that sort of stuff. So, but here, well, it was always bound to fail. You know
what we're going to do here. We'll take a quick head down to Mike McRoberts at the National Party. I was about to say funeral. The National Party headquarters. Mike, come on in. It's you and a party of how many?
Yes, this is the National Party's National Party here at Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron headquarters, and you've got to say, to quote the wonderful Australian tourism campaign from a few years ago, where the bloody hell are you? There's still more media here than there are National Party supporters. In fact, this is literally a front row seat. The big screen's just over there.
Socially distanced.
At a front row seat, and it's empty. But if you are a National supporter, it's a pretty grim show to be watching, isn't it? I haven't felt such a quiet election night venue since I was in Times Square in New York when President Trump won. That's what it's like here at the moment. It's deathly quiet.
So, I mean, from where we're sitting, it feels a bit like a wake, and as Duncan said, a funeral. You know, what are people saying around there? What's the vibe from the few people that are there?
They're not saying much, Toba. You're getting the kind of look, those sort of looks, you know, the sort of stare at the bottom of your drink and, you know, grimace sort of looks. There's one National MP here so far, Melissa Lee is here. Haven't seen any others. We haven't heard of any others arriving yet. Remember, this was a scaled-down event anyway, so, boy, it's not great.
Is there any sense as to when Judith Collins might show up, if indeed she shows up?
Yes. Well, there's a flurry of activity before because someone mentioned that she might be here soon, but I don't think that is the case. I think she is going to Auckland Central. I know we've got Jessie standing by at the hotel when she gets there, and then she'll be coming here. I think David Seymour kind of surprised everyone by speaking so early, and so people were thinking that maybe Judith Collins might do the same here, but that isn't the case. We're still holding up, and hopefully a few more of the party faithful come through by then.
Yeah, you might need to give them something to keep them going, Mike. Maybe, I don't know, if you flick them a copy of your book or something, maybe sell a few of those and, you know, something like that. Maybe do a speech yourself, get up on the stage and do a speech yourself, or just something to keep them going.
Well, I could probably get up to the bar because there's no one there at the moment. They are charging too, by the way, but I don't think they'll be making a hell of a lot of money.
No, and yeah, Mike does like a drink too, so Mike, I'll leave you go to the bar because it's free, so you go for it, mate.
Thanks very much, Mike. Battleground states, this is where things are... electorates where things are really heating up. And this is one of the ones that I'm particularly interested in. This is one of the ones that the Labour Party has been talking up its chances in. Paddy Gower, take us away with the Wairarapa.
Yes, and I'm sure that down there they don't mind being called a state Tova. They'll love that as well because that's the way they feel, and it is a real battleground down there. And have a look at it because it was meant to be a three-way race down there, a National Party seat. Remember, it's a very hang on, we're just going to go back to see Judith Collins, actually.
Yeah, thank you, Paddy. Heading back to Jessie Mulligan at Nationals Hotel. Jessie?
Hi guys, you just missed her. Judith Collins has just arrived now, so a little later than expected at her hotel, the back entrance of the Sky City Grand. I tried to get my book signed, but she was not in the mood to stop and do autographs. She'll be going straight upstairs and then making a plan to head down to that Royal Yacht Squadron. So Judith Collins has just arrived at the Sky City Grand, but I'm sure pretty soon we'll be seeing her on her way out again.
OK, thank you, Jessie. Paddy, back to you.
Yeah,
rural state.
Thank you, Jessie. I'm back down in that rural state down there. And, of course, it was a three-way race. It was a National Party seat. Their candidate had retired. Ron Mark, that well-known New Zealand First MP, is there, and Kieran McAnulty is also there as well, having a look at it. Now, what is happening here is happening all around the country, actually. Let's look at these numbers because McAnulty is actually caning it. McAnulty will take out the seat. It is his. We can virtually call it. He is well ahead of the National Party candidate, and Ron Mark, who's really well known there and would have liked to have thought he had a chance there, is getting absolutely wasted. We will have more of these battleground seats. I'm looking at all of them, and I can tell you what I'm seeing. I see red, I see red, I see red. Back to you guys.
Oh, nice, Paddy, nice, Paddy, nice, Paddy. Where's the split ends? The split ends with the National Party because they were having a shocker. Ron Mark.
Well, he got 7,000 votes last time, and that's probably helped Kieran out. Kieran will be cabinet or thereabouts. Labor had some hopes in terms of winning the seat. The guy is a machine. He's run a good ground game, and Mike is new to the scene.
We will head to New Zealand First at some stage shortly because that's the other side of the story tonight, which we haven't yet mentioned. So National down and ACT up and New Zealand First. We're just seeing some pictures at the New Zealand First now. The force for the North. I'm not sure where the force was. The North's still there.
More of a breeze.
And this fella here is
on his own.
On his own, but he's trying to breathe life into it.
Chuffed that we're able to even partake to this extent, given that Anna Bracewell-Worrell and the rest of the media have been locked out.
Anyway, there's a whole lot of PGF money there, isn't there? A whole lot of progressive money that went up there. This is the Regional Growth Fund. Not sure it went into the entertainment. Let's take a quick break. Shall we do this? Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Good to have you along this evening. We'll take a quick break, get our troops in order, and back with you very shortly. Good evening. Welcome back to Decision 2020. You're with the Newshub special here. This is our live shot from Parliament's debating chamber, and those are the latest numbers on the party vote that will come up very, very shortly into the system here at Newshub. Good evening to you. Lovely to have you along. Our panel, a new panel, joins us now. Paul Henry, good evening to you.
Good evening.
And Chris Finlayson and Trish Sherson remains with us. I want to head to Ron Mark, if we can. Ron Mark is with the Wairarapa seat. John Tamahiti. So see you, Ron, but we'll come back to you shortly, although I think the voters have already said goodbye. Melchan Green is with John Tamahiti in West Auckland, which is the Tamaki Makaurau seat. This is the Māori seat of Tamaki Makaurau, held by Labour's Penny Henare. And JT, oh, he's close, but he's second. Mel.
Oh, I don't know, Duncan. The party's been going here since 6 o'clock anyway. John Tamahiti is taking you back to the glory days. And I'm not just talking 2014 when they last had an electorate vote. I'm talking about the music. We're talking Annie Crummer, Howie Morrison Jr. The party's been going off here.
Oh, look, they're all great Māori musicians.
and he's actually Raratongan, so well, kei te mihi to our Mauteri relations. So they all come out here.
No, but John, you've been hiding out the back of the party tent by the portaloos, and I hope that's not a metaphor for how the night's going for you.
Oh no, look, it's early days yet, and the beauty about our seats is we just went for the candidate vote, and you'll see we'll do a lot better than 2017, and we're in with a chance. All we need, our strategy was to just get one seat to be a fulcrum for 2023, so that's looking possible in 3 of them.
What happens if you don't win a seat? That would be 2 terms without the Māori Party in Parliament. Are the stakes that high that this would be the end of the Māori Party if you don't win a seat?
Oh no, look, we've rebuilt, re-energised and recovered and reasserted a lot of things about us, and so this isn't about Foreshore and Seabed, it's not about Iho Mātau, it's about building an enduring political movement where we believe in ourselves. And because we didn't believe in ourselves enough tonight, that doesn't stop us.
What do you mean you don't believe in yourself enough?
Well, if people want to go to non-Māori leadership, that says a lot about them rather than me.
So you blame Labour?
No, I'm just saying the pervasive nature of being colonised in terms of your spirit and your heart and your soul takes some time to unwind. We're on the way to doing that.
How are you feeling? I mean, everyone, come and have a look at this party tent. Everyone's just partying in there. What about you? How are you feeling?
Yeah, but hey, look, we've got the east, the west, the south, central, and we've got all the leaders from our Māori community here. And I just regret that not enough of our people have turned out to support that across the country. But we never lose hope. We never lose hope.
They certainly aren't in there. Well, we might come back to you later, John, because who knows, tables might still turn, huh?
You never know.
OK, thanks, Mel. Thanks to JT as well. It will be a good party in West Auckland. Move the Tirana, please, get to the Vauxhall. Anyway,
the Nets should learn a thing or two about parties from them.
Partying easy. Anyway, well done to them. Right, let's head to Jerry Brownlee, our Nationals Deputy Leader and Campaign Manager, and also the MP, or the sitting MP for Ireland, who could lose his seat tonight. I think he's behind. He is behind by a couple of thousand votes. Jerry, good evening, and do I say commiserations? Is it too early to say commiserations? It looks like a tough night for you guys.
Well, yeah, it is a tough night, obviously, but, you know, it's not over till it's over, and you know, this is how democracy works. It's been a very interesting election, somewhat dominated, or totally really dominated by the COVID-19 effect. And, you know, we saw a 180-degree turnaround of the polls back in April, and it's just got better for the current government ever since. So, you know, it's been a good campaign in lots of ways, but some of the issues that might normally have been talked about simply haven't been on the table.
Yeah, do you think, Jerry, I mean, this is largely a concession, really, isn't it? I mean, I know it's early in the night, but it's largely a concession when you look at the numbers. Do you think it's a Labour-only government, a Labour-Green government? What do you think it looks like?
Oh, I suspect it'll be Labour-Green by the end of the night. But, you know, let's just see how it all runs out.
And you in your seat, personally, it could be that you lose your seat tonight, which would, I mean, you've helped rebuild Christchurch. You were the Christchurch minister, if you like, the rebuild minister. Is this starting to hurt? I mean, do you think you'll lose based on these numbers that are in front of us right now? You're 2,000, 2,500 behind. This is not good. I thought this was a National Party seat.
Yeah. Well, it's a significant gap behind. There's still a lot of vote to count, but look, no one has a right to any seat. No one's got a mortgage on it, and it is the choice of the voters, and you know, obviously accept that.
Jerry Brownlee, you just called the seat for Labour and the Greens. How long do you think Judith Collins has in the job if the election continues to go the way it is?
Well, I think she's done an exceptional job in the very difficult circumstances. She's campaigned very, very hard, and you know, she's also been up against many people actually calling the election well ahead of any votes starting. So she's done a great job, and I think the caucus will look for a stabilising influence, and she will be that stabilising influence.
You'd like to see Judith Collins stay on as leader of the National Party?
Yes, I think that would be a very good idea.
And what about you as deputy leader?
Oh, look, no position is always guaranteed. I'm very keen to see how tonight plays out, and obviously our caucus will meet early next week, and you will sadly be farewelling some people on the look of things, but we'll regroup pretty quickly, and make a decision about where to from here.
Jerry, how many MPs do you expect, how many sitting national MPs on these numbers that we're looking at right now, how many sitting MPs, national MPs, do you expect to lose their jobs tonight?
Look, I can't speculate about that. We had a lot going anyway. We had about 9 who were retiring and were being replaced, so that's why I say there'll be a lot leaving.
What was wrong with your campaign? It just went nowhere. Did you have money? You didn't have any advertising? There was just loyalty. It was woeful.
No, I heard you say that before. It's simply not true. We weren't short of money. I think your assessment of what the campaign looked like is probably different to ours. We thought we were running a campaign that was across broad spectrum media. We didn't spend a lot of money on television, but we did with other media outlets. And look, we're pretty comfortable that we got as broad a reach as we possibly could. I think what you're seeing here tonight is the result from a trend that really started once the first lockdown came in, and it's just built ever since.
But leaving aside,
it hasn't taken away.
Leaving aside, Jerry, for the moment, that the COVID, going up against the COVID behemoth, I mean, you cannot deny that the party had a shambolic campaign. Those leaks from within your own caucus during a campaign, how much did that frustrate you and how much did that hurt your chances tonight?
Well, look, all I can say is that, Judith did a great job, and our caucus will analyse all of those little, pitfalls, missteps, etc., in due course.
Jerry, we appreciate your time this evening. Let's hope it gets better for you if it can. We appreciate that, and we'll catch up. Jerry, thank you so much. We've also got Shane Jones, have we? We've got Shane Jones at New Zealand First. With Anna Bracewell-Worrell. Anna, take it away. Shane's yours.
Oh, is that us?
That is you, Anna Bracewell-Worrell. Good evening. It's all yours.
How are you feeling, Shane Jones?
Well, look, we're in Russell, the Bay of Islands. So I'm a lad of the north. My red face is not from political exertions. I went out fishing today for about 5 hours and, landed some fish, which my guests are rapidly consuming.
Good fish?
Yes. The fish was the John Dory, which apparently has a providential mark on it.
I was just looking a couple of minutes ago at the results in your electorate, and it looked like actually Willow Jean Prime was ahead, followed by Matt King, and then you trailing behind there. How does it feel looking at those results coming in?
Oh, look, you've got to be utterly confident until the entirety of the vote has been counted. I stood up to be counted myself here in Northland. However, there has been a lot of disruptiveness. I stood up to be counted myself here in Northland.
OK, we'll leave it there. I'm glad they caught some fish because they haven't caught a trick this entire campaign. Paul Henry, let's bring you in here. I don't know what Shane said there. Can you bring in an interpreter?
No, well, I didn't understand what a lot of people have just said. I mean, it started with John Tamahirian, to be honest. I can't remember the last time I understood anything he said. But I did think he would do better than this, and it looks to me like the Maori Party, I think, may still get Wairiki. I mean, they're really, really close there with thousands and thousands of votes counted there, just sort of 30 votes apart. So that, I think, probably is the Maori Party's best hope of a seat. Brownlee, interesting. He's going to lose that seat.
Yes, he is.
He's going to lose that seat. And he may not make it back on the list.
No, he may not. And you've got to ask the question, absolute trouncing for National. Jerry Brownlee had a lot to do with the campaign. He's the deputy leader. He loses his seat. Should he still be there? There's a clear message being sent.
And he may not. If National poll at 25... which is what they're doing right now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, 25.8. Depends on the electorate MPs that have won their seats or haven't. But it might be that they get no list MPs. I mean, Paul Goldsmith could be out tonight. Might be that lose
Paul Goldsmith, exactly.
No, I don't think so. I think they're going to get quite a number of list MPs because so many people further down the line have lost their electorates.
Their seats, yeah.
But and by the way, I say to the person who sent me a text to stop scowling, I'm not scowling. I'm actually remarkably relaxed tonight because I'm not a party member. I'm a commentator.
And this is not... Let's be fair, Chris. That's just how you look.
Yeah, it is. Isn't that? I'm wearing my golf tie because it reminds me that when I go in a bunker, it's my fault.
Yes.
And the National Party's... That's for John Brocklesby and Wellington. The National Party's in a bunker tonight, and it's its own fault.
Tell me more.
It can come back out of it, but... it would be very interesting to trace the polling of the National Party from the time of Jamie Lee Ross's meltdown, and we've had a litany of cock-ups. And frankly, this is the result of what happens when you talk about yourself and you don't talk about the issues
And does the
that face the
National
country.
Party need to take a degree of personal responsibility here rather than just blaming
Well, it is the party of personal responsibility, so it'd be quite good.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, Jerry's calling it that the polling went downhill after we had the sort of COVID debacle with Simon Bridges. But actually, what this party needs to do is forensically examine how it has squandered one of the strongest party votes that has held up for the last 3 terms. And I would also say, when they're looking at some of these seats that have been lost, look at Auckland Central. That is a direct result of the Muller shambles that National will have lost that seat. And
Fling back to the original campaign in Merv and the undermining of the National Party Auckland Central candidates. It was so emblematic of the shambles.
Well, and also that they tried to helicopter in another National candidate who had already been selected and run that seat. So Emma Mello had about 4 weeks on the ground, I think. And actually, in terms of a refresh, this is a job for the National Party from the chairman down.
Can I just say, though, with this, though, and what we haven't discussed tonight, and we will come to Paddy very shortly with the Wairakei seat, but what we haven't discussed tonight, and I think it's been missing, is the competency of Jacinda Ardern. Now, we faced an international, global pandemic that was going to take us to our knees. We're out partying tonight. We have celebrations all around the place. People are mixing shoulder to shoulder, drinking whatever they're drinking. New Zealand First is still there having a drink, and they're allowed to still. Yet in Britain they have a lockdown. In Britain they have a lockdown.
Well, and Jacinda is getting payback for that now.
And she's
getting
been
payback
rewarded for
a
job well done this winter. Now, you may not agree with everything she did, but she managed this thing to the extent that we have freedom now. We're sitting shoulder to shoulder.
Well, to be honest, and I'm not the first person to say this, but COVID saved Labor.
Correct.
I mean, it would be a very different situation had it not.
They were looking like a one-term government.
Yes, absolutely
they were. Looking woeful.
Absolutely,
they couldn't put their hand in a paper bag and pull something out.
Could they even if they do this forensic kind of inquiry into what went wrong, and I can think of quite a few things that are, you don't need to dig that deep to see what went wrong. Chris, do you think that they can actually even pull it back together, given they're losing so many MPs as well on these numbers? Could they pull it back together by 2023?
Oh, yes, I think so. And look, that proves the point. I am not scowling, I'm professorial. I'm careful and deliberate.
It's a fine line, Chris.
The fact of the matter is I've seen Jack Marshall go down the drain with 32 seats and Muldoon getting 55 the next election. I've seen this sort of pattern. They've had a good caning tonight. We don't allow caning, but you know what I mean. In
maybe that's half the problem.
Terms, they've been very badly treated tonight. They're going to bounce back, but they have to know the pain of tonight, and the caucus has to know that they have failed the people in the party outside Parliament.
I'd like to get your take on this after Paddy presents his battleground, Chris, because this is one of the really interesting Māori seats, Wairakei. It's looking like one of the tightest. Paddy, walk us through the numbers.
Yes, the Taiaha are really out here because this is one of the stories of the night. Can the Māori Party get back? And it's through this seat that they might just be able to do it, and a lot is happening there. Now, we have Tamati Coffey, who holds this seat, and he, of course, is up against someone well known to many New Zealanders, Hana Tamaki, but the man that could take it is Rawiri Waititi. Now, he is actually getting very close to this. This is a seat that Te Ururara Whavel lost in the last election. That's how the Māori Party ended up out of Parliament, and now we're looking at this. This has been going like this for quite a while now, with only 200 votes between these guys. Hana Tamaki has picked up 500 of them, but currently Rawiri Waititi is actually chasing hard. This could be the Māori Party who get back. Now, Ryan Bridge is down with his whiz-bang graphics, and he is going to take us through the minor parties. Come in, Ryan. Whiz-bang Bridge.
Whiz bang, welcome back. Great to have you back here at Parliament. Let's take a look at some of the wasted votes. Now, we've got the Māori Party included here. You will see them up here. Now, if they get that Wairakei seat, that may not be so wasted. But at the moment, as we stand here, these are the wasted votes. The parties that didn't make it across the 5% threshold, the parties that didn't get an electorate seat, as I stand before you. Included in that list is Winston Peters, who is out on these numbers. The New Zealand First Party is gone from this Parliament based on these numbers. Now, if you voted for one of these parties, you might be wondering, what happens to my vote? It's just wasted, thrown away. Someone hides it under a bush. I don't know. I'll tell you what happens to it. It's redistributed. Have a look at the parties that did get across that threshold for MMP. Have a look at the House, the parties that do get seats on tonight's numbers. It is blue, it is yellow, it is red, and it is green. There is a lot of red. In fact, as I said earlier, they've picked up one more actually. Labor and the Greens together would be 77 seats in this Parliament. So this is where the votes go. Those wasted votes are redistributed to those who do get across the line, and that is how the makeup of Parliament is shaping up at the moment. I can tell you, Paddy, and only echo what you are seeing: red, red, red.
It's an absolute genuine landslide, isn't it? And then the specials come in as well. It could be that this is not the high tide mark. It may get even bigger than this. Jamie Lee Ross, I think, he's the former National MP. He's speaking somewhere right now.
We're not going to go there, are we?
No, I think
Please, no.
Okay.
Save us from that.
We're going to take a quick look.
15
seconds go.
Starting now. 15 seconds. Here we go. Jamie Lee Ross, for what it's worth. Oh, who are you?
Luckily, the audio is not worth it.
Right, that's it. Cut.
That's enough of that. All right.
Thank you very much.
I'll be honest, that is the most sense I've ever heard him make.
In 10 years, I spoke to him 3 times, I think.
What did you
talk about?
I don't know, the weather, I think, but he really leaves Parliament after 10 years. His contribution is zilch, and he's never followed.
He was
any
hanging on
advice.
for the salary because he had a few bills to pay. That's
Is there something to be said about Simon Bridges, Chris? Do you think the fact that he, I don't remember, you didn't actually mention him in your valedictory speech, but Simon Bridges, there's something to be said about his resilience, actually surviving the Jamie Lee Ross debacle and managing to keep the National Party polling numbers up.
You're scowling now.
Well, frankly, there's not a lot to be said about Simon, and Judith retrieved the situation. If he had been the leader, it'd be 18 or 19%.
Really?
He really was not a person who should have been leader, and if he harbours any ambitions to be leader again, he should have a good hard
Who's
go.
National's next leader?
I don't know. I think we've got to wait for the caucus make-up. I think that Judith has done her very best.
Does she go on tonight's numbers?
Certainly not. We should stick with her, and they've got to knuckle down. Instead of focusing on the leader, they need to focus on themselves and the party and policy and working like a team.
Of course, what you're giving is good advice, but National won't do that, will they?
Well, I think they may have to, because the good thing about this is it's sort of like an enema that's gone through the caucus and flushed a whole lot of them away.
Shivers.
And they are... shivers, yeah. They're going to have to face reality, and this is reality time for the National Party, and it's a very good thing. And the National Party, I know, is very resilient, and it can bounce back. And remember what Judith did when she'd just come into Parliament in 2002? She dispatched Leanne Dalziel very quickly. She's a good person.
And to quote Judith Collins, Chris Finlayson there, pulling no punches. We're going to take a very short break. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. A far more jubilant party, the Labour Party at the Auckland Town Hall, than the National Party, which we've been looking at earlier, which looked more like a wake than anything celebratory. Everyone's taking their seats, preparing for the imminent-ish arrival of Jacinda Ardern. But Winston Peters, actually, something's happening outside Jacinda Ardern's house. We're going to cross back to Kanoa Lloyd. Kanoa.
Kia ora, guys. Yeah, I think news of Labour's polling has definitely got out around the neighbourhood. There are a lot of people hanging outside Jacinda's house.
More people there than at the National Party.
Waiting for an appearance from the Prime Minister. You can tell it's election night when there are a whole bunch of people looking this way and that every time there is a noise. Earlier, the DPS had to come and tell us we're going to move a car. That does not mean that Jacinda Ardern is actually coming out. We are standing very by. We have seen family members come and go. Jacinda Ardern's sister has arrived to spend this really special evening with her. But other than that, it's a street party and everybody is waiting for the guest of honour.
Do you think, Kanoa, knowing Jacinda Ardern as we do you think there's a chance she might actually come out and greet those people rather than just jump into her fuel-efficient Mercedes-Benz van and head straight to the Auckland Town Hall? Is there any indication that she might come out and do a bit of a...
I certainly hope so. I think all the people that you just saw are really hoping so, and probably a few people that want to feedback on that delicious food that came out earlier. Clark Gayford not only physically delivered snapper bites and venison, whatever they were, but they were properly delicious, and the neighbours, they all tucked into some as well. So like I say, it's been a real street party here tonight, and they'll probably want to say thanks to the chef.
Good stuff, Kanoa. We'll come back to you when it all happens there, of course, as well. Big neighbourhood watch meeting out the front of Jacinda Ardern's house, and they're waiting. Where's this other resident that's not here? So it could be some time yet. What a big night for Jacinda Ardern. I mentioned this before, Linda Clark. This is also a vote of confidence in her. She's got us through COVID, and I don't think we've talked about it enough, that she has been voted by the majority of the country. Well done.
Yeah, there's a real echoes with John Key here in so many ways. But if you think about her path to tonight, you know, she took on the leadership before the last election, just, you know, a few weeks before election day. At the time, many underestimated her. She has been described by National this term as a part-time Prime Minister from time to time. There were always snide remarks about whether she could do it with a small child. I mean, she's had a baby, for goodness sake, during this term, and all the other stuff that she's done as well. And here we have, if you look at Labour's trajectory over the last 3 elections, from about 24% to the mid-30s, and now where we are tonight. That is absolutely extraordinary. And I heard Jerry Brownlee talking about COVID as if that's some kind of excuse for the Nats. It's not. Look at Trump. Trump is going to, you know, fingers crossed, lose an election because of the poor way he has managed COVID. Boris Johnson in the UK is in trouble because of the poor way he has managed
she
COVID.
Could have easily been in trouble tonight had she badly managed it, because she took accountability and responsibility for it.
They could have cocked it up. They, you know, in a sense, they nearly did. There was the cluster.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because sorry, Matthew, but I just said last year, this time last year in October, National was ahead. They were on like 44% and 42%, and Labor was on 40%. But I think you'd have to say, what is this popularity here telling us? I mean, it was a campaign that was run primarily on Jacinda, not Labor, and there was a sort of policy blur. I mean, there was a lot of policy announced, but it sort of blurred into new toothbrushes, banning cotton buds, obesity in the last week, which was bizarre. There was a lot of building stuff. There was a lot of talk about brand and IT, but it was a bit of a blur. So it's very much a Jacinda campaign.
And she like, I think one of the things that's quite amazing in a campaign, politics is so nuanced normally, isn't it? But in a campaign, everything goes into stark relief. And I think Jacinda Ardern really recognised that that was her strength. And that final speech that we heard for one of the big rallies, she was talking up her power as a Prime Minister during crises.
This would have all been different without COVID, but COVID did happen, and there's no point anyone saying otherwise. Right. And I don't think we compare this to John Key and Helen Clark. This is in a category all of its own. This is probably the greatest election victory by a Prime Minister in New Zealand's history. This, if you go back to Peter Fraser after the Second World War, he got 51% of the vote. You go to Michael Joseph Savage, he got 56. You go back to Seddon, the highest he ever got was 58. Those are in the two-party system. If you put together, I know this, you can't strictly do this, but if you put together the left, Labor and the Greens, this is 58, 59% of the vote. This has never happened. This puts her in the pantheon of New Zealand Prime Ministers alongside Seddon, Savage.
Past the post figures in an MMP
but she has a choice now, because as I think Josie's alluding to, there's no doubt that the year of delivery was a complete failure. And now the choice is she going to be a great leader or not?
The consequence of this popularity is the fact that Labor is just sweeping up these battleground seats, and here is one that Labor has been targeting as well. Paddy, tell us about Hutt South.
Yeah, well, first of all, very disappointed you didn't call it a state, because Hutt South is my hometown. So I'm a bit gutted by that, Tova. But let's have a look at it, because they have an MP there, the National Party, called Chris Bishop. He holds the seat. He's one of their young stars, and he's up against Ginny Anderson there. Now, he works very hard there. I see him out and about, and he wants to hold this thing, because he will be in trouble if he has to rely on the list. But look at this. Ginny Anderson is up and Adam in Hutt South. She will be having a coffee in Petone right now, or probably a wine. Chris Bishop is there, and he is behind, and depending on what kind of polling booths are coming in, he could be in genuine trouble. And what I'm wondering here right now as a local is if the blue moon is not going to rise over the hills of Wainuiomata anymore, but it'll be a red sun up there in the morning.
Well, thank you very much. They'll get the favourite son back, of course, that is Gower. Thank you, Paddy. He'll be back, and that'll turn the place into a real state. Don't you worry about that. Let's, where are we going now?
We are going back to the Green Party HQ.
Sam, and not just any old guy, but they've got Guy. Sam.
Yeah, look who I've managed to track down in the crowd. Comedian Guy Williams. Guy, earlier in the evening, things were a bit tense. I thought we may have needed you to lift the mood a bit, but that did not last for long, did it?
If we're relying on me to lift the mood, it's not going to happen. I can't do that. But people are so excited about Chloe. There's like so many young people up there who can't even drink. They've got wristbands on, and it's like a One Direction concert up there, right?
And Chloe herself is, she's Justin Bieber. She is the life of this party, and she's kind of flitting around the room, checking her phone constantly.
Yeah.
She's been about 400 votes ahead now for quite some time. Tell me what happens when the electorates come up on the TV, when Newshub comes up.
Loud screaming. It's hurting my head. It's painful, but it's exciting. Fingers crossed.
You love being here, don't you?
I actually really enjoy this. It's like exhilarating. My hands are shaking, and I really hope New Zealand comes together after this, because I feel like this election's been quite fractious. You know that? You know, it annoys me that Greens and ACT or Greens and National clash. I hope we can come together. Is that too cheesy?
Well, you'll be probably quite pleased to hear that the Greens are ahead of ACT at the moment. Is that satisfying?
It's not about winning or losing, though. It's not a rugby game. Hopefully everyone wants the best for New Zealand.
Look, we're standing by here for the Green co-leaders to turn up. They're going to arrive any minute now. But, of course, you make up one half of the Green power couple, the other half being Gauri's Garaman. Is she safe on these numbers?
That's so embarrassing you called us a power couple. I'm the poor man's Clark Gayford, aren't I? Disappointing and embarrassing.
You look good in green, though, don't you?
Yeah, I like to think so, yeah. But no, the Greens aren't safe, and I'm just praying we get above 5%. But right now, things are looking good.
Looking good. Okay. Well, as I said, we're standing by for James Shaw and Marama Davidson.
So nervous. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
Guy's very stressed. The one person who isn't, guys, I'll tell you, is Chloe Swarbrick. She's she is checking her phone at every moment, but she's looking pretty happy upstairs. I think she's feeling quite safe at the moment.
Good stuff, Sam. Well, no pressure, Guy. It's only government that you'd like you to be in, so don't worry. It's no big deal.
I've just gone back through some of those battleground seats that Labor was targeting, and barring Auckland Central, which looks like it's going to the Green Party, it looks like Labor's scooping up Hutt South, Nelson, Wairarapa, East Coast, Whanganui, all of the battleground seats that it was targeting. One of the other ones which is really close is Waiariki. It's still with the Labour Party's Tamati Coffee, but it is a tight race. We're going to cross to Emma Cropper, who's there with Tamati Coffee now. Emma.
Yes, Tova, we are here. Everyone is on the edge of their seats right now. You can hear them.
Oh, sorry, Emma, I'm going to whisk out of there. We've got the Green Party co-leaders arriving. Go back to the Green Party HQ where the Green Party co-leaders have arrived.
Look, it's a better result than we were polling, and often we've performed worse on election night than we have in our polls, so we're really delighted to see the result that we've got tonight.
Not so long ago, James, you were even talking about the Greens not getting back into Parliament. How do you feel tonight?
Look, absolutely stoked. It's a really good result for us tonight. We are the first support party in MMP history to have improved on our result from election night at the beginning of the term of government. So we're really pleased.
And how do you feel about Chloe's progress tonight? She's sitting about 400 seats ahead at the moment.
Look, it's very exciting in Auckland Central. Never before has a third-party candidate won a seat without a cup of tea deal. And so if she wins Auckland Central, we will be making history on that front as well.
And Marama, how are you feeling?
Oh, a little bit feet above the ground.
They've got a head in, guys.
It's an incredible night for the Green Party.
Okay, so Ingo, the Green Party co-leaders, they're heading in to make of their formal speeches, I suppose, and to meet their supporters and their crowd who are jubilant tonight. They will be heading into government, you would have to think. Josie Pagani, you think they'll be forming some sort of coalition with Labor? Do you think Labor will invite them in? They'd have to, wouldn't they?
I think Labor will want them in, because then they neutralise any attacks from the left. I think from the Greens' point of view, they're in an incredibly powerful position. They've done really well. Around 8% is about what someone like James Shaw would have wanted. It's not too many that he can't control it. It's not too few. My advice to them would be stay on the crossbenches. You can negotiate every bill, every budget.
It was quite tactical. Do you think it was quite tactical, Matthew, that after the Green School debacle, James Shaw and Marama Davidson talking up the prospect of the Greens being out of Parliament?
Ironically, if Labor had needed the Greens, the best thing for the Greens to do would be stay out of it. But they have no leverage whatsoever. They should join the government. If they want to control ministerial offices, departments, budgets, they're going to have to join.
Look at the size of this crowd. Now, you want to be in government, you get all the information. This crowd at the Green Party would have to be, well, how much bigger than Nationals? 5, 6, 7 times bigger? This is a small party.
And usually their parties are in these tiny little kind of dingy places,
yes.
so there's a real role reversal here.
Well, they tried to get a motel, but they were full, see, because New Zealanders are living in them. That's the secret they doesn't want to talk about. But anyway, here they are. We're still here, says James Shaw,
But
I
you
suppose.
see, I think, Duncan, you see, if the Greens stay on the crossbenches, they're going to be... Because Labor don't need them. So if they go into government with Labor, Labor is going to treat them like...
Well, even worse than what they treated them.
Yeah.
But if they're on the crossbenches, Labor doesn't have to talk to them at all.
Yes,
ever.
they do on every... Well...
No, nothing. Labor has 65 seats.
Not if they've got...
Here's Malama Davison. Here's Malama Davison's about to speak. Co-leader Malama Davison.
If she can get through that one screaming person.
Well, if anyone can, she can.
Kia ora tātou katoa te whānau kākariki!
Oh my God, it's still going.
Ngā mihi mai o hā, kia koutou te rōpū kākariki. Ngā kai tautoko e arohana I te kaupapa mō te taiao me te mokopuna. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. To be standing here tonight at the end of an incredible campaign. First, I want to congratulate Jacinda Ardern and her team for an extraordinary win. Absolutely. We have worked productively with Labor this term to get outcomes for our community and our planet. And we are really excited to talk about how we progress that this next term. Results show how much New Zealanders want a strong, truly progressive government. James and I discussed how hard it was going to be to get through these speeches.
We're nearly through page 1.
Yeah, we're nearly through the first paragraph. For the Green Party, James and I, and all of our wonderful MPs, we are beyond thrilled to be able to say, we did it! Success is all of ours to share. There are, of course, some huge thank yous that James will cover on our behalf. And
you're welcome.
You're welcome. And I firstly, personally, want to thank my whānau. Who have been the incredible support and know that this is a collective honour and responsibility that I have been awarded and privileged to receive, and they have stood with me every step of the way. Thank you. I love you. Now, I turn to our supporters. Those of you who thought ahead, so we can create an Aotearoa we are proud to pass on. And I want to thank those advocacy groups who have been on the front line of the important issues that matter. Your scorecards, called political parties. You know what's coming. Your scorecards called political parties to account on all of our policies across health, housing, justice, workers' rights, climate, child poverty, environment, labour rights and animal rights. And I am proud that the Greens have an Aotearoa where everyone has what they need and where we take action to protect our precious papatuanuku, our planet, our environment for future generations. Listen, thank you to those organisations for standing up for our people and our planet when you cast your vote this year. I need to turn to my attention to the team running my Tāmaki Makaurau campaign. I was so proud to straight up ask for your candidate vote. I am honoured to be part of the collective of wahine Māori who have the enduring solutions to all of the challenges that we bear the brunt impact of.
OK, that's Marama Davidson, Green Party co-leader with James Shaw in behind her, who has clapped. He hasn't said much yet, but he's going to thank others on the Greens' behalf shortly. Linda Clark, I just want to bring you in here. They're excited. They are pumped, and I wonder if Jacinda Ardern's just sitting back going, oh, yeah, just slow down, guys.
Look, they're excited. They're entitled to be excited. It's a fantastic result for them, better than many people expected. There'll be National Party voters who are watching that and thinking that's exactly what is going to get us elected in 3 years' time.
Yes.
And the thing here is it's a funny old night, isn't it? Because this is the best result for a progressive vote that this country's seen in my lifetime. And yet the people who have voted, a large number of the people who have voted for Labor in this election are not progressives.
It's middle class.
They have cannibalised Nationals' vote to a large extent. And Jacinda Ardern, and we've seen this time in and time out, and it's what frustrates the activists in Labor and those in the Green Party, she plods a cautious, careful path. She wants policy that will stick. She wants changes that will not be overturned. She won't go fast enough for Marama Davidson and James Shaw.
But Helen Clark also didn't buy some of the big fights either, did she? I mean, they're very, very similar. Get what's achievable. John Key's the same, the caring conservative in the middle.
Yep.
Russell,
yeah, I mean,
Russell Norman, is the wealth tax back on the table?
Well, I think they're going to struggle with the wealth tax, given how the way the campaign went. But, I mean, I do think I disagree with you, Linda. So, I mean, if you think about the first Labor government, you know, it was a transformational government. A lot of the changes brought in by that government are still in place today, right? So you can transform. And they have a mandate with a very large majority to bring in the climate transformation that was promised at the previous election, in fact. And we haven't had that climate change transformation over the last 3 years. And I think that there is enormous pressure on them now to actually deliver on not just the Green promise. Not just the Green promise. It's the Labor Party promise to transformation on climate change, and they have not delivered yet. So they've got another chance to do it. I totally agree with you,
but I also think that when Jacinda Ardern and Grant Robertson do the numbers on why they are here tonight, they will look at it through a more cautious lens, certainly than you do, and even than I would.
David, I want to bring David Cunliffe in here because otherwise I'll be sorry for being a man if I don't get you in here, mate. So you go for this. What do you...
I'm sorry, I'm so polite tonight.
No more sorries from you.
No more sorries, David Cunliffe.
Absolutely. No, I'm well over that. Well over that. So this is a blue bloodbath, isn't it, really? I mean, you've got seats, all the H's, you know, the Hutt South, Hamilton West, Hamilton East. God, why Makariri probably going, Ilam going.
That's no H.
It doesn't, no. Thank you very much. Your attention to detail has grown over the years, Tova. That's fantastic. Look, why is that happening? Partly it's a thank you for COVID. It's a thank you that we've got so many people with us now that we wouldn't have had if we'd had an American or a British or a French or an Italian or a Brazilian or a Russian or an Iranian response. So the New Zealand people are saying to this government, you managed lockdown well and you kept us fed, you kept us in jobs. But COVID's not over. And I think Russell said something very important. They've got a mandate now to really change this place. What counts more than anything else is what we build back to. Are we going to build a new, clean economy?
Build back better.
Are we going to have greater levels of equity and well-being? or are we going to go back to the same?
And that is the opportunity
exactly
of COVID, right? That is the opportunity.
We've never had 50 billion to spend. Normally we have about 2 billion a year.
But it is going to require a change in gear and a different kind of
imagination. It's going to require a strategy that causes alignment. Otherwise, we're going to have in 3 years' time a pushback from the right.
If you were Jacinda Ardern, very quickly before we go to a break, if you were Jacinda Ardern, do you invite the Greens in formally into government so it's a formal coalition, or do you keep them outside?
That's an easy question for Labor. Yes, invite them in.
Invite them in.
Absolutely, because then you have your arguments in the room, not on the 6 o'clock news.
And someone to blame as well.
Absolutely. If you're the Greens, that's a much harder question. You've got to trade off information, portfolio power, seats at the cabinet table and personal ambition against the fact that you lose the leverage once the deal is done.
Green Party co-deputy prime ministers.
Well, but do you trade political capital for ministerial positions or for policy gains?
For policy gains this time around.
I don't know if
I want to see some change happen. I think a lot of New Zealanders do.
You've got to spend capital on something, and ministerial positions
and
does take capital.
And John Key didn't. And I think that's what a lot of New Zealanders are going to be asking themselves. What is this government going to spend its capital on?
David, well said. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Take a quick break. We'll be back seeing more of you very shortly. Good evening to you.
Would be easy, but because of a deeply held belief in Aotearoa, in our capacity to work together, to leave behind a country that is better for what we did. And we thank you. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And we cannot thank each of you by name because there are 7,000 of you. But I do
OK, welcome back to the Newshub Decision 2020 election special. Good evening to you. That is James Shaw, the Green Party co-leader, giving the Green supporters a schooling in Green Party politics. I think Green schooling. Good evening to you. Let's talk to the north.
Well, yeah, that's right. I mean, we've got a little bit of intel. We know that Judith Collins is going to be leaving her hotel in about 10 minutes, but we've been waiting for Winston Peters. What are we? 9:11 now. He was supposed to be delivering a speech at 8:45. So let's track up to the Winterless North and talk to Anna Bracewell-Worrell. Anna, what's going on? Where is he? Where's Winnie?
That is a very good question, Tova. Shane Jones came out and introduced Winston Peters, delivered what sounded a lot like a concession speech. You know, he said it's not over yet, all the votes aren't in yet, but he did say the voters will deliver whatever they deliver. Essentially, things aren't looking good for New Zealand First at the moment. Shane Jones delivered that speech, introduced Winston Peters, but Winston Peters didn't appear. We've been waiting, still waiting, half an hour now. He has not appeared, but he is supposed to be coming down those steps up onto this stage behind me and delivering some kind of speech. Who knows when? Hopefully he does turn up and deliver that speech at some point. There are a lot of supporters here who are certainly waiting for Winston Peters, and I'm sure they would like to kind of pay at what looks at this stage like pay their respects to him.
And interesting as well, isn't it, Anna, that Winston Peters even let Shane Jones talk after you reported this week that he gagged Shane Jones from doing any of those kind of post-election interviews. What are people on the ground saying there? Is there a kind of sense of resignation from the people at the party?
They're still saying that they're hopeful, but the mood is definitely sombre, a bit muted. It's definitely not the party of that people will be seeing at Labor, for example, today. Yeah, I mean, people are feeling, I would say, people are feeling a bit gutted.
Good stuff, Anna. That is Anna Bracewell-Worrell, of course, at the New Zealand First headquarters in Russell. Let's head across to Paddy Gower now. The party vote, a crucial party vote, and boy, it is Labour's night. It is a sea of red, Paddy.
Yeah, it's more than a sea or red. It is in a tsunami just cruising in and destroying everything in its way. Now, look at this. David Seymour, 7.7%. We saw him come in on a boat, but he is getting a whole lot of MPs to live on his yellow submarine. And look at this. Speaking of blue for the sea, and the tide is well and truly out on the National Party. Crusher has been crushed in this COVID election, and it is causing chaos and carnage all over the country. National MPs are losing their seats every which way. And it all comes down to this. The big red bus has come in and absolutely gone over the top of it with 50.2%. And I'm actually going to go out on a limb here, guys, and call it for Labor. I think they're going to win.
Brave.
All right.
Oh, so brave. He's so brave. What courage.
has the power. In fact, she has absolute power, which is extraordinary in an MMP electoral system. Winston Peters, do not forget about him. This is a man who has been off and on in Parliament since 1979. In fact, he tried to win a seat in 1975, and tonight he is gone. It is over. And now we have Marama Davidson and James Shaw. Yes, Grant Robertson is speaking. We're not going to go to Hanson Ryan, we're going to go to Grant Robertson.
Yeah, we'll just go to Grant Robertson in Labour's headquarters.
Might be. But firstly, because we want to make sure that we get through everybody who's here in the room before we hear from Jacinda and others who will no doubt appear shortly on the screens behind me. So we're going to keep it pretty short for the candidates who are here tonight. The very first thing I want to do is echo what Fleur's just done, which is to thank every single one of you. I look around this room here tonight, and this is my 5th election here in Wellington Central, and I look around this room tonight and I see the faces of people who have been here every single day of those 5 years. I look around the room and I see people who've just joined up this year and in the last few months. You are the most incredible team of workers, and I want to thank each and every one of you. I most especially, though, need to thank my Wellington Central campaign team, who did have to deal with me not being here as much as I might normally have been. My fantastic campaign manager, James Little. James, you've just been absolutely amazing. Alex O'Connor, who isn't with us here tonight, to thank that. We've got an amazing campaign team, but I do this every election. I always do decide I am going to single one person out. So everyone in the Wellington Central campaign team, thank you so much. But Alan Platt, you are an absolute legend. Just unbelievable work as our volunteer coordinator at this election. So, folks, this looks like we're heading towards a pretty incredible result. I can see my caucus colleagues around the room, and we're going to hopefully have a few more added to us. But this is a result that's about a Labor Party that's shown our ability to get through a 1 in 100 year health shock and economic shock, to, as Fleur said, look after our people's lives and their livelihoods. This has been as much for me, this election, about making sure that we look after every single New Zealander in the face of a shock that's not yet over. But more than that, we've got a plan, and it's a plan to make sure that we address some of those long-term issues in New Zealand, so the issues around inequality, the issues around climate change, the issues around making sure we have higher paying jobs. We can do all of those things at the same time as we protect New Zealanders. I hope that's what we'll see at the end of the night, but until then, thank you very much.
OK, that's Labour's finance spokesperson, of course, the finance minister, and in many ways could be the deputy prime minister, although that would probably go with Kelvin Davis. Anyway, Grant Robertson. So Labour on 50.5% of the vote tonight. That gives them 66 odd party seats. Huge, massive, and Grant Robertson wants more. Let's head to Ryan Bridge in Wellington in the Parliament. Ryan, all yours.
Good evening, guys. This is a result that almost defies logic under MMP. It's almost a vote against MMP. Remember, we brought MMP in part because we were sick of big single parties swinging us to the left or swinging us to the right with Rogernomics. This result, well, it says, who cares? Labor and the Greens. Labor alone doesn't even need the Greens. Labor alone here on 66 seats. Add the 10 Green seats to that and you give yourself 76. This is an outstanding result for the left bloc. It's getting taller than me as the night goes on. If we're going to use analogies, and Paddy's getting into it, this is the Sky Tower, and there is no beating it. Let's bring in the seats now and have a look at how it plays out in Parliament. It is, as Paddy has said again, the red tsunami is just swallowing up more and more seats as it goes along. And you can see here the Greens and the support of the Green Party may prove, well, it won't prove crucial, but it may prove important to them if they want to have friends at the next election. That's the important point about MMP. You always want to have options. And the Green Party would be one of those options at the next election. As you can see, ACT has done very well tonight, and then it is the National Party. A sad night for the National Party, and their count at the moment, just 34 MPs. Guys.
Thank you very much, Ryan Bridge, in the Parliament with those incredible graphics. David Cunliffe, you're scribbling a whole lot of things down on your piece of paper for me to... Oh, sorry, we're going to Winston Peters.
Heading to... Here we are. This is in Russell. Winston Peters, right honourable, on his way out of Parliament, you'd have to think.
This is history, guys.
And he's smiling.
He'll be dignified too. You watch.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, for all those people who voted for New Zealand First in this election, our sincere gratitude. To all the volunteers who worked in the most difficult circumstances, thank you for your efforts. And sincere appreciation to all our staff, both around the country and in Parliament, for a tremendous effort in government and again right across the country in all those offices. And a special thanks to our team that got on the bus and travelled 12,000 kilometres from one end of the country to the other. Ladies and gentlemen, elections are about democracy and what the people wish, and we should never stop trusting the people, who we are privileged to serve in whatever capacity and for however long. We committed ourselves 3 years ago to be a constructive partner in government, to provide certainty and stability in a fast-changing world. We all recall that in 2017, after election night, we predicted an economic crisis, and sadly, it's here. Its effects have not been well canvassed, but if there's one cause for grave disquiet, it is the nature of the economic crisis not being properly understood. This was an election that, because of COVID-19 and extended lockdowns, was like no other this country has ever seen, even in wartime. To those who have been successful tonight, our congratulations and best wishes. For 27 years, there's been one party that's been prepared to question the establishment and challenge authority. And tonight, more than ever, that force is still needed. For in any challenge, it is the preparedness to stand up and take on the challenge, win or lose, that really matters. And as for the next challenge, we'll all have to wait and see. God bless you and God bless New Zealand. Thank you very much.
An extraordinarily short speech from Winston Peters.
Ending like Elvis there.
Yeah, but dignified as well and not saying too much at all.
You guys have a great night.
You guys have a great night. The final words. He won't get a valedictory speech in the New Zealand Parliament, and I'm just going to bring this up with you, Linda Clark. It's a real pity.
I mean, that's a pity, because as Paddy said earlier, exactly right. 1979, he first came to Parliament. He's had a couple of terms when he's been turfed out, and he's come back in. Since 1993, he's led that party. And one of the things about this is, I mean, I know he's a controversial figure, and I know viewers will be watching this at home and thinking, oh my God, you know, it's just another ex-gallery hack who's got a soft spot for Winston. We all have a soft spot for Winston.
Anna Bracewell, while we're trying to get an interview with him.
The thing about Winston is he was actually useful in this government. He stopped some ideas that New Zealanders didn't want. He stopped ideas that New Zealanders didn't want, and his instinct on a lot of these things was correct, and he will be missed.
Well, I'm not sure about that, because I think on some things he just stopped things. But the interesting thing about Winston, and I've been thinking about this all week, is he's one of those politicians, very divisive at the end. He'd run out of steam. I mean, he's 70-something. It was time to go. But I think that we will kind of miss him when he's gone. Only because, you know, the old warhorse goes, but the voting base remains. Right. And he attracted an older, more conservative kind of New Zealander who longed for simpler times.
Yeah. Who's the champion now? So who's the champion?
Now, where do they go? And one
some
thing
of them may go to the loony right.
Yeah, they may go to much more dangerous places.
Absolutely right.
And 3 years from now,
quite a few of them actually at his public meetings, there were always 5G COVID believers.
But if they get organised, right, they'll get over 5%.
The Parliament can invite Winston back in. He won't get a valedictory speech, which is a traditional thing that MPs usually get to say goodbye. They can, under special circumstances, invite him back on the floor to give a farewell speech in the new Parliament.
This would be exactly the situation in which you did that.
Jacinda Ardern could do this. I mean, she became Prime Minister as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, that was a dignified speech. He was a great Foreign Minister. He's been a survivor. But Duncan, if I allocated you $3 billion to invest in the regions, I think you'd score more than 2.3%.
Good point.
This is an unmitigated disaster for New Zealand First. New Zealanders formed a view that there were some things that New Zealand First was either doing or standing for that they didn't want a part of. And I think the foundation...
Well, they were wagging the dog.
Well, that, but also the foundation scandal, which hasn't fully played out yet, I think has hurt them. The other thing is, where was the team? That was a Winston-only campaign.
It's always been Winston-only.
I know, but he's got some able lieutenants.
Well, yeah, and the person we should be reflecting on tonight is Tracy Martin. Now, I have always had a lot of time for Tracy Martin. She's gone, right? She's gone. She's had a really positive contribution to Parliament.
So Winston
Not so
Peters in that last week, I think he ran a really good campaign in that final week. He was a lot more, he talked up the achievements in government rather than attacking the government of which he was a part. Russell Norman, did he choose the wrong campaign strategy from the outset?
Well, I mean, he was in trouble right from the beginning. I mean, he's been in trouble for quite a while. I mean, within the coalition government, he was often blamed for their failure to make progress on a lot of progressive agendas, and sometimes that was true, right? Cameras on boats, obviously, clearly. But other times he was a convenient scapegoat, really, for the fact that the Labor Party didn't want to do it. And with him out of the way, that's why I've been saying no more excuses, because they did use Winston as the, like, oh no, we can't do it because of Winston, you know.
Well, sort of.
But not
Capital
anymore.
gains tax.
Well, yeah, but not anymore, right? There's no excuses anymore, right? So you can't blame Winston anymore if this next government isn't progressive.
It's time to pull on the big boy pants and see if they fit and see what.
So that's a useful example, because if you think about tax policy, how much of a gap is there between Labor, which just fiddled slightly with the top rate?
David, we're not talking tax. We've got to go to a break to earn some money.
You go to the break and earn some rate.
There's going to be plenty of time to talk about tax yet.
We'll go to earn some money and you can pay the tax, and we'll be back very shortly. Good evening. OK, welcome back to Decision 2020. Lovely to have your company this evening, and what really has been a landslide for Labor and continues to be as well. The car that you're seeing is the Crown car that is reserved for the Leader of the Opposition, Judith Collins. She is leaving the hotel, and we can only assume she's heading down to National Party HQ, where she will find not too much life at all. Judith Collins is in the back of this Crown car. She'll be in there behind those dark windows. And time to concede, no answer to that one. And Jessie Mulligan is ringside at the hotel where she's just left. Jessie, come on in.
Yeah, hi. As you can see, she's just left, and we're still in this little spot next to Sky City Grand in the shadow of the big casino. As you will know by now, all the money is on red tonight, and Judith Collins off to the Royal Yacht Squadron. And we'll find out whether she's going to hold him or whether she's going to fold him.
Jessie, you weren't overly excited about being right there at the start anyway, because it was all in the roadworks and everything. There couldn't be anything more irrelevant now because she's gone and you're in the middle of the road and she's facing, well, oblivion, isn't she, as she heads into that caucus on Tuesday. What does she do, Paul Henry? Judith Collins goes back to Parliament on... What is it, Monday?
She's planning to go back on
Monday. And her MPs say what to her?
I suppose she does. I suppose she does what she was employed to do by the caucus. She can't stand down after this. I mean, who is going to take her place? The question is, what is Christopher Luxton and his cohort thinking now? What are their plans?
They're scheming.
They are scheming.
Because you're coming on the low tide.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This is the perfect time for Christopher Luxton to enter. In fact, if there's anything that makes it imperfect, it's the fact that it is such a crisis going in. And it's going to be very hard to stave off the wannabes who will want to take Judith's leadership on and will want to step in too early, because Luxton's not ready to step in.
You need to breathe through your nose when you're a first-time MP.
Well, we've got to just cut away for a second, because this is kind of incredible.
Wow.
What's happening over in Waiariki?
Yeah, come on in and look at this, because we have got a one-vote race, and that is what you call a battleground in Waiariki. Now, Tamati Gerald Coffey, don't you like having the middle name in there, hanging on by one vote over Wariri Waititi. Now, this is incredible. Hana Tamaki's taken a whole lot of votes that could have put this either way, but we've got a one-vote race here, and it's bigger than that, because this is about the return of the Māori Party, the return of a movement. There is a genuine fight on here, and it is all go. The geysers are going, and I'll get in here and measure it for you, because I want to get tight and I want to do some stuff. It's that close in Waiariki.
Thank you very much. Paddy, go back. Go back, Paddy. Go back.
Whoa, hang on.
Go
She's
back.
flipped.
I
got excited. Maybe it was my energy. The Māori Party are up and they are on their way back into Parliament. If they could hang in there, the geyser went kaboom. I cannot turn my back on this thing.
Only Patrick Gower can take credit for winning a Māori seat on election night from the Auckland
Look what we had to work with. Look what we had to work with.
Oh, it's hotter than a summer's day in Kawerau. It's rocking and it's rolling. Hey, look, it's really interesting. It could well be the advance vote and the vision vote that could decide who will be the next member of Parliament for
the special vote.
Wairakei.
The special vote, because you would have thought the special vote probably goes Labour's way.
Yeah.
Would you say that? Because, Māori Party pick up votes on specials?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who would have picked this. Well, we did about 5 weeks ago.
What about some of those other tighter Māori electorates? Te Tai Hauauru.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen there? Is there any chance?
No, I don't think so. But this is a heck of a lesson for the Māori members of Parliament and their caucus.
What is it?
They need to do more. They need to be a lot more grounded. I think one of the issues with Tamati is he picked issues that really didn't, to get the profile, really didn't mean much to the people of Wairakei.
Is he a hard worker?
I think he is a reasonably hard worker. He's got a tough job though. He's got a tough job. Being a backbencher in Parliament. Rawiri Waititi ran a hell of a dynamic campaign. Loud, noisy, and
this was the seat that I mentioned right at the beginning. This was the seat that I thought the Māori Party stood the best chance of winning. Now, it's early days, there's one vote in it.
Yeah.
But if they do win this, they will bring in at least another member of Parliament as well.
Well, hang on.
Hey, guys,
I think they're on 1%
okay, well,
at the moment.
Depending on the wash-up of the lost vote, maybe yes.
Yeah.
Paddy, back to you.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the guys has kept going while you guys have been gone, and that lead has actually gone up 17 times because it's gone out 17 votes. It's gone from 1 vote to 17. Rawiri Waititi is striking out in front with a massive 17-vote majority. We will keep you up to date with this race as it keeps going up. That geyser keeps... Whoa, baby! It's switched again. Tamati Gerald Coffee is back. This thing is changing all around. We want to get down there and jump in one of these lakes down there and just try and cool off a bit because this is one hell of a battleground.
Thank you very much, Paddy, who's had his own explosion moment as well. So thank you very much. If you wanted a night with Paddy Gower, tonight's your night. Let's head to Kanoa Lloyd, who is with the Sandringham Mafia outside the Prime Minister's house. Kanoa, take it away.
Yeah, kia ora. If we're talking about happy Māori down in Wairakei, you've got one happy Māori right here standing outside in Sandringham. There are no questions about whether the leader who is living in this house is going to stay in the job. There are no worries about what tomorrow is going to bring. In fact, the only question really is... Where's Jacinda? Since we have been out here, dozens and dozens and dozens more people have come to join to see if they can get a glimpse of who they're all assuming is going to still be their Prime Minister.
Come on, Jacinda Ardern, if you're watching this, just poke your head out the door and say hi to these children.
Energy on the streets. It's a night of celebration. It's a really good time.
Good stuff, Kanoa. Labour's new policy, 10-year-olds must vote from now on because there's a whole heap of them there.
I think she's been working that on the campaign a fair bit as well.
You never see this, though. No. Because in all the times that we've covered these elections over the years, outside Jim Bolger's house, no, there are some sheep. Outside Jenny Shipley's house, I think she was in a hotel. Outside Helen Clark's house, there was us. Outside John Key's house, there was a pizza delivery man. You do not get hundreds of people. There are almost more people there than the National Party headquarters.
No, there's undeniably Jacinda Ardern is a superstar Prime Minister in a way. We had John Key, who reached quite elevated status, but she has done it in a way that connects. If you look there, how many 10-year-olds do you know who ever on election night would have even been vaguely interested? And they're standing outside the Prime Minister's house.
Every campaign stop as well, it was children, oftentimes parents thrusting them into these really quite dangerous scrums of rolling malls. But it was so many children getting their books signed, and the Prime Minister, girls can do anything in all of their books. And I think, it was quite good. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you sit on in terms of politics, having two women going up against each other, two major party leaders, I think did offer, a lot of inspiration.
She had to manage this election too, the timing. Let's look at the timing, because she had to delay the election. Now, then she had to think about, OK, if I leave it too late, I give National a chance. I'll be able to bring it forward but not look too cynical. Trish.
Yeah, well, that's right, and everyone was critical of that calculation, right, and the lack of policy.
Well, not everyone, but yeah, there was a lot of criticism.
Not 4.5
well,
million.
who knows where you were when it was even happening?
And it worked.
Quarantine.
And it worked. And it worked.
But it absolutely worked. Yeah. I think the other undiscovered story here, though, is actually James Shaw in the Greens. So there has been so much criticism of James Shaw as a leader of the Greens, seen as not on the traditional Greens sort of side. And if you think about his performance as a cabinet minister, he has been one of the top performers. The private school thing was an absolute disaster for them.
It was one disaster.
That was one disaster.
Well, he's the palatable face.
But he is a palatable face. And that
he handled it really well as well. That's how he
Greens.
deals with the crisis, coming out, taking ownership, apologising. It was actually, you know, it was crisis management 101.
And interestingly, he is the only cabinet minister I have seen who has been really genuinely clapped by a business audience, and that was when he got the climate change bill through. So I think what the Greens have pulled off tonight is pretty extraordinary. If Chloe Swarbrick pulls off Auckland Central, look at Waiariki, that is a message to lazy candidate choice, because Helen White in Auckland Central has been absolutely invisible, and Chloe Swarbrick has actually worked her bum off.
Yeah, hers has been a woeful campaign. Emma Mello, that was a good campaign. I mean, and to be fair, Nikki Kay put a lot of work in there, huge amount of work supporting.
Can I also tell you that...
Enough to beat Jacinda Ardern.
Can I also tell you this is another backstory to this. Labor had 7,000 trained volunteers on the ground.
And it showed.
A hell of a grand campaign. The unsung hero of tonight is not only Jacinda Ardern, but it's Hayden Munro, the campaign.
Let's just, after unceremoniously cutting her off earlier, let's go to Emma Cropper in Waiariki. Emma, can you hear us?
I can, Tova. Good evening. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
Well, we are down here at the Good House. Everyone is on the edge of their seat. It is such a close race between Tamati. He's here to my side. You can see him. He's just about just talking here. Tamati, how are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. Very good at the moment. Yes.
Good. Nervous?
Yeah, of course, nervous. It's a tight race, but actually, you know what? It's going to be what it's going to be. We want to see the rest of the results come through.
There are literally dozens, barely a handful of votes in this Tova here at the moment. So we are just refreshing the page, watching those votes come in second by second, minute by minute, waiting to see really what happens here. And we'll be here right to the very end, I think. I think that's how close it is going to be.
OK, Emma, that's great. Fantastic stuff. We'll come back to you. Well, let's go to Paddy, because Paddy's another guys are about to blow. Paddy?
Yeah, and I tell you what, I don't know why Tamati Coffee says he's good, because he's only hanging on by 10 votes to what should be a safe seat. So I don't know what is good about that, but what is really good is a nice, close electorate race with 10 votes in it. We'll keep you informed. Good.
He's the guy of the election. It is Paddy Gower. He's blowing and he's exploded.
Someone needs to cap his geyser just for a few minutes.
We had to work with this. I told the bosses there should have been some compensation.
I'm really interested to see if those Tauranga polling booths are in yet, because Tauranga...
Come on, we've got a draw. Come on back. We've got a draw, baby. Let's go. 7,189 to 7,189. That is really good.
Oh, Paddy, he's finally understood the election in his geyser moment. It is not going to end up like this, of course. There will be specials come in throughout the night.
There is actually a television program in this one electorate.
Do you know who's not really good is Judith Collins, and she's due to arrive at the National Party shortly. Let's go back to Mike McRoberts, who's there. Mike, what's going on there?
Not much. I can tell you that. Judith Collins is due to get here very shortly. There were meant to be 10 MPs here. There are 2. You know, this is like a little isolation bubble, I feel, from the rest of the country at the moment, because, yeah, it's the likes of Lux and Key, no shows here. And why would you come here, given the results we're seeing tonight? But at this stage, Judith Collins is due to come here. She'll make a speech. We don't know what's going to happen afterwards, whether she'll stick around to talk to us. We've heard a hint that maybe she won't, which in itself is quite telling, but we're hoping that we'll see her very shortly.
But at least we've got a few more friends there now, Mike. I mean, it was pretty early on in the evening. There was virtually no one there, and I was a bit worried for you loneliness, really, because that's one of the big issues this year is loneliness. But you've got some friends now.
I have. I've made lots of friends. In fact, there's quite a lot of Chinese and Indian media here, international media here. So I've done quite a few interviews in the absence of MPs. I'm quite the star in India and China at the moment, so there you go.
And if you say, I just saw Paul Goldsmith walk past you a second ago. There was some speculation during this campaign that if National really tanked, he could actually be out. They'd lose their finance spokesperson. Have you had a word to any of those MPs, seeing how they're feeling, or are there many more there as well? I think it was just Denise Lee, was it, earlier, or Melissa Lee?
Yes, Melissa Lee and Paul Goldsmith. I haven't had a chance to have a chat to Paul Goldsmith. He looks pretty chipper though, and I think, as we were mentioning earlier, with some of the MPs having lost their seats, that means they'll get a few more onto the list. So I think he thinks he's okay, but boy, I'll tell you what, there's blood on the walls here.
It really is. Hey, good stuff, Mike. We'll come back to you if and when Judith Collins arrives. Shouldn't be too far away. I can see why they did get the big venue now, because people actually have shown up, haven't they?
They're heavy drinkers, National supporters.
Well, either that or the America's Cup viewing. You know?
There is nothing worse than a yacht squadron during a Labour landslide.
Yeah.
That is probably the worst collection of things you can put together.
Well, at least there would be a lot of flotation devices, which would be a relief, wouldn't it?
Can you two please stop talking about flotation devices, please? Kids might be watching. A good evening to everybody. Welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us this evening. It's only really halfway. It feels like it's been about 5 hours already.
But look at how many speeches we've already had, because the numbers are so strong. This is absolutely unprecedented.
It hasn't really changed. If you look at the very bottom, if you are just joining the program for the first time tonight because you've been, I don't know, doing something else, the very bottom line is the party vote. So the Māori Party at 1%. If they do win that seat, they might get another one.
I think they'll pick up another member of Parliament.
So that's Debbie Picker.
Yeah.
Who has had a really, really strong campaign, I think, for the Māori Party. But
I think the Māori Party's run a pretty decent campaign all around.
A bit late out of the traps, though, do you think, Shane? Do you think they could have had a longer run?
A bit late out of the traps. But look, 4 months ago, we wouldn't, those that operate in the Māori world didn't think they were going to run candidates, let alone run Labour close. So all credit to Jimmy.
I think it has been a good campaign. Yeah. And I also think their strategy of going for electorate seats only, I think that was
it's the right one.
Really good strategy.
Yes.
But they are the only small party, apart from Winston, who has ever come back. That is absolutely massive.
We don't know if they're back yet, so it's still, who knows?
The key to this seat, because I know it well, is Tauranga. And because they're the bigger polling booths, and I would say that Tamati probably should have an edge in Tauranga.
But here's the thing: what do? Does Labour then push the Greens out and say, "No, you're in the wilderness. We'll go with the Māori Party"?
Oh, they don't need to go.
I don't know. No, look, I'm pretty sure that they'll have the Greens with confidence and supply. They've got to keep them in the tent because Jacinda's not going to be there forever. And let's be honest, this is not a Labour Party win. This is a Jacinda win.
Yes. That's right. And I think Waiariki's interesting. Potentially one of the only few knocks to Labour, and also Auckland Central, one of the other only few knocks to Labour this election. But let's just check in at Labour. How are things going down there, Jenna Marie Lynch?
I tell you what, it's still pretty civilised given the results that are coming in, but don't hear it from me. I want you to meet Sid, who has been to these events since he was 21 years old. Sid, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling elated at the moment.
They used to tell you to make sure you had on a smile as you were walking into these things. They used to tell you to make sure you had on a smile when you walked in. Did you need any encouragement?
Yeah.
Did you need any encouragement tonight?
I'm sorry.
It's too loud. They're too excited.
They're really compliant, though, aren't they? They're really compliant. Get off your seats. You're in government. You're going to govern again for another 3 years. There we go. Here, they're up on their feet now. Okay,
there is no bar. There is no bar.
No, there's no bar. Why is there no bar?
I don't know.
It's ridiculous. That's the problem with your party.
That's why I'm not there.
This is the problem with your party. Well, there they are. They're excited now. They love her and they're back.
You know, the pressure is on Labour now, isn't it? I mean, the pressure is on them to deliver, and they have not delivered up until now. If you look aside from COVID, and there is this huge mandate that they're going to carry forward now.
Well, they couldn't make anything fly, not even a kite.
No, that's exactly
They could not do Kiwi Build. They could not do. If you look at the Auckland Rail, the airport rail, they couldn't even do. They haven't even got a deal on that.
No, and the biggest challenge after tonight for Jacinda Ardern is how does she rearrange that cabinet to give it some oomph and give it some substance.
Get New Zealanders living in motels right now, 20,000 of them out there, because that's your challenge.
That's right.
That's your test.
That's right.
You can have this result, you can have all the victory, but if you've got New Zealand kids living in still, you go from cars to motels, big deal, you know?
Poverty has not improved under this government. It needs to be transformative, but they have a heck of a mandate and they ought not to waste it. And she needs to use up her political. She needs to use
this term. She won't be able to blame 9 years of neglect as much as she could.
No, but
that's right.
also
She will be able to blame COVID. She will be able to blame a financial crisis.
Or the Greens.
She has to do, well, all the Greens, but she has to be able to really change those child poverty figures. That's probably the single most important
I don't reckon you can. I don't think you can do it in 3
and
years.
also because of COVID, it makes her job so much tougher because all of those gaps are absolutely widening because of the economic shock.
Huge.
So she has an absolute mountain to climb.
Yeah, well said. We are standing by for Judith Collins to arrive at the National Party headquarters. Are we going there? We are going there. There's the door. Are you going to come through this? Judith? No entry, private function. It's private, all right. No sign yet, so we are waiting. Mick Roberts is there trying to sell his book and do all sorts of things, isn't he?
Feeling a bit anxious for
yes,
her,
but also how few MPs have turned up to support her, and I think that's what we've seen throughout this whole campaign. She has had a Herculean effort to even get where, well, I thought they were going to get more, but at every turn, someone in her own team is ankle-tapped in.
So look at this here. So booths return. See this here on the right of screen. 63% of booths return. So it's different to votes. It's every booth in the country. OK, so 63% of all the booths in the country have now been returned. I mean, as Paddy bravely called it about half an hour ago, so brave he's been, this geyser. It's 63% of the booths returned. We all know what's going to happen. There is a Labor Green government. No one's in denial about this.
So we'll get 100% of the booths tonight, but then we go to the specials. So it was interesting talking to the Labor Party earlier this evening before we came to air, and they were predicting. So their pollster has been doing kind of bell curve over the Labor Party polling. They were predicting 48% in the middle of that bell curve, and National Party down on 28%.
I think
that's where the Labor Party was. And they're also anticipating another couple of percent on the special votes. So Labor will get more.
Labor will do
fabulously
well with overseas votes.
Yes, so the story of tonight will be, as we finish tonight, a bit later on, Labor and the Green Party will get stronger.
Yes.
Over the next 2 weeks.
Well, Labor will get stronger.
I agree with Paul. It's going to be Labor this time rather than the Greens.
In fact, the Green Party may drop their vote a little.
Paddy Gower, come on in. You've calmed down, we think. We're not sure. Paddy, yours?
No, I haven't calmed down because I'm about to say something that is actually going to shock me. I'm going to announce my first electorate winner for the night with 100% of the vote in, and I just did not ever believe in a million years I would stand here and announce the electorate winner of Rangitata was from Labor, because that place is as blue as it gets. It's farmers. National could win if they were Mickey Mouse in gumboots, but they've lost it. There was a fella called Falloon who blew it, and now Labor owns a rural electorate. This is just the first I'm going to call tonight as the Sea of Red destroys National.
Which is phenomenal. This is truly phenomenal. Nothing says boil over and massive landslide than that seat there, Trish.
It's an absolute punishment for the National Party.
But they absolutely deserved it in that seat, you could argue.
Yes, you could, but I think it also sends another signal that the rural community and probably the business community had already banked a Labor win, and it's not like in '84 where those communities were absolutely petrified of it, and that's because they don't think there will be huge change.
So I think just a little bit of psychology. People, 4 or 5 weeks ago, people knew Labor was going to win. You know what people like to do? They like to back winners, and they got on the bus.
And they voted and they trust Jacinda Ardern, which is the dilemma, you see, because the Greens want more change than that.
There was one other issue.
Well, this is something that you should look at while you're talking about Rangitata, because...
Come back to you, Paul.
these are the actual numbers, and they're actually really extraordinary. It's not just a win. She's won by 3,000 votes. I mean, this is destruction en masse out there and stealing National Party voters out of their utter homeland. And as I said to you, I'm going to bring you a whole lot more seats like this where the destruction is actually worse.
Thank you very much, Paddy.
And what this is, I think it's the Andrew Falloon effect. If you go back to our July poll that Matthew Hooton raised earlier this year, which was the week of the Andrew Falloon debacle and various other things, the Hamish Walker, still looking at a door at the Judith at the National Party HQ.
Judith. Yep.
But that was when the National Party was down on 25% thereabouts on our Newshub Read research poll, and that was as a result of the Andrew Falloon debacle, the various leadership agitations and things going on in the National Party. So is it entirely unexpected, Paul, that it went this way in these seats that are usually National Party strongholds?
I don't think it's entirely unexpected, but the size of this swing is massive. I was just going to mention before that there's one other aspect which I found incredible, but I've spoken to a number of National supporters who, and it comes back to the point that you were making, who knew that they were going to lose. They just wanted to make sure that Labor could govern on their own.
Now, I wonder about that.
And they were voting for Labor to make sure the Greens weren't going to have too much
influence. And the wealth
tax
thing actually could have actually worked in Labor's favour. strangely, in the last week or so.
Exactly.
People gave Labor the strong hand to govern alone, as you say, Paul, and keep the Greens out.
Well,
but the Greens are still strong.
I actually think that Judith's attack on the wealth tax actually helped the Greens in many
I wonder about that.
Yeah. Well, I think it helped Labor.
I think exactly. The perverse outcome was that it helped Labor because it spooked people from voting.
Can they introduce a wealth tax under a different name, some form of tax?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I think absolutely not. Jacinda Ardern has been so unequivocal, and again, this is back to her cautiousness. And remember how badly capital gains went for her. I just don't.
Break your word at your peril, you're gone.
Yeah. What they can do is introduce social insurance.
Oh, this is outrageous.
Social insurance. Yep. And that'll be more than possible, and I think that will be one of the...
But if that's similar to that sort of thing, she'll be spending the rest of her life in the Calvados sun. She wouldn't know nowhere near Parliament.
Well, here's the thing. Does she want to make real change, or does she just want a full time? And I think, you know,
probably somewhere in between
to do that.
I don't know. I think, and I'm surprised I'm saying this about a socialist, but I think you can actually trust her. I don't think there is
Paul, you need your head read. What's wrong with you?
I know. I'm going to have to leave this country. But
are you allowed to leave?
I'm sure you can. You can leave. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Sam Hayes. She's got James Shaw.
Okay.
Kia ora, Tova. Yes, I'm here with Greens co-leader James Shaw. Now, that speech you gave upstairs, tell me what it was like to get that kind of reception, because from where I was standing, it was absolutely deafening.
Well, look, this is a huge night for the Green Party. We've broken virtually every rule of MMP history tonight.
How so?
Well, look, we're the first party to have started a term of government above 5% and finished it above 5%. We're the first party to have improved our position. It looks like we've won Auckland Central, and that...
There's about 500 votes in it.
There's about
for Chloe
500
at the moment.
votes. There are, but we're over 80% of the vote counted now, so it's looking, we're just holding out for that final.
Are you calling it?
No, I'm a little risk averse for that, but look, even either way, that is an historic result, because no candidate from a third party has even come this close to winning an electorate seat.
From memory, it was a Labor seat from 1919 right through till 2008, I think it was, when National took over. The Greens have taken Auckland Central. It's a big electorate to win, isn't it?
It is a huge electorate. It's a very symbolic electorate. It's a really big deal. And you've got to remember, every other third party that's ever won an electorate seat has done so through a sort of a cup of tea deal or something like that. And actually, we've just won it on our merits.
OK, let's talk about the party vote. You've got 10 members that are going to make it in on the current standings. Are you going to look to form a coalition with the Labor Party, with ministers inside Cabinet?
Look, we're going to have to wait and see how that turns out, but of course...
Would you like that, though?
Yeah, look, I mean, we are in Parliament in order to advance the green agenda, right, and to stand up for, people who don't have a roof over their head or able to put food on the table, for action on climate change, and to protect our native wildlife. And all of those things we can do best from a position of government.
Have you spoken to Jacinda Ardern tonight?
We have not had a chance to do that yet. We exchanged text messages earlier in the day. I gave her my congratulations in advance because I knew it was going to be a big night for her.
Could we potentially see co-deputy prime ministers with both you and Marama Davidson?
Look, Sam, as I have said a million times during the course of the election campaign, all of that talk about which ministerial roles we'll take on will happen towards the end of the negotiations, once we know what that work program looks like.
You did say earlier this evening you would like to see Marama Davidson with a ministerial portfolio, and she actually returned the favour and said she wants to see James Shaw with a ministerial portfolio or two. Which ones would you like?
Well, look, again, we're going to have to see
Come
what the
on,
work program...
humour me.
Well, look, just between you and me, Sam, I would be quite keen to continue the work that I've been doing on climate change in the last 3 years. I'm very proud of the work that I've done, but I have just gotten started, and there's a lot more to do.
How proud are you of Chloe Swarbrick tonight?
I could not be prouder of Chloe. I mean, she has just done something that no other third-party candidate has done in MMP history, and she's run an extraordinary campaign. I thought I was a pretty good campaigner until I met Chloe Swarbrick. I mean, she is really quite something special.
Look, it has been a phenomenal night for the Greens here tonight, but are you willing to accept that the Green Party wealth tax is a dead duck? It's not going anywhere. Jacinda Ardern has said not while she's Prime Minister.
We're going to take it into negotiations.
Okay, Sam, we'll leave it there. James, thank you very much. And let's head to... Here's Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister, leaving the House. Now, Kanoa Lloyd is there. Kanoa.
Jacinda Ardern parting the sea of children like the Prime Ministerial Moses that she's been on this campaign.
She can literally not get out. She cannot get out her front gate. She is that surrounded.
This has been the situation right the way through the campaign. She is...
The reason why the picture is like this is there are so many cell phones that are interfering with... we're not kidding you on this one. There are so many cell phones dealing with the transmission, interfering with the transmission, that you can't get much of a link.
Yeah.
Network's overloaded. Chorus will be onto this, no problems, they'll sort it. But look at this. Astonishing.
Oh, is our cam off okay? It's all good, it's all good.
It's all good. Tunnel's giving us the reassurance it's all good. It's all good, so let's keep moving.
Look at that police presence outside there as well, and it has been immense on the campaign, I tell you. This has been what it's like everywhere we've gone, every single mall. You can't move but a foot. You know, you get about 3 centimetres in 10 minutes with the Prime Minister, and there are just selfies and signings and gifts.
It's never been like this. I mean, John Key was popular, he's very popular, but he wasn't mobbed like this.
In a way, you know, that's the most accurate poll. It's the anecdotal stuff that you see.
That's how it's felt right the way through, I've got to say. And when National's been accusing the media of bias and various things and not reflecting what was, that the polls were wrong, the feeling in the street was
Judith
stark
Collins.
difference between those
Judith Collins will be watching this, so she must be close because Collins would probably want to go before Jacinda Ardern. Here we go. This is the one. Judith Collins, National Party leader, arriving with her protection squad in front of her, of course, and she parts the Blue Sea, which is a slightly smaller lake, isn't it? Really. And she arrives. She'll be gutted.
And
she
all paid up members.
All the paid up members, probably every single one. There's Paul Goldsmith. Thanks for the $4 billion.
Brown.
And she will take the stage. And Jacinda will, of course. Jacinda would have heard from Judith, I would have thought. Judith would have rung her. They have a relationship. You know, they have a connection. They talk. There's no doubt about that. And here's Judith Collins, folks. National Party leader, a devastating night for her. 26.9% of the party vote, 35 seats. They've been decimated tonight.
Determined to stay on as National Party leader as well.
And actually this speech could be the mark of Judith Collins. It is an absolutely critical speech and a very difficult speech.
It's sort of sink or swim with this. It's save or go, isn't it? Judith Collins about to take the stand. National Party leader Judith Collins. You want them in the caucus?
Hey, everyone. Hey, you know, we always knew it was going to be tough, didn't we? But thank you so much. Thank you, all our volunteers. You've done everything we asked you to do. And that sort of welcome, anyone would think we won. All of our volunteers, you know, we just love you. You cope so hard. You know, you cope so well with all the uncertain lockdowns and the campaigns and it having to be done differently, all those sorts of things. You've just done everything we asked you to do. And boy, did we know it was going to be tough. But you kept the faith. Thank you for that. And thank you to everyone who voted National. We value your support and thank you for your trust and confidence. And the next 3 years will be an opportunity for us to repay that trust. And we will make you so proud that you supported us during this tough time. And to all our candidates who have not been successful tonight, thank you for your hard work. It takes a lot of courage to put your hand up and want to be in Parliament. Thank you for doing that for us. And to my family, particularly David and James. When I agreed to take on the leadership of the National Party weeks before the scheduled election, we knew it would not just be an obligation for me. To my husband David and son James, Thank you for picking up the load when I was working every day and night. Thank you for lifting that load off me so I could give everything to the campaign. Thank you. To the President, Peter, the board and staff at National Party and in Parliament and our electorate offices, especially those in National Leader's Office, you have worked for a common goal of presenting New Zealand with a better way forward, and I want to personally thank you for your commitment and unrelenting devotion to the cause. Thank you to the campaign team and to my deputy, Jerry Brownlee. When I became leader 3 months ago, we had to work very quickly and with confidence during a very difficult series of events. Thank you for always backing me and having to make the decisions that we ended up having to make. A big thank you to the national MPs. Thank you for backing me to be your leader. Thank you for supporting me and each other through what has been a gruelling and long campaign with the added difficulties of lockdowns and COVID and changing circumstances. And for those who are leaving us this election, can I say that you will be missed? You have contributed to New Zealand and to a team that has the most comprehensive policy platform of any opposition that I have seen. That's right. I'm sorry to see you go, and for those who did not plan to leave Parliament, can I say how sorry I am that we could not bring you sufficient party vote to secure your return. To Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, who I have phoned before, congratulations on your result, because it is, I believe, an outstanding result for the Labour Party. It has been a tough campaign. New Zealand is now in recession. The International Monetary Fund has stated that New Zealand will, on current policy settings, be in a worse economic position in 5 years' time than other countries that we compare ourselves to. New Zealand is in for a tough economic ride, and it is going to need better fiscal policy than we have so far seen. The National Party will take time to reflect, and we will review, and we will change. National will re-emerge from this loss a stronger, disciplined and more connected party. And I promise you, the National Party will be a robust opposition. We will hold the government to account for failed promises, and we will push on behalf of all New Zealanders the government to do better for Kiwis. So even though tonight has been a very tough night for us all, and the campaign a very tough campaign, 3 years will be gone in the blink of an eye. And I say to everybody, we will be back. just to avoid any doubt, tonight is the start of the next campaign. Bring on 2023!
OK, National Party leader Judith Collins, of course, signing off her night there, a disappointing night for her, putting on a brave face. Chris Finlayson, I can bring you in. You've worked in the cabinet with her under the previous national government. A very brave speech, gracious, I think, as well from Judith Collins.
Yeah, and the great...
Also, I think she wants to stay on.
Well, I certainly hope so. And the great thing that she talked about, which would be refreshing for the National Party, is a bit of discipline.
Yeah, she said we will emerge more disciplined.
More disciplined. Well,
you
sure
can
as hell.
say that till you're blue in the face, though, can't you? And
well, if people want to leak, and while I enjoy your company, Tova, leak to you and chat to you, then that's the surest way to bomb out again in 2023. So I say to the Denise Lees who wrote that stupid memo, and whoever leaked it, I don't know who did, that you are guilty people. And you are responsible for doing this to the National Party, and you're going to have to lift your game and lift your game fast.
But it's more than just discipline. It's more than just discipline. And Matthew Hooton, and then we'll come to you, Josie. Matthew Hooton, I'll bring you in here as well. It's, yes, really valid point.
But I'm on the discipline thing at the moment. I'm heavily into discipline.
You're like an old school master. You were always disciplined. Hardly ever get hold of you. That was the problem. Anyway, Matthew Hooton.
Well, there's been problems in the National Party for some time. I think the origins of this go back to it ceasing to be a mass membership party, that it became, they set up a corporate board. This was after 2002. You don't have local people selecting candidates. And it was OK when John Key was there.
Bill English changed all that, didn't he? I mean, he turned it into that party.
Bill English?
Yes.
Well, after that 2002, Stephen Joyce did a review, and then there was a new constitution. And that was the end of the National Party as a democratic party, where local people were choosing candidates. It was the end of the mass membership. And as I said, it was OK when there was competent leadership and John Key and Stephen Joyce and Bill English and Christopher Finlayson, of course. But when that left, the real flaws in the National Party, the very poor overall quality of that caucus has been seen dramatically over the last 3 years.
We will look at the botany seat in a second. Josie, I just want you to have your...
Yeah, I mean, I come back to what Chris said. I think that's right, that this has not been a strong team. They get the prize for the most ironic billboard. It's been an incompetent, feckless and treacherous team. And Judith Collins came out of the blocks absolutely pumping, setting the agenda every day. So she's looked like she's the only one trying half the time.
But her team's let it down.
The interesting thing here, Duncan, is David Farrar has some polling coming out comparing the advance vote and the National Party and polling. Yes, that's right. But in comparing the advanced votes and the votes today are looking a little bit different. And he's predicting once the votes today have all been counted, that you could see Labor go down to even 43%. You could see National go up to about 31%, ACT about 9%, and the Greens about 6%. Doesn't change the result, but it does change the story.
43?
We're going to cut now to Jacinda Ardern's van arriving at... Tom McRae is there. Tom, the big Mercedes-Benz that we've been watching the entire campaign...
Yeah, it's finally arrived. We're not too sure exactly which side she is coming out,
but the front.
We're keeping a very close eye on... Yeah, exactly. There's obviously a whole lot of DPS that are around here, surrounded by media as well.
Try and get closer, Tom.
She's taking her time. No, don't worry. We've already definitely been warned where we're allowed to go and where we're not, Duncan. I'm sure you know the rules.
Watch out for that one with the mow as well. He nearly took out one of our camera operators last weekend.
Do you want me to have a word, Tova?
No, don't.
It's not really up yet, is
it? Yeah. So here she is. She's just stepping off the bus.
The People's Wagon.
Now off the Mercedes, out of the van now. What's your reaction to your remarkable result this evening, Prime Minister?
Sure, a few words inside and then I'll be more than happy to talk to both of you.
It's actually probably one of the politest entries of someone who doesn't want to talk to you in probably 30 years of Prime Ministers. I mean, Paddy, you'd know all about that too. I mean, these Prime Ministers, they usually give you the cold shoulder, so she's even trying to be nice on the way in. Empathy on the way in, even. The Prime Minister will join us very, very shortly. She's on the programme and also, of course, on the stage with her supporters who would just be stoked tonight. They're such a compliant lot sitting there, weren't they? Just waiting for her for hours and hours, waiting and waiting.
Yeah, but they won't be compliant when she walks in that door.
Talking about the winners, let's just go back to the losers again. I mean, I do think this is an existential crisis for National. I'm sure my colleagues here will agree. And they've really, if you think about it, Labor hasn't done this well since 1938 when Michael Joseph Savage was re-elected. Yes. It took National 10 years to accept the welfare state. They've got to do it quicker. They've got to have something to say about poverty, housing, inequality.
They've got to connect, and Judith Collins said that tonight.
They can't take 10 years.
The Prime Minister is making her way through the crowd, and she will be making her way to the stage.
God, that looks like an altar.
And Mother Teresa's about to arrive.
That's also been a theme of the Labor Party rallies.
You hit the phones.
If you don't have a cell phone these days, you're sort of not part of the programme, are you? Really?
This was the same setup they had at the town hall when they launched the Labor Party campaign. So they're returning to where they launched the Labor Party campaign. You know, it was that contrast as well. We saw it. Big Boss Mama was the song that Jacinda Ardern came out to. Clark Gayford introduced her. It was hundreds of people, and then that was versus the National Party launch, remember, which was all via Zoom.
Exactly.
And it was just that was the beginning of the contrast.
What do they do, Toba and Josie? What do they do with this mandate tonight? This is a landslide mandate, a mandate like we haven't seen since, I don't know, the Spanish flu or whatever it was. What do they do with it? Do they build something? What do they do?
Oh, the historic mission of the Labor Party is to redistribute wealth fairly. And before Matthew chuckles at me, I can see him, but, you know, they said no to a wealth tax. They haven't said no to a fair tax system.
But you have to create wealth at the same time.
Absolutely, and so they've got to do that too, right?
How do you do that?
And
I think we'll see a land tax in this term of the Labor Party.
Yeah,
they have not ruled that out.
They've got to do something.
Do you think that's the case?
I think we'll see
they will it'll be like rates. You'll pay a tax to the government on the value of your land.
Even
the right wing agree with the land tax.
Jacinda Ardern's pollster that we just saw in the doorway there, the one who was predicting 48% for the Labor Party, somewhere in the middle, but also upwards of that, and then another couple of percent on the special votes rather.
Another thing I'd say that Judith Collins just said that would be a strong opposition. Actually, with two opposition parties strongly,
opposition.
That'll be good. That's good for diversity of ideas, though. I hope to see a bit more pressure coming from the opposition.
That's a good point, because David Seymour was excellent in the epidemic committee.
He was.
In fact, left the rest of them for dead.
Well, he does his homework. I mean, Seymour has had a brilliant 3 years as an MP, and he's been rewarded for that tonight. But Jacinda Ardern is the star of the show. She's been rewarded for getting New Zealand through this winter pandemic, which is going to continue for another couple of years.
Who stopped us getting sick? Jacinda.
And by
May, she's walking up into this hall today.
By May, she had National absolutely on the ropes. National was at 26% in its private polls the day that Todd Muller came over. The leader had an net approval rating of -60 plus.
Yeah, they're not.
And that was a result of what happened between February and May.
You know, one thing I would say too, just while we're waiting, that everyone was saying, is this the end of MMP? Are we back to first past the post? Yes, they've had an extraordinary result, Labor, but the minor parties have done really well, and they deserve to. They did the hard work on policy.
Well, only two of them.
Greens, well, the two that did the hardest work, and maybe the Māori party's in there too. We still don't know yet.
So we're going to get Kelvin Davis's lyric
Kelvin Davis
now.
He's the warm-up act.
But is he going to be the Deputy Prime Minister?
Well,
I don't think he wants it, Chris.
I don't think
I think you find him a job so he doesn't have to be.
I think James Shaw, if he goes, I think the Greens will go into government. I'm contradicting myself.
Now to Kelvin Davis.
A limerick from the north. Take it away, Kelvin.
Folks, a year ago, I started a tale, a story with a chapter yet to unveil, of the world of lights and some pretty ugly taniwha, of a guy called Kevin Davies and a joke that has gone too wide and too far. After that speech, I had a few requests. To up my game, I said I'd try my best. So you've probably guessed by now the speech will all rhyme. Apologies if it gets annoying, but 10 minutes is a long time. So, let's begin where I ended. Taniwhas descending on our land to bring the world of hope and light to a cold, dark, blue end. The Taniwhas, they move closer and closer to the light, marching in unison, right, not left, just right, until a man named Todd Muller yelled, "Why are we all following this Simon Bridges fella?" "I'll lead you," he said, "Nikki Kay by my side. Make me the leader of this blue Taniwha pride." They voted. Todd won with a majority of more than 10. Just like his cap read, he was ready to make New Zealand great again. So, yeah, that leader didn't last long. Gone after the 10th week, the future of the blue Taniwha pride looked pretty bleak. They needed another new leader, an upcoming star. Then someone yelled, "My husband's from Samoa, so talofa."
OK, so that's Kelvin Davis. He's 2 minutes into 10 minutes, so it's going to be a long 8 minutes. We'll come back to him, but only, I promise, when he's finished. That's some of Kelvin Davis's better achievements in the last 3 years. Paddy Gower is going to call it in Botany. Botany, of course, the seat where National's potentially next leader.
Yeah, and I'll do it a lot quicker than Kelvin Davis was talking. I could even make a limerick better than that, and I haven't even started. We're talking about Botany here, and I'll tell you what, this is good news for National, but it's actually bad news for Judith Collins. Christopher Luxon, the former Chief Executive Officer of Air New Zealand, the national carrier, blah, 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 has won that seat, and he's won it well. He's on his way to Parliament, and I'll tell you what, he's going to strut into caucus like this because he is one of the few bits of good news out there, and he is going to look to want to make some serious moves, and I'm sure, Tova, you'll be one of the first people there to talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, well, after Jenna Lynch was talking to him this week, he was already talking up his chances of becoming Prime Minister. It sounded like a three-step plan. First, I need to win Botany, then I need to get to Wellington into Parliament, and then we'll see what happens. Yes. It's a step-by-step process. Another electorate, which is actually quite interesting, is Papakura, Judith Collins' own electorate. So if you look at the margin there at the moment, the last I looked, when it was about 71% counted, she was on around 4,900. In 2017, she won with a majority, sorry, that's the margin. She won with a margin of 7,400. So Judith Collins has taken a massive knock in Papakura as well. David Cunliffe, you're nodding along with that. What can we read into it?
Just that it's a very dark day for National when the leader loses 40% of her own majority. That's pretty astounding.
And the deputy leader,
and you've lost the deputy leader altogether.
And you've lost the deputy leader, and you've lost a whole lot of safe seats.
Right, and the party vote in Papakura is right here, right now on the screen. So see this? Look at this. The Labour Party ahead of the National Party in Papakura. So you've got a sitting National MP, the leader of the party, but is outgunned in the party vote, 40.7. Let's head to Ryan Bridge. He is in the Parliament. We're going to head to Ryan Bridge. We'll do him shortly. Paddy, do you want to run through those numbers?
Yeah.
You run through the Botany numbers.
Yeah, well, I'll show you exactly what they are. Christopher Luxon on 15,593. That's a really healthy majority when you're talking to how Judith Collins is going to Papakura. Naisi Chen's got a good number of votes there, 10,916. These other two cats, actually, they don't matter. Alley cats, get them out of there, shoo them away. But looking at that, that's a decent number. That looks like a real national seat. That's what we usually look at. And this is the only guy who's doing the business out there, because I tell you what, some of the other big names like Brownlee, Nick Smith, you name it, they are struggling. But this guy Luxon, he is the one to watch tonight for the National Party. He is the only bit of good news I've seen all night.
Paddy, could you give us another strut of his strutting into Parliament?
Well, he's going to strut into Parliament like this, and he's going to puff his chest out, Mr. Big Corporate Guy, and he's going to have all the media over him, and he's going to make all these moves. And good luck, buddy, because you are starting from rock bottom with that party vote.
All right, thank you very much, Paddy. That is all the Greens are dancing.
An elegant segue from Paddy dancing up at the Viz wall to the Greens dancing. It was only a matter of time. Not Morris dancing, just a classic boogie by the looks.
Not yogic flying as well. Remember the yogic flying? They used to bounce on their bottoms. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, we don't remember.
No, we don't want to go there. So
here's the question. Where is Christopher Luxon right now?
He'll be
well,
at
he's
home.
certainly not at the National Party because he does not want to touch failure.
No,
and that's
right.
the thing. I mean,
that's appalling. It is appalling that Luxon doesn't.
Well, it's appalling that she's on her own. That the leader is. Paul Goldsmith was there. Big tick to him, but hardly anybody else.
Melissa Lee was there.
Yeah. That was it, I think.
Yeah,
that was it.
One does remember
Simeon
who
Brown.
shows up on
Yeah. The old
Brown
card.
was
Let's just talk about Luxon for 1 minute more, though. I think Paddy's right. He is one, I think, on current calculations of only 2 new MPs that are coming into the House for National. So here's a problem, right? I mean, Labor's got the other problem. They're going to have too many MPs. They're going to have a whole lot of MPs. You're going to have a lot of fun looking at the quality of some of those that have won the seats because they weren't expected to win them, right? So that's a circus for you guys. But for National, the problem is completely the reverse. So you've got a caucus at the moment, which we know because they keep talking to you. They don't like each other. They don't trust each other, and they're not working well together. And guess what?
And they're still there. Pale, male and state.
No, they're still there.
And they're all still there, and they haven't got any new mates, really, to sort of freshen it up and change the dynamic.
She's losing some of her key allies, Judith Collins, as well, people like Harite Hipango and Wanganui. So, sorry, David, you go ahead.
Well, just before we completely canonise...
oh, my God, Hamilton East as well is going to the Labor Party.
Yes.
And whoever said that about Hamilton East?
Yes,
the reaction.
Exactly.
Most excited anyone's been about Hamilton.
Well, it's another key ally of Judith Collins, is why it's so significant. David Bennett is gone. Harite Hipanga, 2 key allies of Judith Collins.
That was a really good speech that she made. That was a very good speech.
Until she got on to the IMF at the end.
Oh, OK, no, fair enough. But to that point, it was almost presidential.
Yeah, to then it was great.
And as hopeful as one could be.
Exactly. But that is not a speech
very important for her.
Another gasp-worthy seat is Nelson. Paddy, how's that looking?
Bloodbath.
Well, I don't know how to gasp, but like that. But the red fire of Labor is burning everything up, and that includes Nelson. Rachel Boyack has won that seat off Nick Smith. Now, Nick Smith has held Nelson, I'll tell you how long for, 30 years he has been the MP there. He's had a stall down every Saturday morning. He's done everything, and Nick Smith is now out of Nelson. And look at what's happened there. A big win for Rachel Boyack, who has been working hard. Over 3,000 votes over Nick Smith, coming in with 15,048. But she's right up there with 18,625.
Great result.
Nick Smith is gone from Nelson after 30 years. He has lost that seat, and it is all over for Nikki Boy-Smith.
OK, thank you very much, Paddy. This is the Jacinda Ardern effect. The Jacinda Ardern effect was she latched on to these candidates, her fame, her personality, and quite frankly, the whole COVID management, and they've got through.
Well, it's part of Labor's campaign, right? I mean, I heard, you know, Chris Finlayson being very articulate, criticising National's campaign earlier this evening. You've got to go big ups to Labor's campaign. I mean, that campaign has been faultless, really.
Well-funded.
Well-funded, well-organised. They knew exactly which seats to target.
Absolutely.
And they knew how to hunt the party vote. They knew how to capitalise on Jacinda Ardern, and that is what they've done.
OK, what we'll do is we'll head to Ryan Bridge in the Parliament because Jacinda Ardern is very, very close. Finally, I think Kelvin Davis. Oh, Kelvin Davis at the end of that limerick. Let's go to Ryan for your take, Ryan.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Speaking of important seats, this is the most important seat in the country, and this is the seat that the Prime Minister will return to. Jacinda Ardern will stay the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Who sits next to her here as her deputy is an open question. Will it be Kelvin Davis? Will it be Grant Robertson? Or will it be the Greens' James Shaw? It all depends on the type of deal that's done between these two parties, and there will be a deal between them, whether it's a coalition agreement, whether James Shaw is in the party, or whether indeed it is just confidence and supply. But Jacinda Ardern's seat for another 3 years.
Good stuff. Thank you, Ryan. We'll head down to Jacinda Ardern. She, of course, will be taking the stand very, very shortly. She's just behind the doors.
The woman of the hour, the woman of the night, the woman of the next 3 years.
The woman of the last year, that's for sure, with COVID.
Let's take a second to remember how this story started.
Even she's peering around going, oh my gosh, Kelvin Davis, rap already, I'm winning.
In the beginning.
Who's allowed this to happen?
Before there was light.
Oh my gosh, he's starting again from the beginning.
If only the tourism sector had 10 minutes of his time during COVID, it would have been quite useful.
3 years in, the world of light still shines red and true.
Oh my goodness.
3 more years in the light, imagine what we can all do.
What you can't hear is our director going, oh my gosh, guys, back to you. He's still talking.
If you had another election right now, would Labor win after that speech?
No wonder it's a subdued crowd.
And no wonder they kept him away from the campaign.
Could someone call security to get him off? David, have you got any influence anymore in the party?
I think he's a very credible deputy leader.
God, now, lie test? No, gone.
How can you say that with a straight... Well, you didn't say it with a straight face.
Should we go to Harwood? No, seriously, should we go to Harwood instead?
Look, he's a good bloke, actually, Kelvin.
He's a very good bloke.
Very good bloke, and he's a very strong team.
He's a fantastic bloke and a fantastic
not well suited to government.
MP as well.
Election nights bring out the best and the worst of people. I mean, the more gracious you can be, either in victory or in defeat, the better. That was a little off.
They put the boot into Todd Muller, for goodness sake.
But to be honest, that was the sort of thing that you do inside the tent, right? It isn't something that you share with those outside the tent.
It's never funny the second time round, you know.
Everyone else has been, all of the speeches we've heard tonight have been gracious.
That's for the second day of a Labor conference, it's not a speech for election.
I'm actually not kidding.
That's right,
I'm actually not kidding when I say, should we go to Harwood? Should we go to Harwood?
Let's go to Harwood.
It's a big call.
Well, it's either that or hanging around Kelvin Davis. I'm making an executive decision. We're going to Harwood. Harwood, come in. Are you there? Good evening to Harwood. We are in Harwood. Look at that, Mitch McCann. Good evening.
I am. Yeah, we're at Harwood. We've got the Māori Party here. Debbie Ngāti Wapaka, the leader of the Māori Party, is about 400, 500 votes behind where she would like to be at the moment. But there is a chance she could make it into Parliament. If Wārere Waititi from Waiariki gets into Parliament, she could be following him. So pretty exciting night here for the Māori Party. They're pretty excited now.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
If any party tonight, Duncan, they'll put on the best feed as well, so it's pretty good.
That's always the case, Mitch. You hang around, you'll probably be there for the next 3 days, actually. Mitch McCann in Harwood. When I promised Harwood, we went to Harwood. Jacinda Ardern, your Prime Minister, is taking the stage. Here she is.
All right.
Good evening, Jacinda.
Coming into Shapeshifter, I think, who actually played at the town hall last night. I was told by a reliable source that someone got a bit drunk and peed in the corner. So hopefully they clean that up before the Labour Party moved in this evening.
Hope so, Paddy, that sort of information.
Well, we're just talking about, you know, graciousness.
Here we go.
Ina mana ina reo ina tangara whenua o Aotearoa. E tika ana te kōrero. E hara taku toa e te tō takitahi, he tō takitini ke. Nō reira tātou e hui hui mai nei, ka hoaki tōno tātou. Tonight, New Zealand has shown the Labour Party its greatest support in at least 50 years. We have seen that support in both urban areas and in rural areas, in seats we may have hoped for, but in those equally we may not have expected. And for that, I only have 2 simple words: thank you. Thank you to the people who worked so hard to share our message, who volunteered for us in what felt like an endless campaign. Thank you to the candidates and members of Parliament who worked not just for 6 weeks but for 3 years to earn their community support. But most importantly, thank you to the many people who gave us their vote, who trusted us to continue with leading New Zealand's recovery, who backed the plan we are already rolling out, and to those amongst you who may not have supported Labour before. And the results tell me there were a few of you. To you I say thank you. We will not take your support for granted. And I can promise you, we will be a party that governs for every New Zealander. Governing for every New Zealander has never been so important, more than it has been now. We are living in an increasingly polarised world, a place where more and more people have lost the ability to see one another's point of view. I hope that this election, New Zealand has shown that this is not who we are, that as a nation we can listen and we can debate. After all, we are too small to lose sight of other people's perspective. Elections aren't always great at bringing people together, but they also don't need to tear one another apart. And in times of crisis, I believe New Zealand has shown that. And so, again, I say thank you. This has not been an ordinary election, and it's not an ordinary time. It's been full of uncertainty and anxiety, and we set out to be an antidote to that. As a nation, we needed a plan for recovery, and so that is what we created. We needed an ongoing health response to the global pandemic to keep people safe, so that is what we've done. And we needed a team focused absolutely and entirely on New Zealand, and Labour absolutely is. Tonight's result has been strong, and it is clear that Labour will lead the government for the next 3 years. And over the next 3 years, there is much work to do. We will build back better from the COVID crisis. Better, stronger, with an answer to the many challenges New Zealand already faced. This is our opportunity to build an economy that works for everyone, to keep creating decent jobs, to upskill and train our people, to protect our environment and address our climate challenges, to take on poverty and inequality, to turn all of the uncertainty and hard times into cause for hope and optimism. It's an opportunity we have already grabbed, and a plan we have laid out to invest in the infrastructure that sets us up for generations to come while creating thousands of jobs. New state homes to house the homeless, 100% renewable electricity generation, free trades training and interest-free loans for small businesses to expand and to thrive. Our plan is already in action and already working. But after this result, we have the mandate to accelerate our response and our recovery, and tomorrow we start. The next few years will not be easy. The last few have not been easy either. But there have been chinks of light that have shone through even the darkest of times. That light has been our nation's determination, our support for one another, our sense of resolve. And that light has always been more powerful than the most overwhelming darkness. Yes, policies, ideas, and having a plan matters, but it will only be as good as the people that it works to support. And I cannot imagine a people I would feel more privileged to work on behalf of, to work alongside, and to be Prime Minister for. We will govern as we campaign positively, with optimism about our future, with a relentless focus on a recovery that brings New Zealanders with us to deliver long-lasting change. Now more than ever is the time to keep going, to keep working, to grab hold of the opportunities that lay in front of us. So let's step forward together. Ka hoake tono tātou. Let's keep moving.
And obviously jubilant scenes at Labour Party HQ in Auckland downtown at the Town Hall. Jacinda Ardern joined by her partner Clark Gayford and of course all her MPs on the stage. Linda Clark, what a speech that was. The humility in there, but also the positivity. This was about all New Zealanders. She reached out to National Party voters who may be voting Labour for the first time in New Zealand.
Step forward together.
Come with us, we'll come with you.
Yeah, I mean, the most interesting thing about that, and I think you saw this in the last debate, is Jacinda Ardern said in the last debate that what she wanted to do was change the way we do politics. And that was the speech that is the marrying part of that. She talked about recognising and respecting other people's perspectives. She talked about leading a government that will work for everyone. She did also talk about long-lasting change. So it's what I've been saying all night, right? She does want to transform New Zealand, but she wants to do it in a way that will stick. And so when the wave of blue comes through, as one day it will, all of those policies, those good policies for Labour people will not be knocked aside.
Well expressed, Linda. I mean, it's both the, if you like, the central conundrum of the job she's got now that the expectations are raised, which is bring everybody along, or as many people own the centre, but also show enough dynamism and movement and get stuff done, so that there is a track record to show in 3 years' time. And what is the strategy? They've named 3 things. Grant did it earlier tonight. She's just said the same 3 topic headings. One is economic development. The second is more good jobs, high-value jobs, meaning innovation, skills, all of that cluster, right? And the third is social transformation and well-being. For her, the litmus test is child well-being, child poverty, but it's a broader thing, so you'll see things like the Caring for Communities program coming up, the post-COVID response spreading out across the social agencies, not just infrastructure.
Paul Henry, that wasn't a speech that she just wrote today, was it?
No, that speech was not written today. That was not a victory speech. That was a strategy speech.
That was a program.
That was a program. That was a speech for another term, not just the next term.
It was written weeks ago. What I would also pick up with this is she was an MP that came in under Helen Clark and Michael Cullen, and she saw with those two policies that stuck and have not been changed by a national government all by themselves, which was KiwiSaver, which is working for families. They are fundamentally part of our policy structure in New Zealand, and all New Zealand families are part of either KiwiSaver or working for families.
Yes, but Clark was, like she is, very concerned to bring the whole community along and was open to the claim of being an incrementalist. Cullen, on the other hand, is a breakthrough ideas guy, politically savvy, of course, but remember, he got the top mark in maths in the country for school cert. He dreamed up KiwiSaver.
But politics has changed.
He looked at superannuation.
Politics has changed since the days of Clark and Cullen, and one of the ways we've seen it, and we've seen this globally, is that the centre of politics in other countries that we like to compare ourselves to has fallen apart, and voters have polarised out into these 2 tribes that really hate each other and vilify each other.
Algorithms, death of journalism.
And that speech was doing politics in a different way, so you don't lose the centre.
Here. I think it's very important.
And the great thing that COVID has taught all of us as New Zealanders is that whether we're Tories or whether we're Labour voters or Green voters or whatever, we like looking out for each other. We obey the rules when it's better for all of us to do that.
And we did it with COVID.
That's what she's talking about.
And we did it with COVID. Leaders' debate, remember, on the same night as that dreadful Trump-Biden debate, weren't we proud to be New Zealand?
So
it was good fun, it was consensual.
OK, I think there's a little bit more to this than that, though. I think she's actually changing the Labour Party.
Oh, absolutely.
She is talking about creating a totally different party. That speech there was fascinating, I think, because I think we're not going to see the same sort of election again in future.
But can she do everything? You see, so she's a powerful figure. There's no doubt about this. This is her high time, a brilliant night for her. Jacinda Ardern,
well, yeah, but
a hero.
Listen,
but the ministers
she didn't
below her
talk about a partnership with anyone.
She talked not.
Now,
she didn't
they've
thank
got
Winston.
49%.
Well, she did with the voters. She talked about a partnership,
with people. I thank you. I recognise that you didn't vote for me last time. All of that stuff. They're sitting at, what are they, 49% tonight?
No mention of the Greens, no mention of thank you, Winston, for putting me as Prime Minister.
They probably will go up from 49 once the specials are in for the very reasons that you talked about earlier tonight. So let's say they get 50-51%. She doesn't need the other parties. I certainly have always assumed they would reach out and bring the Greens in.
Do you think they might not?
The Greens tonight are counting on that. James Shaw is talking about what portfolios he'd like as a
Do you think they've got ahead of themselves, the Greens, tonight?
Well, maybe they
I think the Prime Minister is.
She's going to want them.
Why would
she's
she
going to want
talk
them
up the
associated
negotiation
with the
before
team.
she's had it?
No, but hang on. She wasn't sure whether she'd get a majority. She knew she was probably going to win, but not the majority.
She said Labor will govern.
Yes.
That's what she said.
Yes,
now,
is what she
I think she probably will still bring them all in, but she
That's
doesn't
my
have
sense
to.
as
No, she doesn't have to, but I'm sure she will.
And
She's
But on her terms.
Well, you also raised earlier the Māori Party as well, didn't you, Linda? You think that she'll bring the Māori Party
So the Māori
into
Party looks like they're going to have one MP that wins, and I'm thrilled actually for them. I think that's a terrific outcome for a party that deserves to be there because it's different, and
Possibly
we need
two
difference. They need 1.25. You'll know that we all know the number. 1.25 to get 2 MPs, so they might get 2.
Yep.
I think that the Labor's Māori caucus will wrap its arms around that Māori one and bring them in. Because remember, the Māori Party campaigned for candidacy only. They wanted their voters to vote for Labor as a party. So there's no reason why they shouldn't work together.
And it was a party formed out of the Labor Party anyway, with
and Savawari Waititi as a former Labor Party candidate.
And that fits perfectly in with
voter,
Jacinda's strategy.
Right, we're all on the same page.
If I'm a Māori voter, I want Māori MPs to have more influence, not less. And so bringing them together is a good idea for me.
Right, we'll take a break. We're going to head to Wellington. We'll take a break. So thank you for joining us. We will continue our election night coverage very shortly. Take a quick break and back with you in a tick. Good evening. Yeah, welcome back to Decision 2020. You're with Newshub. Good to have you here this evening. It is National's COVID capitulation, isn't it? And, of course, Labor's massive victory tonight. A huge shot in the arm for Jacinda Ardern, of course. Massive, massive vote of confidence for her. Will she govern with the Greens? She can govern alone right now. That's what the numbers are looking like. Let's head to Wellington, where Ryan Bridge is in the New Zealand Parliament and has all the numbers and a Sky Tower next to him, I think, as well. Hello, Ryan.
Good evening, and yes, it is a clean-up job from the Labor Party here tonight. As Jacinda Ardern has said, their best result in 50 years. But we have a special welcome to the Parliament based on the current numbers, with 90% of the vote counted. A kia ora to the Māori Party, with on track to take Waiariki, Rawiri Waititi. If he gets another 1.5%, the Māori Party gets another 1.5% on their party vote, they could bring another MP with them. So, depending on how that seat goes, we could have the Māori Party represented here in Parliament again, which is an incredible result. After 3 years out in the cold, of course, they were kicked out at the last election with Te Oroa Flavel and Marama Fox. This is how the Parliament shakes out, with 5 parties represented. Let's have a look at the coalition builder. Same old story, really, isn't it? Jacinda Ardern totally dominant, but it does give her more options. It gives her the Māori Party, if she wants to, take them on and use them, with 1 seat here on top of the Greens' 10. Of course, no point really at this time in the evening looking on the right side of politics. Let's go now to the seats in the House and see how they are laid out. Interesting here. You see that red tsunami, one lone waka going against the tide, and that is the Māori Party. Back to you guys in Auckland.
Thank you very much, Ryan, from the Parliament, with those phenomenal graphics and those phenomenal numbers and colours across the Parliament. We're going to be crossing live now to Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, for another 3 years. Congratulations, Jacinda Ardern. Congratulations on your epic, epic win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will you be bringing in the Green Party in some kind of coalition deal or confidence and supply deal, even if you don't need them, which on these numbers you don't?
You're right to point out that we have been delivered by New Zealanders a very strong mandate tonight. That is what we asked for. Our message was that the strength of that mandate would mean that we would be able to crack on with our recovery with greater pace and with greater urgency, and that's our intention. When it comes to what might happen with other parties, look, I'd rather let the results finally all finish rolling in, but it is clear that Labor will be leading and does have that that mandate.
Jacinda, congratulations. Is this, in principle, is forming a coalition, though, is it something you want to do? I'm not asking you to make your decision here tonight. I'm just saying, in principle, do you want to govern alone, or do you want to sort of form a consensus? Because to me, you're a consensus politician, and to me, I would, if I'm a betting man, I'd say yes, you probably do.
I am a consensus politician. My view is that that's how we get change that sticks. And I'd like to think that's how we've managed to attract votes this election that will have spanned across the political divide. I know, Duncan, that we will have had people voting for us this election who may not have voted Labour before. But I do also think they've done that because they want us to crack on with it. They want us to move with haste and speed on the recovery. They don't want too much complexity, so I'll be keeping all of that in mind in the work that we do going forward. OK, but when you say you want to move things, and I think you used the word accelerate in your speech just before. Yeah. When you say you want to accelerate, what is it that you want to accelerate? What is it that you can do faster, and what is it that you can do? Well, just as a general rule of thumb, Duncan, everyone will know, and you'll know, well remember from your days in Parliament, you know, when you have more complex arrangements in an MMP, that means that things can be slower. This strong mandate means that we can crack on with that recovery. And I named some of those things, those infrastructure rebuild, the work we're doing on skills and trade training, job creation. You know, all of those things we'll want to be moving with pace.
But that to me sounds like governing alone, doesn't it? Because if you can move with pace, then you move alone. If you want to be tied down, then you have to move with a whole bunch of others around you. To me, it sounds like you want to...
Well, actually, I think the mandate that we've been given either way, regardless of whatever form of government we choose to create, the mandate we have will allow us to do that regardless.
And Prime Minister, Winston, during the campaign, you haven't been drawn on Winston Peters, whether you'd be sad to see him go. You said you didn't want to, you know, there wasn't a foregone conclusion, you didn't want to get ahead of the result. What is your message to Winston Peters tonight, the end of a 4-decade-long political career?
And I have huge respect for that. He has dedicated his life to public service, to Parliament, and I hope that he feels proud of what we did in the last 3 years, because I certainly do. And
Judith Collins, she acknowledged that she'd called you tonight and conceded the election to you. What time was that, and what did she say?
You'll forgive me if I didn't record the exact time. It was a while before we came down. She just acknowledged the results and congratulated me. It was, you know, the sentiment, it felt very genuine to me.
And what's your message, I suppose, to her as well? I mean, this has been a long and protracted campaign. It's been 2 campaigns, really. What's your message to her in terms of kind of going up against her, those force fields for the last 6 weeks?
Yeah, and look, I hope you will have picked up some of the sentiment of that from my words tonight and over the last couple of days. You know, I genuinely believe the vast majority of politicians are here to make a difference. We're here for the right reasons, and you know, opposition is a tough place to campaign from, but I think overall it's been a good campaign and a really robust campaign.
And I suppose the only 2 real knocks that you've taken tonight, as far as we can see, are Auckland Central and also Waiariki. What happened in those 2 seats, and what happened in those 2 seats?
Oh, look, I'm sure there'll be plenty of time to look into some of those final results there. Waiariki obviously was extremely close there. Auckland Central, look, just an acknowledgement there. That just wasn't an outcome I would have called. So full acknowledgement there of that.
Jacinda, we will leave you there. Congratulations again on a massive and a landslide victory tonight. All the very best, and hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern from Auckland headquarters for the Labour Party. Appreciate your time this evening. Josie, wow. It's conciliatory, it is warm, it is humble, it is positive. It's hard to criticise. Oh,
yeah, look, it's a deserved victory. But it's interesting listening to what she said then. So she talked a lot about everybody who voted Labour, this is going out to you. So she's really appealing to those national voters who voted Labour to keep the Greens out. And so I would say
she's under pressure.
There was no signal there that she is going to go into coalition. I think that's a mistake. I think you want to keep the left, don't you agree, David? Keep them close.
What an incredibly insightful interview. Firstly, let's acknowledge It was beautifully delivered. There was warmth, there was maturity, there was generosity, and it's an amazing night for Jacinda. But when you put she said two things that I think absolutely nail the two sides of the coin she's got to roll. First, she said, we want to crack on with greater pace and greater urgency. And hasn't there been a lot of commentary around the country about that tonight, including from this panel? And then secondly, she said, consensus means change that sticks. And that's the kind of change she's wanting to build into a third term so that it won't be reversed.
But can I say one thing, though, Dave?
But hang on, let me say one of the third leg of this treble, finally, is that she wants an accelerated way forward, but what she's not saying is the Greens would be an accelerator, not a brake.
But
for a progressive in politics, the Greens would accelerate the change.
No, I think this is simply about enjoying the night, enjoying the moment, reaching out to her coalition partners in terms of the Greens, saying the right things to the leader of the opposition. You know, it wasn't an arrogant speech in that regard. It was just.
Has she made up her mind? Do you think, or is she just biding her time?
It was just about the moment of it, and I think what they'll do is they'll see how the cards fall, and at the end of the night, get together with her brains trust, and then.
So you think she is biding her time, Shane? You don't think she's already made up her mind?
No, I think she's biding her time. I think she'll wait to see if the Māori Party are coming in. But one thing I would say, and I don't want to be sort of Cassandra on the walls because this is a great night for Labour, but there has never been a crisis in the world where the poor have come out better. So there will be a political reckoning if she doesn't start doing that transformational stuff and do something about inequality.
It makes it doubly hard to get victories for transformation and for poor and for poverty at this particular time.
If not now, when?
Okay, if not now, when? Well, when means the break is right now. We'll take a quick break and back with you shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to Newshub Decision 2020 election night. There's Jacinda Ardern, thronged by the media for her post-election scrum, answering inevitably some of those questions around what the future government is going to look like. And one new electorate MP is a rising star, actually, in her caucus from last term, Kiritapu Allen. Paddy, what's going on the East Coast?
Well, hang on, I was going to call that, but you're taking some of the excitement away. But I will say this, over on the East Coast, red sky at night is Kiri Allen's delight. She has won that seat. She has taken a National Party seat, and this is what we call in the business flipping a seat. It's when you flip it over from blue to red or red to blue, and she has done it like this, by 5,000 votes. So that's a triple backflip by Kiri Allen up there. And I've got to say, when I'm talking about the East Coast, hello to my friends in Ruatoria, you've got a new friend. Now, flipping has been going on all over the shop. So many of them, I have to bring a prop. I've got to remember and write down stuff. I never have to do that on TV. I've got one hell of a memory. But this is what's been flipped in this country. Hamilton East, Hamilton West, Hutt South, my home patch is gone. Ilam, blue blood as all hell, Maryvale and Fendleton, Jerry Brown is gone. You've got a Labour MP, cannot believe it. New Plymouth, my hometown, Labour's in there. The farmers won't like that. Wait, I'll go through these ones quickly and get back to you. Otaki, Rangitata, Tuki, Upper Harbour, Wairarapa, Whanganui and Northcote. All flipped, and I'll flip it back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Paddy. Now, if you are wondering tonight where the results of the referendum are, and you're thinking, hang on, is this cannabis referendum a yes vote? the answer, despite the evidence on show
I'm all good.
The answer is you won't get those results for a couple of weeks yet. Let us go now to Tova.
We are going to go, where are we going to go, guys?
Chris Luxon. Botany. Oh. Hello, Chris Luxon. Hello,
Jesse Mulligan is, I think, with Chris Luxon.
Bang, boom,
guys.
We have it. There we go.
Jesse,
Can you
hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Yeah, hello there.
Weren't you at National?
So I've just arrived in Botany, and next to me is the new MP for Botany. Congratulations, Chris Luxon. And I'm picking this might be one of the few national parties in New Zealand where the mood is pretty buoyant today.
Well, we've had a great celebration out here in Botany. I mean, we've had 200 of our volunteers and supporters here tonight, and it's been really important because it's been quite a campaign, as you can see, and we've been out here for the last 10 months working pretty hard, and we've had an amazing bunch of people. I think have done a really great job.
Why didn't you go to the major party down at the Royal Yacht Squadron? Was there a sense of not wanting to be associated with that pretty colossal failure for National today?
No, not at all. I mean, it's just really we'd committed to 200 volunteers here that we'd actually, we've been through quite the mill out here in Botany over the last 2 years, if you sort of follow the history a bit. And it was just really an opportunity to acknowledge a bunch of people. We've had a heap of new supporters that have joined the party and got involved in this campaign. And we just really wanted to acknowledge and esteem them big time. And it's been pretty special.
Is Judith Collins the right leader for National in 2023?
Yeah, look, I think she is. I think Judith's done actually a really good job this time. I know it's a very disappointing set of results for us, and we're going to have to go back and regroup and work our way through it in the next 3 years. But Judith, in fairness, stepped up big time. She put a lot of focus to what we were doing, and I think she led us really well. And so, I'm looking forward to getting, obviously, being a much smaller team on the other side of this thing in Wellington. But I think that's a big opportunity for us all too.
But you, Chris, did not join this party to be a flight attendant. Surely you have your eye on the leadership. And how long can you afford to wait to take it? How long can New Zealand afford to wait to have leadership that New Zealand can vote for?
Yeah, look, I think we're all getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We just need some time to digest all of this, and actually get together on Monday and work out, what's the plan to take it forward. I have to say, I've got to take it one step at a time, and I really think, I want to be part of Judith's team, and clearly, we're going to need all 35 MPs that have sort of, have won through tonight to actually step up, and everyone's going to have to do a little bit of extra work and actually sort of work out how we take the program forward.
Have you been disappointed by Judith's style in this campaign?
No, look, I think she's done a good job. I mean, she stepped in last minute, in a difficult set of circumstances in a campaign that's been incredibly challenging in terms of, lockdowns and extensions and probably a country that really didn't want to have an election in the first place, I'd say to you. And I think she's done an incredible job. I mean, just, putting a lot of focus to it. I mean, she's very clear. She's black or white. She's yes or no. I think when we're going to have a turnaround challenge in this country, I am very concerned about the next 3 years. I see a lot of economic challenges coming our way, and I think we've got some pretty serious issues to work our way through. And so good, strong leadership's important.
Well, welcome to the world of politics. Congratulations on the result, your personal result tonight, and good luck for the next 3 years.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Jesse.
Okay.
Back to you guys. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Jesse, and thank you to Christopher Luxon as well. Before we head back, and Chris, just quickly, you want to take us?
No, I think...
We go back to Jenna? Yep, Jenna Lynch. Let's get back to Jenna Lynch, Labour Party headquarters with Clark Gay for Jenna.
I've managed to wrangle the first man of the country away from his partner for a second, the Prime Minister. How proud are you?
I'm enormously proud. I'm proud of the whole team. It's just been so great seeing that whole, from Jacinda down through the whole mechanics of the Labour Party around, just really going for it these last few weeks. And now to get a result like that's great.
You were with her in the room when she found out she was Prime Minister that first time around. Did you get a similar reaction tonight? What was the energy in the living room like?
Well, last time it was a real cut and dry decision made, and so this time around, I'll be honest with you, when the first results started coming in, we were like, I was like, that won't hold, that'll come down, surely not, and then they held up, and so, and then from there, I mean, she just straight into work mode, thinking about what she has to do and how we get through the rest of the night.
What point in the night did you know that she was going to be the Prime Minister?
I don't know if there was a definitive moment. I mean, you're watching the percentages go up. I mean, it's like anyone else. You're doing all of those things in your head where you go, is this just the advance votes? Are they from one type of people of a particular persuasion? Is it going to come swinging back the other way? And so you just sit there waiting.
Was there a fist pump? Was there a jump in the air? Was there a scream?
No, none of that, sorry.
That's super calm.
I know. Almost boring. I feel like making something up.
All right. What about Neve reaction?
Well, that was my biggest concern tonight, was the noise in the house waking her up. There was a lot of shushing going on. Look, shush.
All right, we will let you get back to Jacinda Ardern. Tell her congratulations.
OK, hey, thank you, Gina. Just bring the panel in here. Chris Finlayson, former National Party Cabinet Minister. Tonight, you have brought up this thought about the Jerry Brownlees, Nick Smiths, David Bennett, of course, and Hamilton there, MPs who have lost their seats, National MPs who have lost their seats, senior MPs.
Probably best that they move on. Look, I've got enormous time for Jerry, and Nick's been the father of the house, but they've been there a long time.
They come back as list MPs.
No point coming back. I mean, Nick made a bit of a fool of himself with all that sort of frothing at the mouth and going on about Nazis toward the end of the session.
Wasn't it?
I think it's best just to, Nick, move on. You've had a great run. And I think the needs of the party are met by Melissa Lee, not you. But
this would be unprecedented, though, for MPs who have a right as a listening MP to come back in there despite losing their seats, to be told by you to bugger off.
Well, no, I just think that I make it a special exception for Chris Bishop. He's desperately needed in the party, and he fought a really good fight in.
So he's unlucky.
Is he a leadership contender, Chris?
Oh, in years to come, I think he will be. But you know, I don't think the party should be focusing on leadership at the moment. I won't go on about discipline anymore,
I mean,
but it needs to talk about camaraderie, looking after one another, building the brand again. Leadership will sort itself out in the fullness of time if it needs to be sorted out. But I think Judith, as Chris said, picked up a very tough job, and I think she's acquitted herself very well. And I can tell you now, if it had been any of the others, they would have been about 20%.
What about Nicola Willis? Do you think is she one of these MPs like Chris Bishop who should come back into the Parliament, and is she also a potential future leadership ticket?
Well, I don't know about future leadership, but she certainly seems to have worked hard on the ground. But I think Chris's point is a very, very good one. If the kind of soul-searching that's required is actually done, Parliament should not be a job for life. And you know, Jacinda Ardern touched on the fact that we need a new way of kind of politics. I would say that is one of the things, if you are entering Parliament, you need to think about how you can make your contribution in a good space of time, but you should not be there. And in my view, 30 years is far too long.
Matthew Hooton, earlier when Chris Finlayson made some comments, some very strong comments about Simon Bridges, and he should definitely not come back into the fold. You wanted to pick up on those comments. Should Simon Bridges have another crack at the leadership?
Well, he has aspirations, according to people close to him. But, you know, you broadcast, somewhat controversially, that word cloud of how the public thought about him. And he was not only the most unpopular political figure in New Zealand history when it came to net unfavourability, he was the most unpopular political figure in the English-speaking world. And not only did he have a negative 60 or worse approval rating, worse than Jeremy Corbyn, the intensity of dislike towards Bridges, as your word cloud showed, is unprecedented. And they were 26% when Muller took over. Nothing's got better, obviously, since then, but you know, that was the legacy there, and it's not fair.
You've got to get over this.
You have to accept the public don't like it. It isn't fair, but
you've got to get over
doesn't matter if you can get your party across the line.
You've got to get over that. You've got to move on, and you've got to either back Judith or not, because I tell you what, the party was disgraceful.
Through this campaign.
Disgraceful.
It was an exercise in self-destruction.
It looked like there was no money, no organisation. It was woeful.
But tonight they left her swinging in the wind, which is the most unsportsmanlike thing I have seen in a long time. She did the hard yards, and they left her out there.
She should have become leader when English left. And I believe gender was a reason.
But also the thing that the party has lost, the National Party has lost, is its purpose. They have not got a clear purpose anymore, and I think that's the biggest problem that they're facing.
Good place to end it. They go to Wellington for their lunch at the moment. So let's get to Wellington for a very late supper with Ryan Bridge, and he's in the house. Ryan, come in, sir.
Good evening, welcome back. Look, I know it's so last term, but can we just take a look back at the Parliament that went before the one we are just electing tonight, and remember the awkward marriage of inconvenience that the Prime Minister has had to endure for the last 3 years. You want to get anything done, you've got to ask Uncle Winston, because that line, in order to get across it, they've had to have the support of Greens, the Green Party and New Zealand First. So awkward Uncle Winston is gone. You want to talk about, you know, tenancy laws, you want to talk about workplace relations, whatever it might be. Let's change up the Parliament now and bring in the new numbers. There is the red tsunami. She can do it on her own. There's only one person Jacinda Ardern needs to consult now, and that is herself. Let's have a look, though, at the bloodbath that is the National Party tonight, and this is awful. It's the blue corner, boxed into a blue corner. As I said earlier, the only thing the National Party's managed to crush this election is itself, and they've lost 20 MPs in the process. They thought one in Jamie Lee Ross was bad during the term. Try 20. A real bruised and bloodied National Party here in the Parliament, guys.
OK, hey, thank you, Ryan. That really is telling, isn't it? It's hugely telling. What we'll do is we'll take a quick break and be back with more very shortly.
Welcome back. We're going to slowly work our way around the Ardern family. We've spoken to Jacinda Ardern, we've spoken to her fiancé, Clark Gayford, and now we're going to cross back to the Labour Party at the Auckland Town Hall, where, Jenna, you have Ross Ardern and who else?
I found the whole clan here. We have Ross Ardern, Dad, and Louise's sister Ardern over here. How proud are you guys feeling? And tell you what, the smile is contagious in the family, for starters. How proud are you guys feeling?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. We're so proud. Jacinda's worked so hard, and this is it's an amazing result, and yeah, we just couldn't be happier right now.
Were you here on election night last time around, or is this
actually in Labour? I was in Labour, giving birth in Labour. It's like, yeah.
So you got to experience this one for the first time?
Yes, yeah. So it's been fantastic to be here and share this moment with her.
What was your first reaction when you heard your sister was going to be Prime Minister for another 3 years?
It didn't come as a big surprise, to be honest. I was just really pleased for her. I'm just pleased that the people of New Zealand could see how amazing leader she is. The rest of the world sees it, and I'm just really glad that the people of New Zealand can see that as well.
And proudest dad in the world right now?
I think so.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much, Jenna. And we're going to go back to, one of the other big upsets of the evening back in Waiariki, which is looking like, I think we can pretty well call it, more than 300 for Rawiri there. Emma, have you got Tamasi coffee with you?
Wow, yeah, Tova, what happened here? There was such enthusiasm and optimism in this room, and then within literally minutes, it changed. Tamati is joining me now. You're still clinging onto hope tonight.
Oh, do you know what? And only because it is so tight, you know. Nobody has been sitting back and just putting their feet up tonight. It's been an absolute cliffhanger in the Waiariki seat. So, not quite ready to concede just yet.
How much will those special votes mean to you?
Oh, quite a bit, actually. In the last election, I benefited from about 450 special votes that came my way. So because the margin on this is so tight, actually, I'm going to wait till that happens.
One of the first things you said to me this evening as everyone was gathering here tonight is a way for you to thank your volunteers and show their support, and we've just seen them walking out here tonight, many of them in tears. What is that like, having to farewell them under this cloud of uncertainty for you?
Yeah, let me be very clear. Putting yourself up for public office and pulling in a bunch of volunteers around you who are your family absolutely takes an emotional toll on anybody that puts their hand up for this kind of job. So, it's an anxious time for our team, but actually, you know what, like I said before, I'm not ready to concede just yet.
So much of Aotearoa tonight voted Labour. What happened here in the Waiariki, Steve?
Yeah, look, it was close, and it still is close. So I'm not ready to concede on that one. But make no mistake, I'm absolutely stoked that we've managed to return a Labour government for the next 3 years. That's been endorsed by so many around New Zealand, and actually it's been the goal of our campaign from the start, actually. We believe that we've got the right team, we believe that we've got the leader, and New Zealand has endorsed us.
Well, your wee boy is out there asleep in the pram, so I'll let you carry on your night and go wait on those special votes.
OK, thanks so much, Emma. That is, of course, Tamati Coffee, a bad night, because for him, when Labour's been returned so strongly, Trish, I'll come to you, Labour's been returned so strongly, he couldn't even say congratulations to the Māori Party candidate there. I would have thought that you might say congratulations. It's a massive night for Rawiri Waititi, and a huge night for the Māori Party. He's got them back into Parliament, which is no mean feat, coming back in from the outside to the inside against a sitting government with such a swing. It is a phenomenal result for the Māori Party. Couldn't even say congratulations.
Yeah, no, it was pretty poor form, and obviously hanging on with everything he's got, clinging on in the hope that those special votes are going to carry him over the line. But we touched on this earlier when it wasn't as certain, but that can't be understated. The effort of the Māori Party, number one, to stay together after being out of Parliament last time when most people had written them off. There had been talk during the campaign of how impressive some of their candidates were, and probably for a lot in the mainstream media we didn't really see that going on. But that is an absolutely phenomenal result.
I wonder if it triggers another one. I wonder if it triggers another one to come in, because at 1.2, 1.3%, it'll trigger a second MP for the Māori.
Which makes all the difference, because being a one-person party, as David Seymour, is awful. Once you've got a second person, at least there's someone to talk to.
Can I just also bring in Russell Norman here? Russell, thank you for being with us tonight. The Green Party. They've received a phenomenal result tonight. They're all really happy and dancing and hoop la 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 la. But will they be in government? I mean, I think Jacinda Ardern's hedging a bet.
Well, firstly, let me just say congratulations to Rawiri. I mean, Greenpeace has done quite a bit of work with Te Whanau Apanui on the oil campaign, and Rawiri's a climate warrior, so it'd be fantastic to have him back in Parliament, or in Parliament, and the Māori Party back in Parliament. But anyway, on the Greens, I mean, obviously the problem the Greens have got now is Labor's got a simple majority. So where's your bargaining power if you want to get leverage through, right? And you heard Jacinda Ardern's comments earlier, she was kind of saying, I can take it or leave it, right, with regard to the Greens, right? And so if the Greens are going to say, well, we are really desperate to be ministers, then she can set a pretty low bar for policy gains, right? So I think the problem they're going to have in the post-election negotiation is that if they're really desperate to be in coalition, then she's in a very strong position not to give
So the Greens' hand is not as strong as perhaps it looks tonight.
Especially given Ardern's political strategy, which is going to be to hang on to people who voted for John Key 3 times and Bill English once.
And let's just explore that for a second, because, just because you think about it, are we going to spend the next 3 years where you have Labor electorate MPs who are elected in national majority or national leading seats, who are going to be putting Conservative pressure on Ardern constantly not to do anything too radical, and she's going to be saying, I don't want my polls to drop under 45%. So then it's like, well, how do you get change if you're not willing to risk anything?
And this was also the time that the Greens were going to come to the party and fight for things, because they learnt that lesson in 2017 when they kind of failed abysmally to actually secure any goods in the confidence and supply coalition negotiation.
Patrick James Gower is standing in front of this massive, big, visible screen, and he wants to take over again. Patrick, Auckland Central, the state of Auckland Central, you call it, go.
Yeah, well, OK. Boom! Let's have a look at who's won this thing. Chloe Swarbrick has won it. Remember, she said OK Boomer, but OK Boom, she has done the job there. Tonight is a night where it's easy being green. Everyone's over there going, what are they going to do? How are they going to negotiate? They've just won Auckland Central. Let's have a look at these numbers. Cheer the hell up, any of you greenies. Wah, wah, wah. Why are you crying? You need to be happy. Green means go. The green lantern has been lit over Auckland Central. Look at it right here. I don't even have time to get over to the other side. 9,060 votes to 8,568. Now, 500 votes are in it. That's about the number of bearded hipsters you can fit into the wine cellar on Karangi Happy Road. That's an underground bar for those of you people who don't know. So she's pretty tight, and it will come down to the specials, the overseas votes. But right now we are calling it for Chloe. And I tell you what, this has never been done before. A seat has never been won by one of the people outside of the major parties without a cup of tea or any kind of deal. Because remember, Labor tried to win this thing. Labor did not give an inch in Auckland Central. And Chloe Swarbrick has gone in there and boomfa. It's hers.
OK, thank you, Patrick James Gower. Russell?
Well, I mean, obviously, let's just remember Jim Anderton, who won Wigram for the New Labour Party. Let's remember Sandra Lee, who won Auckland Central 1993 to 96.
That was before MMP, brother.
And let's remember Janine Fitzsimons, who won Coromandel without a deal with the Labour Party in 1993.
Hyde won Epsom without an endorsement.
But anyway, we're just here to strip your credibility, Paddy.
Helen Clark helped her out. Helen Clark helped her out.
We'll talk the euthanasia debate a little bit later on, but anyway, Russell, you carry on.
So,
you got anything more to say?
Well, look, all I'd say is, look, obviously the Greens need to go hard for everything, right, in order to try to drive change, because Ardern, on the face of it, seems to be saying she doesn't want to do that much, right? A pretty conservative agenda. But the problem they've got, obviously, is that Labor's got a simple majority, so it weakens their hand.
But there's huge pressure on Ardern tonight to do something.
Well, the thing is, she is buying into this myth and promoting this myth that change in New Zealand comes about through incrementalism.
Exactly.
It is simply not true. Yeah. The benefit cuts of 1990 lasted till Bill English became Prime Minister. Good faith bargaining Helen Clark put in really early in her term, and the superannuation fund.
People don't want the harsh social realities of immediate change. Change. They don't want it.
That's how to think of nuclear-free New Zealand, right? It didn't happen by consensus and holding hands and saying kumbaya. National voted against nuclear-free New Zealand.
John Key's government spent 9 years incrementally putting together something called social investment and the living standards framework. It was all ready to go for the 2018 budget.
Where did it get us?
9 years of hard incremental work. Change happens from bold leadership, and I'm sorry, this Prime Minister has achieved an unbelievably
And do you think that might change this?
She is showing no signs of leaving.
It absolutely won't. It absolutely won't. And I'll tell you this, if you're on the centre-right tonight and you're panicking about this...
Don't.
You should be underwhelmed, not panicked at this result, because this government, if they were going to be bold, look at the 84 Labor government, they came in and they did stuff straight away. In 87 they crumbled because they wanted more, there was a debate over more change and they couldn't get it over. This government is going to sit in the big flabby middle comfortable couch.
And what is it?
Yeah.
Why do you think she is so cautious? Why do you think she doesn't want to step over that centre?
Because
she's not interested in power.
Key was the same.
She's interested in office.
It becomes about the popularity, and also it becomes about, if you're a politician who is affecting big structural tricky change, you've got to be prepared to do that, and that you will lose at the next election.
She's got all this tension
You may not lose, but you've got to risk it, right?
Well,
you've got to be willing to take the risk because it matters.
You've got to take the public backlash, and I just don't see in this crop the spine to do that.
When the Labor Party was in opposition and they were as defunct as the National Party is now, Russell Norman, you, when you were the co-leader of the Green Party, effectively became the leader of the opposition, going up against John Key a lot. How similar are Jacinda Ardern and John Key to your mind?
There are certainly a lot of similarities in that obviously John Key was, very much a centrist and tried to play that line. He wasn't always, of course, but and so I think there are those similarities. In some, I don't want to overstate it, right? But all I'd really say is we're going to find out in the next few weeks when they lay out their agenda, and if there's any coalition negotiations with the Greens, what's in the deal, as to whether they really have any ambition to do real change, be transformative. Because there's no more excuses. They have a majority. You can't blame Winston.
But is there any other way for Jacinda Ardern to act than to be this big monster in the middle and to straddle the middle? And this is what you have to do under MMP. If you don't straddle the middle and control the middle, then you're a minor party on the outskirts.
But that's right, Duncan. But actually, is that the function of being the government? Is being the government about just sitting there and holding the votes? It's not, and especially at a time like now, it's about really doing the tough stuff that needs to happen.
From memory, David Longy got 47%
Looking at shots,
of the vote in 80.
Sorry to interrupt there, Matthew. Judith Collins jumping back in the Crown limousine. A short, sharp stint at that
wake.
At that wake, that National Party wake, scaled down.
Yeah. One other thing that has bugged me tonight is the speech by Kelvin Davis. I didn't think it was the time, the place, or the speech.
100%.
No, and the crack about Judith Collins and her husband, I thought was in particularly poor taste.
Todd Muller.
Cheapening the whole thing.
And actually the only person who has tonight, because as we were saying before, all of the speeches have been gracious, and then Kelvin Davis, I think he got a little bit whipped up in the frenzy of the last time he delivered one of these big kind of rhyming speeches.
No one's seen him for 6 months.
He's been working on that
time to shine.
speech.
He was on the AM show in 2017. Last scene.
It is quite embarrassing that their deputy leader is someone...
You shouldn't do that. Yeah,
that contributes so little to
Who's the Deputy Prime Minister? And that's a big question for Jacinda Ardern. Stay with us. You're with Newshub's Election Night. Back in a tick.
Welcome back. Those numbers still just blowing my mind. Remember when we talked about National, as if it dipped into the 30s, that was the kill zone for a leader. Judith Collins sitting on 26, the National Party sitting on 26.9% of the vote versus the Labor Party on 49%. The Māori Party, 1%, so close to getting a second MP across the line. And we're going to cross now to Hawera, Te Tai Hauauru, where Mitch McCann, do you have the co-leader of the Māori Party, Debbie Ngāti-Wapaka, with you?
I do. How are you feeling about tonight?
Oh, look, I've had an amazing journey. I've had a fabulous time in this campaign. Really proud of Aotearoa, and I need to congratulate Jacinda. I think she's done an amazing job and an unprecedented campaign. But most importantly, look at this little party that is at the brink of non-existence and has clawed back to have one candidate, possibly more coming through if the party vote, but and just had so much not going in favour for us, and yet we've proved Māori do want to have their independence, and so I'm feeling fabulous. Yeah.
It looks like Rawiri will be in Parliament.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wait for those votes, but you could also be in Parliament with a party vote. What do you know about that? Do you know what you would need?
What I heard earlier on this afternoon is about 1.1 or 1.2. I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to lead anyone astray. But look, what I am really clear of is that we had a campaign where we were told that the largest Māori caucus had it all sorted out, and in fact Māori have come back and said the complete opposite. So I'm so proud. We ran a campaign that was clean. We ran a campaign that was about kaupapa. It was about passion. And this is the result we've got tonight from, again, we came so far from behind, a little party with no budget, and look, and so I'm feeling elated and feeling that we're on the game and we've got a complete focus on 2023 and we're coming back.
What would it mean for you to enter Parliament as an MP with Rawiri, and would you work with the Labour Party if you needed to?
Oh, look, for me to work with Rawiri, we work every day and we have done for the last 7-8 months as whānau. So that would be an absolute privilege to serve our people. That's what I've always gone out to do. We would work with, we've always said that our whānau wanted to have a Labour Māori caucus. The problem was that we had people like Willie Jackson that didn't want to work with Māori Party. But our people have said to us, actually, we want to, and one of the most prominent electorates like Waiariki have come back and said, Cole, we want to have our independence, and we believe that there's more that are saying that as well.
Yeah, Debbie, appreciate your time. Thank you very much. The party's still very much going here in Te Tai Hawauru. Back to you guys.
OK, hey, thank you so much, Mitch. That there is, congratulations to them, and I hope she does get in. I'll tell you why. Because that's how you do a speech when you haven't won, but you've done well.
No, you're exactly
Tamati
right.
Coffey needs to learn every word from that woman.
You're exactly right. That was a gracious speech, and she was absolutely right on every point.
Wasn't she?
The one thing that I'm worried about, and Rawiri has done very well, but that is a very fragile win. That is very fragile.
For both people.
I think
watching the
the
last vestiges of Jacinda Ardern driving off into the evening.
In the Mercedes bus,
in the
people's bus, back to the Sandringham Stakes.
Isn't it interesting as well? And that just speaks to the perception stuff that Jacinda Ardern really plays to, and what we were talking about before. She doesn't drive around in a crown limousine like every Prime Minister or leader of a major party before her. Linda, what do you put that down to?
Well, it's just the personality that she's got, isn't it? I mean, she is remarkably... well, what we saw... She's exactly like you see when you see her on the television.
She hasn't changed,
there's no airs and graces. She doesn't get really frocked up. She doesn't...
Do those kinds of things make a difference to the public?
Well, that's what New Zealand is like. I mean, over and over, we have voted for Prime Ministers that we can relate to one way or the other.
I like a limo myself.
And, yeah, well...
Oh, that's why you need to be Prime Minister.
That's why I can relate to you.
But you made the point too, Tova, when you've been around her, when she's been around a crowd and that, people see the real Jacinda when they bump into her in a supermarket.
She's overwhelmingly lovely and warm, and even if you were trying to find something to dislike in her, you'd find it hard.
Well, I think she plays up a lot of those characteristics.
Can we go back to the Māori Party? Let's go back to the Māori Party because I think this is really important.
Yes, good call.
What Debbie said there was exactly right. This was a party that everyone, I mean, I certainly had written them off. Everyone had written them off. They had absolutely no money. They had their golden days under Dame Tari Anaturia, and when Dame Tari retired, it seemed that the kind of tide went out with her. So big ups to her tonight. She'll be absolutely thrilled. And absolutely thrilled. But they did it against all the odds. They had a fantastic campaign, as it turns out. They had a great strategy.
They had a brilliant strategy.
And
a
grassroots campaign. And was it also that Tamati Coffey was just a bit crap?
No, I mean, I actually think that people have identified, and Māori have identified, that there's a voice missing in our parliamentary system. And look, at the moment, it's a kaupapa Māori, but it's also working people, and working class in New Zealand, predominantly brown, Māori and Pacific. So that has been missing, a strong voice.
Good
to see them in Parliament.
Māori Party MPs.
Well, they have to be because it's a big party, and that's how big parties work.
Patrick James Gower, he's still sane, we think. He's there. Hello, Paddy. Good evening.
Yes, and I'm going to come in with a few history lessons and a few historic numbers. And I tell you what, if you're a National Party supporter, you might want to just turn away for a second and fill up the wine or the whiskey, because this is not good. So Judith Collins earlier in the campaign, she said Talofa, that was hello in Samoan. What's happened is her voters have said tofa, which is goodbye, see you later, we don't like you and aren't voting for you. So this is their worst losses. And now look at all the way I'm coming down. National is a big party. It's been around for 84 years, since 1936. It doesn't like losing. It stays in the 40s. It stays in the 30s. When it has a bad day, it stays in the low 30s. When it has a really bad day, it gets down to 30.5. Once upon a time, Bill English had a shocking day, and it's hurting my knees. But Judith Collins and the current crop of National Party people have come in just above there. It is a very low result for National tonight, in case you didn't pick that up. Okay, so don't know how you can analyse that, but visually, I've just tried to show you, that National hasn't done very well.
You said you didn't partake during the making of those documentaries, and I'm not so sure about that, but thank you very much.
We've decided to drink in order to join Paddy on whatever he's on, but yeah, Paul and I
don't know if it's drink.
Paul, it's not drink, you know this.
Here's what I think about that result too that Paddy's just been talking about, the national result. I think that could drop further. I think with the specials, with the overseas votes, I think National will be very lucky.
And but not below that ultimate.
No, this is quite Paul, this is quite low. I mean,
no, it is quite low, Paddy.
We can't actually get on the floor, Paddy.
We can't actually get any lower.
Get on the floor.
If you want to see what it's like.
Give us 10, Paddy.
Hey, I've got a really interesting statistic here. That since, I don't know, the 2000s, there's been 13 opposition leaders. Of that, only 3 have become Prime Minister. And the thing they have in common, John Key, Jacinda, Helen Clark, they were all more popular than the sitting Prime Minister when they went into a campaign.
And that's right. And if you're not, you don't get the job.
No.
As simple as that. We've seen that with all our polling over the last 25 years. We've been there that long. Goodness knows. We've been here a long time tonight. We're going to wrap things up very shortly. We'll take a quick break.
I mean, we called this night from the very second the polls closed that tonight would be a wild ride, and it has been. It has just been. There are so many major political stories tonight. History has been made. One of the biggest of them all is up in Northland with New Zealand First and Winston Peters, where Anna Bracewell-Worrell is. Anna, no word from Winston after that short and sharp speech.
That's right, he delivered that very brief speech and then took off upstairs. Haven't had a peep from him since, though there are a couple of questions I'd quite like to ask him, namely, what next? What next? Anyway, the party here at New Zealand First is pretty much over. Classic signs that a party is over: decorations coming down, lights on, music off. All signs point to this party pretty much being over. There are a few supporters hanging around. You can understand, though, why a lot of them have peeled off and gone home. A lot of people put their heart and their soul into this party. A lot of people have lost their jobs tonight. It's very hard for them to kind of sit there and try to revel and enjoy themselves when actually it's a pretty gutting night for a lot of people. So things are winding down. There are a couple of people here still.
Well, they always are.
Like,
see, this is the thing about New Zealand First parties over the years, and if you've been to them, they will always continue into the wee small hours of the night with a wee small cabal of people. Can you find the cabal? Is there a cabal somewhere around you? Be by the bar, I would have thought from experience.
Well, if we just pan to the corner here, here's Mr. Shane Jones. He was tearing up the dance floor earlier, just taking a little break and then back on the dance floor, no doubt, right, Shane Jones?
Yeah, after a hard-fought campaign in the north.
Kia ora, we're about to fire up with Tennessee whiskey, and quite a bit of that will be consumed for the remainder of the night.
Well, there he is, red-faced. And,
well, there you go.
And there lies
the first citizen of the north as well, and unable to take out Northland. Winston Peters couldn't do it last election. Shane Jones couldn't do it this election, but he doesn't seem too devastated.
Well, he's got a warm drink in front of him, and that sort of sums up the campaign, you know.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, they came tonight to this gathering knowing that it was very likely they weren't going to make it back in, so it wasn't an awful surprise.
Yeah, once they start singing 10 guitars, Anna, you've got to get out on 10 guitars.
No,
10 guitars starts, that's your cue to go.
Oh, there's hashing going on. My God.
This is a rare insight into the death of a political party.
I actually think and that after 4 decades, nearly 4 decades of New Zealand First, that is how we go out.
Is that the New Zealand First Foundation at that table?
They are completely separate entities.
That's why the alcohol's
the lawyers on the phone.
That's right, they're at the other hotel. Mike McRoberts, we're going to go to Mike McRoberts.
Oh, we're going to Mike. Okay, on a very serious note.
Fade to black in the north, but we're going to go fade to blue. Mike McRoberts.
He's on his own.
Lonely.
Oh, no.
Lonely tonight. Mike, good evening.
Yes, I feel like I've drawn the short straw here all night. In fact, not just the short straw, but the short end of the short straw that's thrown away and discussed because it's the short straw. But nevertheless, I think it's probably rowdier here now than it has been all night. Judith has come and gone like a meteor through the sky, lit the place up briefly, but other than that, it's been pretty gloomy.
And Mike, you've kept sober all night as well, which would I suppose indicate the early part of the night. You've made friends, you've sold a few copies of your book, and that's probably the highlight for the night. These nets that are left over at the bar, sort of dribbling into the beers, are they? How disappointed are they, or were they resigned to this whole thing?
You know, they're pretty stunned for sure. Absolutely, I think they didn't see this coming in terms of the enormous victory to Labour and the complete squashing of National, and that's what we've seen. They were very stunned. So I think now some of those early drinks might be paying off because they're starting to vocalise what should happen. And yeah, a few questions about Judith's speech. Was it progressive enough? Did it throw forward enough? All of that sort of thing. And of course, who might be the leader?
Okay, hey Mike, bring us up tonight. Good luck getting home. I think you're probably out of there right now, so this is the last time we'll cross to Mike. All the best, mate. Enjoy the early morning run on Sunday.
Thanks, Mike, very much.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I've enjoyed taking one for the team.
Yeah, we've got other plans for you as well. Anyway, Tova.
Another person who's perhaps taking one for the team is Chris Bishop, the National former MP of Hutt South and now National List candidate. Chris Bishop, how are you holding up, and did you see this coming?
Oh, g'day, yeah. Look, obviously really disappointed. Worked really hard over the last 3 years. Really proud of the campaign we ran, but, you know, as I just said to the 100 or so people gathered, when the swing's on, the swing is on. And, you know, very strong personal vote here for me here in the Hutt, but obviously not enough to withstand the swing that's happened around the country, including here in the Hutt.
And you worked so hard on this campaign, Chris. I know you did. You were saying that you were running on fumes last week when we caught up. How much responsibility does Judith Collins need to take for all of those swings and those blue seats to red?
Oh, look, there'll be plenty of time for discussions around, you know, the campaign we ran and where we go to from here in the coming days. And I strongly suspect you guys on the panel have already started those discussions for us. But the National Party will be talking about that. But look, the focus here tonight is just, well, it was meant to be a celebration, but obviously it's a bit of a commiseration ceremony here, and just having a quiet drink with the supporters here and people who've worked so hard on my campaign, and just to say thank you to them.
Chris, just one final question before you go. It's my view that, and the view of many others too, that the National Party's campaign was so woeful that you let her down. Many people let Judith Collins down in the party. You weren't there with her. I'm not saying you personally, but others in the party weren't there. The organisation wasn't there. The funding didn't appear to be there, and I'm sure you weren't short of money. It just seemed to be that it was a campaign that was stitched up together at the last minute, and it looked woeful. And quite frankly, you've got the end result. Where were you people behind her? Even tonight at her party, very few MPs, and I reckon that's quite frankly appalling.
Well, look, Duncan, I mean, I'm not breaking any state secrets and saying it's been an incredibly trying time for the National Party over the last year. And, you know, the Prime Minister said it was a COVID election, and I think that was true, and COVID changed a lot of circumstances. And you've seen the very strong result for Labour around the country tonight.
That doesn't address the question that you guys left her at the altar, and you bailed and you ditched her.
No, look, I think I'm not sure I agree with that. I think Judith's run a strong campaign in very difficult circumstances. She's been positive and upbeat, and she's brought her own inimitable style to the leadership, which you'd expect. Every leader has a slightly different approach, and Judith's done that. I think she's run a really strong campaign and done a great job in the debates in particular.
But that's criticism as well, isn't it?
Well, what's the criticism?
The way you just described her campaign.
No, I think she's done a superb job, and I think she comprehensively trounced the Prime Minister in at least a couple of the debates, if not all 4 of them. I think she can be really proud of what she's done. But look, we've got a very bad result for the National Party. There's no way of sugarcoating it. It's a very bad result for the National Party, and we're going to have to go away and reflect on exactly why that is, and make sure we can seek to reconnect with the public over the next 3 years and hold this government to account. As I said to people here as I said to people here tonight, they've got a big mandate, but with a big mandate comes big responsibility. And actually, if you look at all of the things that they said that they wanted to do in 2017, we're going backwards on almost every single one of them. In 2020, it was essentially a policy-free campaign, and they had a very small target strategy, but we're going to be holding them to account and making sure they live up to the promises they've asked of New Zealanders for.
Chris Bishop, should Judith Collins stand down as leader?
I knew you'd be entering into those sort of discussions already. Look, there's plenty of time for discussions around that.
Answer the question. It's a simple question, Chris.
Yeah, she's right. No, she's run a great campaign, and there'll be plenty of time for discussion around where we go to as a party in the coming days.
Well, Duncan's right. It is actually a really simple question, Bish, and the answer is always yes, she should. I support the leader or whatever. So are you saying that you don't think Judith Collins should stay on as leader?
I think Judith's done an amazing job as the leader, and she has my support. And, there'll be plenty of time. We meet as a caucus on Tuesday to digest and discuss what's happened, but she has my support.
Thank you very much, Chris Bishop. That to me spells trouble for Judith Collins when she gets back to Parliament next week.
Well, we've all heard coded language over the years. Do you support the leader? Yes, I support the leader until Tuesday. This is what it's all about.
Oh, I feel a bit sorry for him, actually. I'm older and kinder than you lot.
Really?
I feel a bit sorry for him. He has actually run an incredibly hard campaign, and you know that he has. He looks like he's a man who's been beaten about the head with a bat.
He is a very good
I actually think that was a really good speech.
I think he did well.
Two things about
it. I think he did well, yeah.
One of them is that, he wasn't making a clear bid for the leadership. No. And you remember when Labor did this badly, on election night, there were Labor MPs positioning themselves... Oh, God, I've had too much wine. Positioning themselves very clearly to position themselves for a leader, and that was not happening, and that's not happening
earlier. I think Mr. Luxon.
That's where you've got.
That's the difference between some political experience and a lot of inexperience. Luxon comes in as a businessman, has had a fantastic career in corporate New Zealand. It's a different game. Chris Bishop actually has done his time as a first-term MP.
Hard-working.
He works really hard. He's got some idea about
the task. And there you've got the factions, haven't you?
And one thing you've got to say, and we all know this in politics, when the tide is going out, no matter how loudly you shout on the beach, you're not going to turn it around.
The smartest person in National is not going to be putting up their hand on Monday or Tuesday.
But there are sufficient stupid people in National
always.
who may well
in any party, there always are.
Oh, egos get in the way of common sense, don't they? OK, let's head to Wellington. Ryan Bridge, come on in, sir, you there?
Almost 98% of the vote now counted, Duncan, and it's been such bad news for the people on the right of New Zealand politics tonight. If you're on the right and you're still watching, there's probably something wrong with you. But I thought I would just focus on some good news for the right of New Zealand politics tonight, and that is the ACT Party. This party was polling 1% a year ago. David has become Goliath with 9 of his mates. It is an incredible showing, the best since 2002 with Prebble when they got 9 MPs. I just wonder, though, an interesting thing about the ACT Party, and probably about politics in general this election, the ACT Party dropped 2 policies through this campaign. One was about interest on student loans. The other one, I think, was about the minimum wage. David Seymour has sort of morphed the ACT Party from a right-wing fundamental party to the Peter Dunn type centrist party, maybe even a personality party like Winston Peters and New Zealand First. I'm just wondering how much the ACT Party, the right in New Zealand politics, has had to move to fit the narrative of this election. I'll leave you with those thoughts as we say goodbye from the debating chamber here in Parliament. Back to you guys.
Good stuff, Ryan. Thank you so much, mate. Ryan Bridge, of course, live throughout the evening in Parliament. Yeah, I'm not so sure that you would call David Seymour the personality party.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Name one of his MPs behind him, below him, who knows?
He can't.
He did arrive looking like a minor royalty from Europe, like Liechtenstein, the Prince of Liechtenstein on a boat.
Well, I put that down as my biggest fail of the evening, actually.
The boat.
If you're going to have a grand entrance, you can't do it in a tiny little boat.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Let's do a whip around for our biggest winner, our biggest loser, our biggest fail, and our most improved player of the evening. After we do Paddy first, I'm cold in my ear. Paddy.
Yeah, no worries. Alrighty, I'm still here, and I want to actually make a bit of a comeback because people are saying, you know, what's he on, what's he doing, and the boss has said calm down a little bit. So there is more than one Paddy. There is also historical political Paddy. Let's look at these. Let's look at these numbers where this win fits in for Labor as a landslide. Now it fits right up here, just in third place of Labor's 104-year history. Now, to put this in context, 1938 was a man called Michael Joseph Savage. So Jacinda Ardern is just behind that, and just behind a wartime victory, literally coming out of the end of World War II under Peter Fraser, when this was a two-party system, not MMP, which makes this massive. 1972, Big Norm Kirk, that was a landslide. This victory is bigger than that. It's bigger than things like 1951 when New Zealand had a waterfront dispute, and that was a big issue for us as well, much like COVID. So the COVID election takes a place in history, and you'd have to say that given the fact that this was a two-party system and we're now an MMP, this is potentially Labor's greatest ever victory, or as good as the victories taken by Michael Joseph Savage. Back to you on the panel.
Absolutely huge, and actually, arguably, will go up those ranks as well when the special votes are counted, and as the Labor Party is predicting another couple of % on top of that 49. Let's go back to our final whip around of biggest winner, biggest loser, biggest fail, and most improved player of the evening. Paul Henry, take it.
OK, biggest winner, Chloe Swarbrick. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable that the Greens take out Auckland Central. I mean, I can't believe it. Loser, biggest loser, New Zealand First, Winston Peters. I think it is possible that we're going to miss him. In fact, I think I might already be missing him a bit. I know. Thank you. Biggest fail has got to be the boat. I'm sorry, but I had that down. David Seymour in the boat.
So speaks the 1%.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Because my boat's bigger than your boat.
Much bigger. Most improved player, I'm going to say Jacinda. I thought that speech was very, very interesting and heralds a very different future in politics.
OK, yeah, well said.
Winner, I've got Kieran McAnulty in Wairarapa.
Oh, yes.
Even the Prime Minister couldn't say his name until a few months ago, and now
Kieran McAnulty, and because he's a great MP, I think, and also it's a sign that Labor's winning back the provinces and those rural seats, and that's a huge victory for Labor. Biggest loser, I've got loser/winner Chris Bishop and Nicola Willis, who were Chris has just lost his seat. Nicola Willis was almost out. They've lost, but they're actually back in, and they will be the leaders of that Liberal wing of the National Party, and they'll go head to head with Christopher Luxon and the Christian wing of the party.
We'll come to Linda.
We will need them, actually.
Well, I'll just quickly rattle through mine. The biggest winner was the Māori Party winning Waiariki, making a comeback into Parliament. I think it's really exciting.
I so hope they can hold that.
And I hope that they bring in a second MP as well, because I do really, really rate Debbie Ngāti-Wapaka, and she has run a very good campaign, should be good for the Parliament. Biggest loser was Winston Peters in New Zealand First, the end of just an epic political legacy. I think that's huge, and that's going to be
not over yet, Toby. He could be back.
Well, that's true. And
I don't think so this time.
I think actually even Winston Peters delivered a concession speech tonight. Biggest fail, Calvin Davis, whatever that was. Most improved player was Chloe Swarbrick. Just because you said it was the biggest winner.
Can I do my fail? I didn't do my fail.
No, just quickly, fail.
My quick fail was Peter Goodfellow. He's got to go.
Yep.
He's got to
go. Oh, he's got to go. Actually, he's got to go tonight.
There's so many fails, but Peter Goodfellow is definitely one. My biggest fail, I think, is Advance New Zealand and Hannah Tamaki, and I would like to congratulate New Zealanders for not falling for that nonsense and not voting for them, so go New Zealand.
Dangerous nonsense.
Winston Peters, biggest loser, but actually the biggest loser is National, let's be honest, because it's historic, as Paddy's. And the biggest winner, It's Jacinda Ardern.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because you guys have been so
amazing
alternative.
So
I assumed everyone else would be saying
We're the only
Trying to be so alternative, people forgot to say Jacinda Ardern. So Jacinda Ardern winner, most improved, Paddy Gower right at the end there. Biggest loser, Jerry Brownlee, National Party Deputy Leader, gone, but back as a list MP. And biggest fail, I'm sorry, National Party.
Isn't this one of the tragedies of MMP, that you can have a career as long as Jerry Brownlee's? You can be the deputy leader.
You get marched.
Largely involved in the campaign. You lose the vote of the people that put you there, and you stay in Parliament.
But you know what? So far a big win, the minor parties.
And therefore MMP as well, perhaps, because we're probably not going to go back to the drawing board in terms of an electoral review, but there is still so much to come. We've got the special votes to be counted, we've got the euthanasia and the cannabis referendum results to be counted, so this election is not over yet by any stretch.
Tova O'Brien, Linda Clark, Paul Henry, Tracy Pagani, and to all our panellists and to all of you at home, thank you so much for watching the Newshub special tonight. We appreciate your company, and also to Jacinda Ardern and whatever government she forms, congratulations. This is your night, you deserve it, and we will catch you again, Newshub at 6 Sunday evening. From us here at the full team, good evening to you.